Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we've got some Ratchet and Clank games for you, but before we get into that, just a few quick reminders. You can now join the official GDQ Discord and add the new Hotfix role where you can keep tabs on any of our upcoming events, talk with staff and showrunners, and more. You can use the exclamation Discord in the Twitch chat for more information on that. Also, our annual Juneteenth celebration will be this upcoming June 22nd and 23rd. You can use exclamation Juneteenth in Twitch chat to check out the schedule. With all of that said, I'm joined by my good friend here. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Hi everybody, I'm Zem. How you all doing? So I'm gonna be here today to play. So okay, before I begin, we have to explain what max percent is because it's just gonna keep. There's gonna be people coming in asking what it means, and I need your guys' help to explain to all the people who are gonna come in and ask during the run. So max percent is very specifically the PlayStation 3 100% category. We have a different name for it, and the reason we have a different name for it is because it functions completely differently to what a standard, or at least what was a standard 100% run was for Ratchet 2 for a very long time. Now, we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of it as I start the run, but I just want to let you all know now, max percent equals PS3 100%. So with that, I think it's probably best to just dive into it. And we'll talk about whatever we need to talk about while we're doing it. So the timer is going to begin when I gain control of Ratchet. So I'm going to load the file here. It's going to go by once. The ship is going to go by twice. And we should see landing the Starship Phoenix. The timer begins in 3, 2, 1, go. So this is Ratchet & Clank 2. Like I was saying before, this is on the PlayStation 3. This is the HD remaster that was released in, what was it, like 2012, I believe, as a 10-year anniversary present of the original Ratchet & Clank. So I was alluding to the fact that PS3 and PS2 100% runs are very different in Ratchet & Clank. So I will save you all the information right now. I'm trying to use my YouTube brain to think about how to teach you all this, the way to keep you all, to the way to hook you all the most, okay? We'll go over the nerdy information we need to go over as we need to go over it. Right now, all you need to know is that the basic movement of where we are right here and now is just going to be side flips. It will get more advanced as the category moves forward, but for right now, we're just playing as Ratchet. We're trying to go through this space prison. And we cannot do a whole lot of fast movement just yet. We're limited to Ratchet's basic side flip. Now, I am doing something a little interesting here. These are called macaronis that I'm doing. Even though I don't have Clank, normally with Clank you can long jump forwards. But if you input a long jump and very quickly rotate the analog stick, I just hit the space bar trying to split right there. I don't have live split up. I'm going to have to make sure I don't do that in the future. I'm also going to... You're going to see a little thing right here that says slots manipulated for skill point good luck. Don't mind that. We have custom firmware that we use for Ratchet and Clank speedrunning. I swear to God, I'm not cheating. you can check the discs. This is a piece of hardware that we use for practice codes. So I'm using this to manipulate a slot machine coming up on the very next planet. We're going out of bounds right here. This is the very first out of bounds of the entire run. This is okay. So while we're doing this, let me give you all the lay of the land of how this run is going to go down. So if you guys have never seen the way that I run this game, or the way that I basically chat with people as I run this game, we're going to start on topic, and you're going to learn quite a bit while it's still at the front of my mind. And then one person is going to ask one question, and I don't know what that question is yet, but it's going to derail the entire freaking process. All right, I'm going to get off track. I'm going to start talking about something ridiculous, and then we're just going to lose complete focus, and we're just going to have a good time. That's the way it's going to go. I'm sorry, I just can't operate any other way. So I will say as an open invitation to the chat, I have you all up. I'm seeing what you're saying. A big thing of mine when I try to speedrun is I really love being engaged with the audience. So you can feel free to ask me any questions the entire time, and I'll actively start paying a little bit more attention to what you guys are saying. So where is Clank and what is Clank are the first two questions I'm receiving. This is one fantastic question, and one I just hit the space bar again, and one question that I'm not going to answer. So where is Clank? Clank is currently, in that cutscene he gets kidnapped. So basically, this is like Ratchet and Clank were separated, and yeah, listen, we're not here for the lore, okay? We just don't have Clank. We're gonna get him soon, but I don't need these questions right now, okay? I'm not taking these kinds of questions. These are the slot machines that I try to manipulate using Rackman. So to explain why we have a button for it and why we would ever need to manipulate them in the first place, there is a skill point that you can get when you get the jackpot on the slot machines. The thing is, you can't get the skill point on a fresh file until you've hit the slot machines 31 times. So we have a button that just rolls 50 slots, and we do that before we get here. It doesn't guarantee that we actually get the skill point. As a matter of fact, I have many runs where I don't get the skill point and then I'm forced to reset. But we just got the skill point right there. That's a little slow, but you know, we got to take what we can get with that skill point. We can't really be begging and choosing. Do you think that Clank would appreciate a slice of cake? Ask crazy about maths. I don't want to talk about that. Instead, I want to talk about how I'm I can't. I gotta be completely honest. I'm gonna say your name, and I'm gonna respect that your name is crazy about maths. But I am gonna put a lot of emphasis on the S because I'm originally from America, and we call it math over there. And saying maths hurts my brain, so I have to force myself to be like crazy about maths. Do I think he would appreciate a slice of cake? Yes, I absolutely do think he would. I think, as a matter of fact, not only would he appreciate one, he would demand one. That's the kind of man Clank is. Well, robot that Clank is. He's a robot of action. I'm seeing, I gotta give a shout out while I'm seeing it. I'm seeing a lot of people from my community and the Ratchet and Clank community in general in here right now. Big ups to you guys. The Ratchet and Clank community is super dope. I know every person says that their community is the best community, but like, but I legitimately believe it about the Ratchet and Clank community. We're so chock full of just like, we're just a bunch of nerds who just want to play this game really fast. Like there's so little drama nowadays, but everybody is so ridiculously high skill level that it's so stupid. It's so stupid trying to. The world record holder for this category is just a random Australian 16-year-old. He wasn't even born when he wasn't even alive when this game came out. All right, like we're just a bunch of nerds just doing our nerdy thing, and it's really cool. Okay, so I do want to finish giving big ups to my community by saying that if there's anybody from my stream here, I demand to see some Zemi swags in the chat. I'm a big fan of Anya Forger from Spy Family, so I have a few Anya emotes. Okay, so we need a skill point here. It's attached to this guy's name is Chainblade. Chainblade, the skill point is that you are meant to. Oh, that's such a bad position for this. I think I may have kited him in the right spot, but no, I didn't, unfortunately. So there's a skill point attached to Chainblade for beating him with just the wrench. The problem is we have a relatively consistent lineup for getting him inside the center. If you get him inside the exact center of the arena, he will stay in place and not do this sword attack, thus allowing me more chances to swing at him. So you can see I'm trying to lock him in the center of the arena and hit him from the side because I can get multiple procs of my hyper strike off of him. And now that he's in the center, he's stuck here. I thought I had gotten him in the center, but what happened before was he gave me like a random animation that I did not want. So it kind of messed up everything, but thus is the Chainblade special. He never actually gives you what you want. He gives you what you need. He gives you what the universe has in store for you that day. So hi everybody. I want to give you all a little bit of background as to who I am and what I do and why I do it. If you're going to be locked in for the next few hours, you might as well know a little bit about me so you can be a little bit more attached to the run. So I have been essentially my stream has kind of been the de facto place for Ratchet and Clank viewing for people over the years. I guess what I mean to say is, like, I've been playing for a very, very, very long time, and a lot of people know who I am in this community. I'm not trying to say that as like, oh, look at me, I'm Mr. Big Shot. It's just like, if you've seen Ratchet and Clank speedrunning content before, you've probably come across my content in the past. Maybe you just didn't even realize it. But I've been doing this for a very long time, and there's a big story attached to all of that. But to give you guys the SparkNotes version, there was a period of time where, you know, I was at a very, very top level in these games, especially Ratchets 1, 2, and 3. I've done some other Ratchets, but those are the ones that are played the most by the most amount of people. And god damn it, I just hit the split bar again. Okay, it's going to keep happening. I got to just move forward. And for me, this category is actually very special to me because from about 2015 to 2021, I streamed these games all the time. And you can probably imagine that, like, after doing it so many years, it gets a little old sometimes. Oh yeah, this is before I get back into that, this is a new strat. We learned that the camera is a physical actor. We've known that for a while, but we just learned recently you can use it to propel Ratchet upwards to areas he's not supposed to be. So you're going to see me do that a few times in this run. But yeah, so I kind of have a renewing relationship with these games because from essentially late 2021 till like pretty much this year, I really hated playing these games. I really, really hated it, even though, you know, I'm a full-time content creator and this is the main thing that people know me for, you know, so I took a couple of years to kind of explore a bit more. I started working on my YouTube channel. A lot of you in this chat actually have probably seen my most recent YouTube video, at least pop up on your timeline. It was called 8 Speedruns That Have Been Completely Ruined. And I'm very proud of that video. It's doing very well right now. I try to do a thing where I like clickbaited people into thinking it was going to be a negative video and instead use that as like a way to just kind of go over the history of several games and make people a little bit more familiar with them. And so that's the kind of stuff I like doing with my speedruns these days. But I've very recently, in my efforts of making a video essay, it kind of reignited the spark that I lost a long time ago. And I haven't really felt the desire to be the best at these games since like late 2021 until like this month. And for some reason, I can't even really explain very well why it all happened, but it all kind of came flooding back. And I have been going at it with this category. This is one of 3 categories in the Ratchet and Clank original trilogy that I have not gotten world record in. And so I really want to like push myself to try to get those last few records. And this one is very, very difficult because this category is just it's extreme. Whenever you make mistakes. Oh yeah, by the way, we can use the camera to do other things like clip through walls. I should probably be explaining this a little bit more. But I died, so you get to see it again. I accidentally jumped in the wrong spot. But this category is absolutely brutal. There's just so little room for error on so many things. And if you do... I did it again. That's rough. I got to be trusting my angles on that. I'm going to be talking to myself in a lot to try to remember my mistakes because right now I'm at a high level in this category. I'm not at the top level. I am currently 7 minutes off of world record. I have a 2-hour 45-minute run. World record is 2 hours, 38 minutes, but I've been practicing super hard. And pretty much any day could be the day that like it all just clicks and I get like a 4 to 7 minute PB. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those kinds of categories. So we can use camera clips to kind of skip this Clank section here. And now that we actually have Clank, we have more movement options in front of us. For example, I would like to hyperstrike onto that platform, which I finally did. Basically, now you're going to be seeing me do a lot of long jumps, a lot of side flips. We've kind of unlocked more movement. So, yeah, I'm kind of all over the place right now, but I hope you guys can at least follow along a little bit. We're going to be doing a little trick right here. We're going to be doing another camera clip. I'm trying to hit enough enemies to get a nanotech upgrade. There we go. That's good. And I'm going to do a camera clip right here where I put the camera above Ratchet, bring it down, and then backflip him into the camera, thus clipping him through the wall. And that allows me to go out of bounds and grab this platinum bolt from a spot I'm not supposed to be able to grab it from. So right now I'm trying to level up. I have 2 weapons. I have the Lancer and I have the Gravity Bomb. I'm trying to level up the Gravity Bomb right now so that I get it all the way to full XP before I enter the boss fight. And it looks like I'm going to have just enough enemies to be able to do that. So this is going to be a little tight. I might have to improvise a bit here. We're going to take these ammo crates. We're going to kill these enemies. Okay, we're totally fine on Yeah, I have properly calced the amount of experience that I needed for this. By the way, for those of you new to the stream, calc is short for calculator. I'm using slang. So yeah, don't be alarmed if you hear me using slang like that. You know, just trying to stay cool with the kids these days. Got to do what you got to do, you know?
And if you ever have any questions for any of the terms we're using, absolutely feel free to ask.
Yeah, especially like things like calc, which is again short for calculator, in case you're new to the stream. For those of you just joining us. Just so you all know, that is my stim lately, and I'm going to do that at least 5 more times. So yeah, this is not meant to. This is not me saying that I think it's funny. This is me saying I cannot stop myself from saying it. So you have been properly warned. So something I'm doing here that is not exactly obvious. Hey Zem, what's sorry, I'm getting distracted by a question here from S Koala Juice. Hey Zem, what is 5 times 10,000? You can't do that in your head. Those numbers are too big. Okay, you need a calc for that. Okay. Oh, by the way, anybody, calc is short for calculator. Continue.
I know you're making a joke.
Yeah.
I have a math story that I
By all means.
So I took a 1-year college course. It was a bookkeeping course. And one of them was math. I don't remember exactly what it was called, but it was a math class.
Yeah.
And day 1, I'm sitting in class, teacher walks in. I don't remember exactly how he starts, but he says, "What's 10% of 100?" And nobody raised their hand, and I was all right, I'll do it. I'll raise my hand. I want to get this over with. Let's get to the real math, right?
Yeah.
So I raise my hand, and he's like, "Yeah, you," and I'm like, it's 10. And he looks me dead in the eyes, and he goes, "How did you get to that?" And this is college. I'm, 22 or whatever I was at the time. And in my head, I'm like, there are 4 different tracks going on in my head. I basically shut down because I'm like, this is a joke, right? He's screwing with me. And I look around, and I realized something in the moment that I looked around. There was about 4 people in my class who were on the same page as me. They were like, this is a joke, right? And there was about 30 people who didn't know how to answer that and were sympathizing with me because they thought I couldn't answer that. And it took so long for me to figure out what to say. The professor was, "Oh, don't worry about it. I'll ask somebody else." And I'm just like, this is my life right now. This is the course I'm taking.
Okay, dude, I gotta be completely honest here. This is okay, so for those of you who don't know, I am American born and raised, but I live in the Netherlands right now. I moved here about 9 months ago, and there are so many people who make jokes about the American education system, and I want to say to them things like, "Hey, it's not that bad. You don't know what you're talking about." But then you remind me that these kinds of stories can happen, and I lose my faith in the American education system all over again.
Yeah,
oh my god.
It was just the moment of how did you get 10% of 100? And it's like, what? What do you mean? How did easily?
I don't mean to derail this line of conversation because I do think it's funny, but I do have to mention I did try to split once again. It's just gonna keep happening, and I'm gonna keep feeling self-conscious every time it happens. Hi, I gotta be completely honest as well, everybody. I don't know how obvious it is to you guys. I'm kind of nervous to be here. This is a few years of not running super seriously also means that this is I haven't done a lot of super public kind of things with Ratchet very recently. I mean, YouTube is one thing. I have creative control over that, but this is an experience that we all get to share together. So number one, I do want to address that I'm actually quite nervous to be here. And number two, if you guys are willing to excuse that, I'm still down to answer any and all questions or just chit chat with you guys about random crap. So at the very least, I know there's my comfort zone. So, I do have to explain this trick real quick. So this is a triple frame perfect strat. And the idea is that might work. There's a lap skip that you can do here. But you have to shove Ratchet's hover bike into one specific pixel here and rotate it, like basically jam him out the other direction, and go over the finish line. And what it does is it manipulates the checkpoint system. That was marginal, but I don't think it actually works. There's no visual indicator. You basically just kind of have to suss it out. That may have worked. No. I don't want to take more risks on that. I'm going to play a little bit more conservatively with these attempts. That'll definitely work. Again, like, it's one of those things where I cannot really explain exactly what pixel I'm trying to turn Ratchet at, but I know it when I get it. That was a little too far to the right, a little too far to the left. That might have worked, but I didn't jerk Ratchet properly. Same thing. That might work. Yeah, a little too marginal. Okay, this trick, as you could probably imagine, is incredibly frustrating. It's one of those tricks that some days you do it perfectly and some days you don't, and you just have to kind of be prepared for the days where you don't do it perfectly. It's impossible to be completely consistent at this. That might have worked, but I don't think so. And every one of these, once again, is frame perfect. That might work. No. I'm going to probably restart this race again in a second here, because I don't want to risk losing the race either. Will that work? No. Okay, I'm just going to take the restart. Yeah, I see some people in the chat, like Eric Stanley, for example, is trying to drop some frame data. Listen, people will drop information about this strat, but like, just like, you can know how it works and still not be able to explain it very well. Basically, I feel like this is one of those tricks that's better seen than explained. You know what I mean? Like, you get the basic idea of what I'm doing by me failing over and over. Oh, that's so this is very, very tricky. No. That might work, actually. You gotta be kidding me.
The roughest part is... Sorry, go ahead.
No, by all means.
The roughest part is that you have to do it 3 times in a row.
You have to also do it 2 different times throughout the run.
I forgot about that until you mentioned that.
Yeah, this is not fun. And this is, of course, like a classic example of what all can go possibly wrong with this. This is not a usual... I would say this is like actually a negative outlier. Like, I would say I don't usually mess this up this badly. Maybe it's because of nerves. Maybe it's just a statistical anomaly. I'm not 100% certain. But regardless, it feels like garbage anytime you actually get this sort of thing happen to you. Especially because the second time you do it, you have to do it 2 hours into the run. So it's...
It always sucks when those are, like, near the end of a run.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with me. I think I'm just underperforming a little bit on this particular strat. But at least we got it. And we get the skill point as well, which is why it's also important to make sure that not only do you win, but you have to do it in under 2 minutes and 15 seconds. And optimally speaking, so, like... Or no, I'm sorry, it's 2 minutes and 10 seconds for the skill point. Optimally speaking, you would normally have to do... Without that trick existing, you would have to do that race 3 times, which would amount to 2 minutes and 15 seconds one time, 2 minutes and 15 seconds another time, and then 1 minute 45 the next time. So I just hit the spacebar again. I can't stop myself.
I have the same problem. Like, it's reflex.
It's such a speedrunner thing. But yeah, so it's clearly optimal overdoing that, and it's even optimal overdoing that strat in the category where you only have to do the race once, because you can, in theory, beat it in under 18 seconds if you just play perfectly. And so it's like, that is essentially what Ratchet speedrunning is like, where it's just like, you know, I feel like it's like that with a lot of games where it's like, eventually you optimize the fun out of it. But then again, that hover bike race was never really that fun to begin with, so... You're just kind of trading the ability to go fast on that with, like, having to reset there more. It's really not that big of a deal. I think some runners have told me that they legitimately quit the category because of that. Did I grab the nanotech? I don't think I did, actually. I should do that. I don't know why I just restarted, but I do need the nanotech here. I kind of messed up. I'm a little unfocused right now, so I'm gonna have to lock in just a little bit here. But yeah, so I think, I'm going to be completely honest, I'm going to give my perspective on this. I think if one trick ruins your ability to enjoy the game, then you probably didn't enjoy it that much to begin with. And I say this knowing full well that also includes a strat that recently came out in Ratchet 3 that's actually been kind of divisive in the community. They're called boxies, and it's extremely broken, and you can basically just launch Ratchet all the way across the map. It's like zipping in Elden Ring. I know some people may know that game. It's not exactly the most thrilling thing to do, and it kind of overwrites a lot of really cool movement the game used to have. But at the same time, at the end of the day, it's still the same core game, and it's just like, it's not as if it's necessarily gotten easier or harder. It's just different now. It's just different. So I don't know. I'm gonna be. I'm still gonna be an advocate for Ratchet 3 stuff. Spending 3 hours to save 12 minutes. Yeah, that's Ratchet speedrunning in a nutshell. It's there's also a skill point later on that if I don't do it absolutely perfectly, I have to not only quit the file, but I have to restart my PS3 to at least quit to the XMB, like the main menu. I have to quit to the main menu to be able to redo the strategy. It's really annoying, but like, it's whatever. You just like you can either complain about it and moan about it constantly, or you can actually just get good at it, and then like, yeah, it might still annoy you, but at least your complaints are more justified.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd like to think I can do both.
Yeah. I don't know, it just depends, really. I think it just depends on the game and what is being accomplished, Zebby, tell us a little bit about your first experience. Hold on, let me kill this guy right here. Tell us about your first experience with Ratchet Clank, since these games seem to be very important to you. Yeah, I can do that, actually. So I originally played these games, funnily enough, I didn't actually play Ratchet 1. I was alive in 2002. I'm a 31-year-old man. Who plays Ratchet and Clank, and that's what I do, But I was around when these games first came out, and I remember Christmas 2002. My brother and I, because my brother was 8 years older than me and he hated sharing anything with me, my parents got a PS2 for him and a PS2 for me. So we also had our own libraries of games. And so, funnily enough, for the holidays, my brother was the one who got Ratchet and Clank 1, which was a game that I had seen commercials for, and I was like, oh, that game looks so cool. And then when my brother got it, I was like, oh my god, you're gonna let me play it, right, Craig? And he went, no, of course I'm not gonna let you do that. And so I didn't actually get to play Ratchet 1 at all until I watched him play it. He let me actually watch him play. But I didn't play it myself until I want to say like when I was like 5 years later, when he went off to college or something. Oh no, he went off to college well before that, but like I think I didn't play it until one day I got access to his PlayStation 2 library. He had left it at home after coming back home at the end of like a college thing, or maybe he just came to visit or something. He brought his PS2 library, left it there, and then I just claimed it. So I just stole all of his games, including Ratchet 1. That was the very first one that I played, but the first time that I played that. But the first Ratchet game that I played proper was Ratchet 2. That's where we're getting at with this. So 2003, I actually remember exactly where I was. It was in an electronics boutique, if any of you were alive for that to be a thing. Electronics boutique over at the Palisades Mall in New Jersey. I remember exactly where we were in the mall, and I remember going into the game store and seeing Ratchet and Clank 2 in there. I didn't even know that game had come out yet. Oh my god, I only had 9 Raritanium. I need to go back to the... I didn't pay attention. I need 10 Raritanium to get what I have to get here, and I need it for farming more Raritanium later. And of course, not only have I gotten bad luck on the slots, not only has the hoverbike race gone wrong, but the game also didn't give me enough Raritanium, which is quite unusual. That doesn't happen all that often. You have to be a little bit unlucky for that. So not the most favorable run for me luck-wise, but at least my execution has been decent so far. So yeah, we picked that up, and I remembered being extremely nervous about showing my mom Ratchet 2. She was like, you can get whatever game you want, but I was really nervous showing her that because, at this point I'm 13, and the back of the box had a swear word on it, but it was like typed out using like symbols instead of letters, so like they try to hide hide that they put a swear word in there. And I was like, oh my God, if I show this to my mom, she's not going to buy it for me. She's going to say, this game is too mature, you know, like, because my mom did that sometimes. She didn't let me play Grand Theft Auto growing up, you know what I mean? It was just like one of those kinds of households. And yeah, so I was like, but I really want this game. So I showed it to her and she was like, yeah, she was literally just like, yeah, I'll get it for you. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. So it was really no big deal at all. And then I played it. I loved this game. I must have beaten it like 6 or 7 times when I was a kid. I have the biggest history with Ratchet 3 actually, and that's a different story. But suffice it to say, there's a special story involved with like pretty much everything Ratchet related. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even necessarily for me that these games are my favorite to play. Like, casually, I don't give a damn. Like, whatever ones you like, if you don't like them at all, I don't care. I really don't. Like, for me at this point, I started playing these games originally. Hilariously, I started speedrunning them in 2012 because I wanted a free world record and these games were really easy at the time. And that is not the case anymore. That is really, truly not the case anymore. These games are anything but a free world record. I mean, every single category in every single Ratchet game, and there's 16 Ratchet games, every single category has some sort of like history attached to it with like all of these runners who came in and revolutionized it in some way, shape, or form. You know, there's almost no uncharted territory in this community anymore. We are very hardcore about these games. And it's kind of really cool to see that because it didn't just come out of nowhere. You know, like, these games are hardcore because we raised a community to be hardcore. You know, like, I was there for the first generation of Ratchet and Clank speedrunners, and they were all super competitive freaks. And so if you wanted world records in these games, you had to be a super competitive freak. And it's just the kind of person you had to be. And I think the games have obviously gotten more complex over the years, but the attitude has stayed the same. Where it's like, you know, back in 2014, a lot of you watching this, if you haven't already seen it, if you don't know him by name, you probably at least know of the video. There's a video my dear friend Ricky made called "The Man Who Broke Ratchet in Half," and that is a video about the most mysterious Ratchet and Clank runner ever. His name was Silence, and he was a Japanese runner who, as far as we know, single-handedly revolutionized the entirety of Ratchet 3 and pushed the entire metagame forward years. Like, he single-handedly made the game unbelievably hard. And at the time... Oh, I forgot to buy ammo. This is actually a little precarious, but I don't really mind. I'll just be a little bit more careful here. At the time, his run was so good by community standards that he was considered unbeatable. Like, we straight up didn't think anybody would ever be able to beat his times. And imagine then what that must have done to the community to then raise people to be the kind of people who want to beat a runner like that. You know, like, and that was 10 years ago. It's only gotten more competitive as time has gone on. You know what I mean? Like, there have been periods of time where there's been lulls. Of course there have. It's like that, I feel like, with every game. But, and of course I got terrible ammo here too. So, bad luck, but it's my fault. So I can't really blame the game there. Basically, yeah, I mean, these games just have such a rich history, and it's so cool seeing that, like, even though sometimes we go through lulls, and I would say that, like, I mean, yeah, not everybody's super hardcore about these games all the time. There's usually at least 1 or 2 people at any one given moment who are super passionate about improving their times in 1 or 2 categories. So it always keeps the spirit of the community alive. It just kind of comes and goes in waves, you know? It's just like anything else. So, yeah, I don't know. The game, I feel like right now Ratchet is in a really cool spot. It seems like Ratchet 1 has more activity than it's had in a long time. Ratchet 2 is kind of being propped up right now by, well, I think me? I mean, I don't really know how many other people are running Ratchet 2 right now. I feel like I'm kind of holding down the fort over here. And quite a lot of people are playing Ratchet 3 because there's been a ton of new revolutionary tricks that have happened in that game in the last, like, couple of months. And it's kind of a free-for-all right now where it's like, you've got some experienced runners grabbing up world records right now, but you also have some new people kind of stamping their claim on some categories too. So things are a little bit, they're a bit active in the community. It's quite nice. I was just running Ratchet 2 NG Plus before coming over here to watch you. Okay, so Bolt Clock is also running with me. We're holding the fort together. So there's a skill point attached to this particular area right here. Again, you know, I know some of you probably watch these sorts of runs so that you can learn a lot about a game that you've never seen before. I warned you in advance. You're not getting normal commentary during this kind of a run. At the very least, what I can say is, in this particular fight, the idea is we're trying to get 2 skill points at once. We're trying to break all of the buildings and beat Tim over there with only our fists. So it's a little bit of a resource juggle, and I don't necessarily do this optimally. I think if I were to do this truly optimally, I would use Tim over there to break more of the buildings. But again, that's one of those like really small time saves that I'm not super worried about at the moment. I feel like I have other holes in my game to polish up first. So yeah, I don't know. This whole split, like Dabo in general, is not the most glorious split, but we are about to head to a planet after this where we'll finally pick up the charge boots, and then the pace of this game really, it really cranks up. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that you're going to see once I get the charge boots. It really, the only reason why I haven't been talking about all this stuff is because it's not really that exciting in comparison to everything else you're about to see. Probably not a good content strategy to leave people in the dark information-wise, but listen, man, I told you you could ask questions. It's not my fault you're ignorant.
Dang!
No, I like to basically put all my like failings as a human being on Twitch chat. So if I come off a bit, aggressive, it's not you. It's just me. Like I have to do something to fill the time. You know what I mean? You can only do so much that's like new and exciting in a 3-hour speedrun. You've done a lot.
It's true.
So yeah, we like to have fun around here. You know, we do what we can, and we like. A big thing that I think is super important and it's something I really appreciate a lot of runners are doing nowadays. I feel like a lot of speedrunners are actively trying to make things more engaging on their streams in one way or another. I think a lot of speedrunners are starting to see now that there's like a content meta that can come out of this, and I think people should embrace that kind of thing. You know, like it's going to be different strokes for different folks. Like not everybody's going to like that sort of thing, but I think everybody should be experimenting with their content, you know? I think that's just such an important thing. So I don't really know why I went on that rant. I go on that rant a lot. Thank you for the answer to my question. Of course, Cian, or C Nerlo. I'm going to assume that's how that's pronounced. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's cool to know like why people love different games. Everybody has their own story, right? Usually it's never as cut and dry as, oh, I think it's a good speedrun, so I play it a bunch. Usually for a lot of people, the ones that do the most are the ones that they have like a rich background, like a part of them is tied to it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
So here, oh yeah, we're obviously very out of bounds. And we're only gonna keep being out of bounds, so like that's just gonna be a constant, okay? Like you just like this isn't new information. But yeah, I don't know. Like I'm like at a loss of where to pivot this conversation to. Like I think, well, you know, we were talking about before, but before the show started, we were talking about how I ran a category very similar to this about. What is it now? Like 8 months ago? Is it really that long? But yeah, like in that time, like a lot of things have changed. I've gotten a lot more competitive at this category. I've gotten a lot more like aware with what's going on. So it's kind of cool at the very least to know that even though I am not playing at my best at this exact moment, that this is still going to absolutely like smear that previous run on the wall, you know? I just got Ratchet 2'd, and I always have to point out when I get Ratchet 2'd because I absolutely hate it. There's a really bad thing about this game where if you're running down a slope, you can't jump. And people say it's in Ratchet 3 as well, but what you people fail to understand, all right, what you peons are failing to remember is that it's not that bad in Ratchet 3, okay? It's not that bad. In Ratchet 2, it is egregious. and I absolutely hate it. So I always point it out every time it happens. That's a tricky midair. But oh yeah, by the way, if you ever struggled to get this nanotech growing up, hate to break it to you, but it's really not that bad in the run. It's kind of bad though. Honestly, that midair is a little tricky sometimes. Do you think Ratchet is the best 3D platformer? Asks Icy. To which my answer is, I don't know. If I'm going to be completely honest, I feel like that's such a subjective question. I don't even know what to say about it. You know, like best 3D platformer. That's such a hard question to answer. You know, like, of course, Mario 64 has a big legacy. Of course, what other 3D platformers exist? What other ones are there? Jak and Daxter, Sly Cooper, Spyro the Dragon, Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot? Oh yeah, well no, Crash Bandicoot counts. I don't know, like, what are the other, like, super big 3D platformers? Am I forgetting something completely obvious?
I'm not gonna lie, you started naming things, I was like, oh, I should have thought of that, and like, every single one is like, I can't believe I didn't think of that, so I don't know. I blanked on every single game that's ever been made.
Yeah, the other 3D Mario games for sure. I would say, yeah, those are definitely in there in the conversation. Sonic Adventure 2, okay, I'm gonna be a hater for a second, and I don't care what any of you have to say about this. I think the 3D Sonic games are dreadful. I hate them. I hate them so much. the camera, it's like wrestling with the gods to be able to get the camera and the game to do anything that you want it to do. And sure, I'm sure somebody's gonna come in here and say skill issue. Whatever, man. Listen, I hate those games so much. I hate them. But I do actually think, even through my hatred, I still agree that they are really cool speedruns. Especially Sonic 06. Sonic 06 is a hilarious speed game. So, yeah, I don't know. I have mixed opinions on this. You'll find that I have very strong opinions about very stupid things. But I swear to God, it's not just because I'm a hater. It's because I'm also a lover. You know, like, I feel so passionately about this because I feel so strongly about other things. Oh yeah, by the way, that's like the first like big big strat of the run. We bait an enemy over and we charge into a swing shot. We keep our charge boot momentum forward and we hyper strike at the enemy that I baited over to the corner. And what it did was it locked my wrench onto that enemy while I was hyper striking, which for some reason just launches you way high in the air. I don't know why it happens. It doesn't make any sense to me, game design wise. But whatever, man, it works. So I'm just gonna keep doing it. Listen, I'm not one of those nerds who like knows things about these games. I just play them and I go fast, okay? And I like going fast. It feels good. I'm a very simple man. So I am gonna reload this because what I'm about to do here on this planet is I'm going to do a skill point where you have to beat every single enemy in the level with the wrench. And what I have done is I've hit the end of level checkpoint by talking to that guy that tried to sell me like a thing for 20,000 bolts. And the reason why I reload after doing that is because I believe there are 57 enemies on this planet the first time you visit, but now it's only 41, so it makes the skill point go by a little bit quicker. I don't know if there's ever going to be like an argument for ever doing it any other way, but we really do have the 41 enemy system down to a science. So the idea is you have to kill every single enemy. Oh my god, I'm so low on nanotech. I had a run earlier today where I was over nanotech, and now I've got this run right now where I'm severely under nanotech. Sorry, I'm just complaining about things that you guys have no idea about. I can explain them, but I don't even know where I am. I'm so lost in thought. Where were we just talking about? Does anybody have a reminder for me?
Before this, we were talking about action platformers. There might have been something in between.
Who cares about that? So, yeah. I don't know. I think that in general, best is such a subjective term. I frankly don't care what people like. Listen, I'm also, speaking of being a hater, this one gets me into a lot of hot water, but I'm going to say it because I believe it with my whole heart. I think Metroid Prime is a bad game. I think it's a bad game. It's so...
I saw that in...
Sorry, go ahead.
I saw that in chat, and I was like, is this what it's gonna be? Is this what it's gonna be?
I hate Metroid Prime. It is such a bad game. I think it is so outrageously stupid. And so, okay, this is why. Okay, I need to give some context. When I was like, I want to say 19 or 20, I was bored during spring break in college, and I literally just sat down and beat all of Metroid Prime in 2 days, and I don't see where the fun is. I don't get it. What is the fun of backtracking through like a poorly designed map just so you can find like an item that was never explained properly, and like the HUD looks terrible. The only good thing, I'm gonna say it, the music in that game, 10 out of 10. I think it's incredible. Everything else about that game, my God, can I please just play anything else? Just anything else, please. Like, I swear to God, I'm not trying to be this much of a hater. But the good news is we did get the skill point. That is good. Very tricky skill point. But yeah, X-Scafe in chat saying, "You're so right, that game is garbage." You know, it's always so funny whenever Scafe agrees with anyone on anything, because he's notorious in my chat for having extremely divisive opinions. So you just never know with them sometimes. You know, you never know sometimes. Metroid Prime backtracking insists upon itself. God, that's so true, though. I know you're making a Family Guy joke, but it's so true, man. I don't want to, like, it's not good game design to have to backtrack through the same level 18 times. Ugh. Okay, anyway, it's fine. We don't have to keep talking about this. I don't I don't want to make it sound like I'm hating on people who like the game. I'm just so ridiculously opinionated, you know. This is just the kind of person I am. I can't stop myself from being like this.
This is how I feel about comic books.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever been much of a comic book person, but I do know people who are comic book people.
I love the concept that, like, these comic book characters have. I hate that we have a billion multiverses.
Yeah, okay.
I hate it with a passion.
That's so true, though. I mean, I think we can all agree that's real as hell. I mean, like, listen, I know it's like, at this point, it's like adult, like Disney stuff. You know what I mean? Like, we all have our favorites. We all have ones that we actually like. No matter what you feel about Marvel, or no matter what you feel about that kind of stuff, we all have a Marvel movie that we actually enjoy. You know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, I think we're all so fatigued with it. You know, I don't, like, I talked to so many people who are just like, how can you keep watching this stuff? Like, how does this stuff keep making this much money? It's crazy to me. But I don't know. I'm curious to hear from your perspective as a comic book guy, what about the series drives you drives you the most insane?
Just like the Avengers.
Like, what? Like, give me examples so that I can understand it a little bit more.
Okay. So I think kind of the thing, and now that you put me on the spot, and I don't know that I'm going to have good examples, but like, so, I've actually thought of a few, but I don't know that I can bring them up on stream because the plot points are that egregious.
Oh yeah, well, that's just comic book life, right? Like, that's just the people who see, like, even me, the person who just sees like comic book panels sometimes on TikTok when they scroll through my feed, you know, even I'm like, damn, this is wow, that is not PG.
No, there are some really bad ones. So I think just I want to stress this. I really do like I enjoy the characters, I enjoy the stories, but like, so there's, or so I guess like just like reboots and stuff. Like, I think we've had like 3 reboots in the past 10 years because it's just like, oh, we've told all of our stories, so let's just change everything. This is a new version with new stories. It's like, sure, I get it, but like, make a new character, I guess. Like, why are we telling the same, you know, origin story 10 times in a row? Why do we have, you know, 100 different versions of this character from like all these different universes? Like, just have a character, you know, make the stories, and then move on.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of, I feel like it's a lot like what's happening with the gaming industry right now. You know what I mean? Where it's like it feels like a lot of people are very desperate for new IPs that actually kind of help shake things up a little bit. But unfortunately, it seems like that's just kind of relegated to the indie section of Steam these days. You know what I mean? Where it's just like, oh, well, like, yeah, like big companies just aren't going to take risks and they're just going to keep doing what they know makes them a ton of money. And it's like, like I get it, but like, whatever, man. I think that's probably just where a lot of the people are with it. It's just like, whatever, man. But yeah, so I did just want to like, what was I talking about before? I forget. It must not have been very important. Oh yeah, I think I should at the very least give you all a fair idea of where we're at here in the run. The thing is, I have to farm to 60 raritanium. It's just a part of the game, and unfortunately, this is the fastest place to do it. The unfortunate part is, once again, it's luck-based. So any one of these things has a chance of dropping raritanium, but like the odds of a lot of them dropping raritanium very quickly is super, super low. My personal best segment for this is like something like 3 minutes, but you usually have to farm here for like 4.5 to 5 minutes. It's quite common. It's, again, not super exciting, but we are ramping up to some really crazy stuff. So if this part of the run in particular that you're just like, I don't know, man, seems like there's a lot of malarkey in here. I mean, you're right. You're right. You're not wrong about that. There is malarkey. But yeah, I mean, this category is also insanely difficult, and I think you all are going to see a lot of that very soon. One more raritanium. Come on, one for the boys. Oh, they never give it for the boys. What about one for the ladies? Okay, nothing there either. What about gamers of whatever identity makes them the happiest? Fantastic. All right. We stand people's rights to choose who they are, or to be who they are. I'm not saying this correctly. I swear my heart's in the right place. Okay, anywho, moving on from that. Now we're gonna, for the thems. They're excellently put, Ruby Doo. Thanks for saving my tail. But yeah, so I spend those 60 raritanium to buy the nuke, and the nuke is what's going to get us through a lot of the ship missions moving forward. Could you say again what the category involves? Yes, I can say that. So again, this is max percent is getting all 100%ing the entire game. Oh, hold on. I'm kind of messing up this movement trick here real quick. That into that. Fantastic. Okay. That's a little dicey. But that's just kind of one example of what you can do with the charge boots. Some of it requires a lot of precision, especially on PS3, where the movement system is a little bit tighter than it is on PS2. But yeah, so essentially 100% in the Ratchet & Clank games, there is no 100% counter. So you kind of have to just roll with what the community has defined as 100%, which is every single thing that that carries between playthroughs. So that is all platinum bolts, all skill points, and like a bunch of the items that you get throughout the playthrough here. A lot of the items don't matter because you have to pick them up individually every single playthrough. So it's one of those things where, yeah, I don't know. It's a kind of a loose definition, but it's the best that we've got. But something else that's very interesting about the PlayStation 3 version of Max Percent is that we also require you to level every single weapon up to the maximum level. And that is the interesting part, because in most playthroughs that anybody does of this game casually, you will have a lot of experience not having fun. It requires you to grind a lot. Like, pretty much one of the core memories that every single person who played this game growing up has is spending several days grinding all of your weapons, like non-stop, doing several... You basically had to do many playthroughs because it was the only reasonable way to level up all of your weapons to maximum. Oh yeah, we can't just clip through that dome right there. That's walls in this game are a suggestion. You're gonna see that a lot. But yeah, it's like that is a very, very painful process for anybody playing this game casually, leveling up all the weapons to maximum. You're going to see me do it in about 10 minutes. And we're going to do it in a way that is just extremely complex. This is what I mean when I say that like these games have gotten so ridiculously complicated. I'm going to rewrite the save file location of this game to put the values of my save file into lines of to put it in a layman's way, use lines of code that are not meant to act the way that they act. So what I'm eventually going to do is I'm going to route all of my bolts into the experience counter. So essentially what that would mean is that my experience counter will be tied to my bolt counter, and the higher my bolt counter is, the quicker my weapons will level up. So I'll eventually be getting hundreds of millions of bolts and using that to level up every single weapon in the game off of one enemy. It's a bit of a spoiler, but I just want to let you guys know what you're in for, because I don't really have the time. Like, it's so complex that it's best if I just say, oh, and now I'm doing that thing I talked about. You know, like I'm not really going to be able to explain a lot of it in layman's ways. So hacking, I could see why the average person would view it as hacking. It really is using in-game values to exploit data. I wouldn't necessarily call it hacking, because it is consistent and anybody can do it as long as you know what you're doing. It's information that you can use consistently to manipulate the game the way you want it to work. So it's not as if I've done any sort of like hacks or cheats or anything like that. It is very strictly, think of it like arbitrary code execution, just a little bit different. It's like I don't know. It's like how in Legend of Zelda you rewrite the code of the game as you're playing it. It's like that, but it's just slightly different than that. So I'll explain it as I go, but I want to make sure that you all know what you're prepared for. So the idea here is I'm very clearly out of bounds. This is meant to be a Clank section. No, don't die. Okay, thank God. This is also one of the scariest parts of the entire game, because if I die, it's extremely costly, and it's very easy to die here. So I'm going to use the camera as a physical actor to shove Ratchet upwards over and over to get him all the way up here. And then I'm just going to move through the rest of this using a decoy clip. Okay, good. That was a little dicey, but I wasn't actually 100% sure how to make that work, but I kind of guessed, and it kind of just happened to work out there. So that's how you beat the entirety of Aranos 2 from the out of bounds section of the run. Again, I am very sorry that I'm not doing a good job explaining everything as I go along. This is kind of the very common curse of Ratchet and Clank games. It's so hard to explain everything because there's just layers and layers and layers to every single trick that we do. And it's, by the time I'm fully done explaining everything, the trick has already happened. You know?
Yeah, you're like 4 tricks deep at that point. Like,
yeah, so it's like the visual references don't even make sense anymore. And I really do feel like this game is in many ways sort of similar to like the Trackmania effect, where it's like I can watch Trackmania and understand why it's hard. You know, I don't need some dude yapping about how difficult it is. I can look at it and be like, holy crap, they're playing really well right now. I feel like the same sort of thing happens in this game a lot, where it's like it's not always obvious what's happening, but you can at least see it and be like, okay, I kind of see the sauce. You know what I mean? So we're about to head to Gorn, and I don't know why I'm trying to pretend like I'm about to give insightful commentary here, because this is just a planet where I shoot more ships. I don't know. And I also almost hit the spacebar, but I once again refrained myself. That was like, I almost relapsed at that point, you know? Okay, so here we're going to use our nuke to soften up these ships, and then we're just going to use our missiles to blow up the rest of the ships. And that's the entirety of the commentary that I have for this planet. So, yeah, I think we can go back to yapping for a little bit. Oh, Oh, I did actually want to double check. So the way it works here on Games Done Quick, for those of you unaware, I'm gonna do Church. I'm gonna do your job for you for a second here.
Hell yeah!
There are at basically every hour we'll be taking a 5-minute break for the sake of promoting good health for gamers. You know what I mean? Like it's I think it's actually very respectable that GDQ is doing their part to try to promote that sort of thing. I feel like gamers don't think about that sort of stuff enough. But that does mean that we will be taking a break shortly. But I do want to know exactly how much time I have, just so I can mentally prepare for myself for the next couple of splits.
I mean, we're like a minute from the hour mark, but whenever's a good time, like if you've got a good time coming up in like 4 minutes, we can take it then.
Okay, if that's the case, let me do it in about 3 minutes here. Basically at the end of this planet, and then we can do it.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we can. In the meantime, we can talk about how we're going to calc out this next strat. Now, of course, calc, for those of you just joining us, calc is short for calculator. I'm using slang here. So this planet has a ship section here where I'm meant to shoot down 16 ships. So, I mean, I could keep count. If you want to keep count, you're more than welcome to, but it just doesn't matter. It just entails standing here and shooting. The real idea here is that I need to make sure that I'm topped up on the ammo for this gun for the upcoming boss fight. We're going to use this gun to do something quite interesting. Now, this boss has a reputation in the Ratchet and Clank series for being the absolute dumbest, most time-consuming, lamest boss in the entire series. On a casual playthrough, this normally takes about 10 to 15 minutes to beat this boss fight, because the idea is you just hop around from turret to turret, doing tiny, 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 minuscule amounts of chip damage until the robot hits certain health barriers, and then he breaks your turret, so then you have to go to the next one. So it's a frustrating fight. But we, in the speedrunning community, have a bit of a workaround for it. And if you've never seen this before, it is a little gross. So I'm going to restock on all ammo here real quick. So it's going to look a little funny, okay? It's going to look a little funny what we're going to do here. And we have a lot of names for this strategy in the community, but we're just going to call it... we're just going to call it something. That's what we're going to call it. We're going to call this strat something. And you're about to see why. So there's the robot. And you see I'm hopping into one of the many turrets scattered across the map. Here I actually may have screwed it up, but nope, we got it right. So this is the strategy. We just clip inside the boss's model. And we are shooting the boss, yes, but what's actually dealing the most damage to the boss at the moment is its own lasers. So it's really quite strange how they coded this something strat. Yeah, so I don't know. Once the robot is essentially done giving itself a laser circumcision of sorts, we just kind of move on. And I did hit the spacebar again out of habit, and I'm just going to call myself out now to awkwardly transition out of that conversation that I roped myself into. We're on Smolg now, and we're going to use some more momentum to get across some of these gaps here. This is going to look really cool. At least I hope it does. So we go across this little gap right here, and then we're going to cut across down over here. And there's supposed to be... This is actually the end of the level. We're going through the end of the level backwards to activate the end cutscene from a spot that is much more... well, it's just much faster to get there. I don't know. This it's just silly, you know? Like, it's very silly seeing some of these out-of-bounds strats that we have here in this game. And really, it goes to show that, like, what the developers had in store for us is really merely a suggestion. Oh, I forgot about the break time. Yeah, thank you for reminding me, Ashy. I was so engrossed with talking about the strat that I forgot about the break. So here I actually am at the end of the planet of this one as well. So once I reload, let's just take the break then, which will be coming up here in a couple of seconds. So I'll hit the reload button and we can start the break.
Cool.
Yeah, so like Zem said earlier, we take these breaks every hour or so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything they need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go, if you have missed out on any of our shows or events, you can go check them out over at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. They'll get uploaded there. We're going to take that quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes with more of the run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we're showing off some Ratchet & Clank games. We are in the middle of a run. Zem, whenever you're ready, if you want to just give a quick 3, 2, 1 countdown.
3, 2, 1, and we'll begin again. I don't know why I said it like that. Okay, we're going on. So we're going to go down out of Grelbin. So this is a kind of a new strat here. I decided I'm going to try to lock in for this next hour. I feel like I've been getting a little bit too off the rails. So I'm going to try to lock in a teensy tiny squish. That's a unit of measurement that sounds exactly like what it is. So we are going to try to do something here. So the idea is that we need to level up a weapon to beat the final boss. If we are a stone's throw away from coming face to face with the final boss, and I think a lot of people who have played this game will know this already. But if you haven't, the final boss of this game is a health sponge. It just soaks up damage. So we are doing a kind of a new strat here where we corral all these little dudes into one spot to level up the Spider-Bot glove. And so what's kind of funny, I'm doing two different things. Number one, I'm doing something called XP leeching. I'm firing a mini nuke and swapping to the Spider-Bot before the nuke goes off, and because I'm doing that, all the nuke XP gets funneled into the Spider-Bot. It's actually quite sick, and it's relatively new as well. There's another strat that's been known about for quite a long time. It's called, like basically, it's I don't know if there's really a name for it, but essentially the idea of it is that, I need to get these guys away from me for a second. Please don't hurt me. Okay, I need to get myself up into this roof. The idea is that when you reload the game, these little protopets here, are they? Okay. What are you guys doing? Okay. They just had some trouble breaking my decoy. This I'm a little nervous about. This should work. Nice. Okay. We managed to get the entire thing leveled up after 2 waves of enemies. And so what we did there was, when you reload the level, for whatever reason, those particular protopets, they give you 150% more experience than they normally do, which is why my XP bar just completely rocketed up to full. We don't really know why that sort of thing happens or why it was programmed that way, but we do know that it works, and we know that it was just designed that way. So there's only a few enemies that are like that. So this is going to be the final level of the first playthrough. There's 2 playthroughs that we do in this category. And I do have to give a very real, unironic seizure warning to anybody who is sensitive to flashing lights. There is a strategy coming up at the end of this planet that I will let you know when it happens. I will not leave you in the dark. But yeah, it is actually extremely hard on the eyes. And so if you're sensitive to that sort of thing, please be going to this next planet fully aware of that. Again, I will let you all know when that happens. And it involves the reason why this strategy even works in the first place. It's a very, very weird strategy. The idea is we're doing something called Spider-Bot stacking, where we throw one Spider-Bot down, and normally you can only throw one down and control it. It's like a little robot you can walk around and control. And normally you're only supposed to be able to do 1 at a time, but we have found a way to manipulate the game to allow us to control 2 at a time. And the game doesn't like that so much. So it does some very strange things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to clip here to get out of bounds to get to the end of the level. I have 1 more platinum bolt I need to pick up before I can finish this playthrough, and thankfully it is right over there. And now I'm going to do another camera proxy to get all the way up here, grab this, and now we're about to enter the final boss area. So, again, very real, very serious. I am not trying to pull the wool over your eyes to any capacity. I know I've been a bit of a jokester this stream. I would really seriously recommend looking away from your screens for the next 30 seconds if this is something that will bother you. So you have been warned. All right, I just wanted to make sure I do my due diligence. You have been warned. All right, so we throw the first spider bot down. We swap, we go back to the second spider bot, and here we go. Okay, you can look again. You're safe. Yeah, listen, I don't like having to do that. It's just fast. It's really annoying.
Yeah, I do not have issues, and that was that was something to watch.
Yeah, so I know I took it maybe a bit more seriously than people were thinking at first. Like, oh, it can't really be that bad, but I hope you see now it is that bad.
It is bad.
So here, it's actually interesting. So we are now in New Game Plus, and in New Game Plus, I really do have to lock in for about 36 minutes here. The idea is the in-game timer has reset, right? So it is essentially saying you have started a brand new game from zero. And I need to use that to my advantage on the save file location memory manipulation that I mentioned earlier. So I need to go very fast in the next 36 minutes. All that really means is I just need to not make any gigantic mistakes. Of course, this is Ratchet & Clank, and that's difficult. A strategy you're seeing me do right here, this is actually like an extremely easy strategy that any single one of you can do if you boot up your old copy of the game. If you're ever bored someday, what you do is you have to have beaten the game at least once. So you need to be in challenge mode, right? And what you do is you double jump, you pause the game, you go into first person mode, and if you're up against a wall, you can just lightly tap the square button and it just ascends you upwards. It's really strange. I don't really know why it does that. But it's pretty much the first trick anyone ever learns in this game. Because it's so easy and it's so powerful, you know? There actually is a lot of stuff you can do just by learning that. It's actually why I believe that Ratchet 2 New Game Plus is like probably the easiest category in the entire series to be able to just like dive into and do a run of. Because you can basically learn everything you need for that category in under an hour, because it's like 2 tricks and then you just get comfortable doing them in different spots. So it's actually quite cool. It's nice that there's a very beginner-friendly strat for that, and you will still see it sometimes. But the lore behind it is, it used to be everywhere because it was so powerful, and then we learned faster things, you know? We learned faster movement options. Like, for example, doing all of this. Again, one of those things where I could explain it to you, but you just saw what that looked like, and that was really cool looking, so you kind of get it already. So the idea, to kind of give you guys some sort of idea of what you're watching, the momentum is kind of based on a lot of things. So primarily it's the charge boots. When I double tap R1, I charge forward. And you can cancel these charges and do momentum tricks out of them. Which is, it breaks the game wide open, because you can just go wildly out of bounds in so many creative and cool ways and really make something happen with it, you know? Like, the whole idea is, like, this game operates at its best when you know how to chain every single option together in, like, fractions of seconds, you know? And anytime, because we're not perfect and because we're not deterministic, we will make mistakes and we will do things we don't mean to do. Oh, yeah. That's a strat that skips a planet. You press triangle and down 1 frame apart from one another, but sometimes it's tricky to do. But yeah, the idea is that because you have so many options in front of you, the true peak of Ratchet & Clank excellence is having such strong fundamental tech skill that you always know what options are in front of you. It's like switches flickering back and forth in your head every time something goes the way you don't expect it to. You know, it's such a cool game series to see speedruns of. And if you all are actually enjoying this run even a little bit, I really recommend, like, obviously I'm going to shout myself out. You can feel free to follow my channel, Zem92, XEM92. You can feel free to follow me there because I do a lot of this, and I make a lot of cool stuff on these games. There's also plenty of other Ratchet & Clank runners that you should take a deep dive into if you're curious. You know, like, just do it one at a time. I really recommend, honestly, you got Killa Lombax coming up here after this run is over. Killa will be running Tools of Destruction, which is the flagship PlayStation 3 Ratchet & Clank game. But yeah, so you'll get to see a little bit of the old, a little bit of the, well, also old, but a little bit newer. But yeah, like, you know, there's just so many amazing runners of these games, and you'll find them streaming at all hours on Twitch. So like, if you're ever curious about a specific Ratchet game, you know, you can just like check it out. Just like be curious about it. Be like, oh, you know, I remember playing a Crack in Time as a kid. I always enjoyed that game. I wonder if anybody's run that recently. And spoiler alert, no, not really. But you know, sometimes there are people who are running to a Crack in Time, and then you get to check that out. Or maybe you'll find, you know, like somebody else going for world record in some other category. Zem, what does calc mean? I forgot. Oh yeah, I know. I know I used slang earlier. Calc is short for calculator. I'm trying to keep it hip with the kids, you know. I hear people saying terms like calc a lot, so that's what I'm trying to do too. But yeah, oh, somebody's asking why we're playing on Japanese. It may not be super obvious, and I actually didn't explain that. I completely forgot to even like mention that I was playing on Japanese. The idea is Japanese is no faster than any other version of the game, in theory. In practice, the big difference between Japanese and other versions of the game is that the Bolden nanotech, which is it's a notorious nanotech in this game because people will always report saying that sometimes, quote, it just wasn't there, man. And the idea is that the Bolden nanotech, much to the ignorance of many people, is only there every other hour. So it's very annoying to have to work around that, especially if you're just like resetting runs. And so Japanese is the most consistent to play on because the Bolden nanotech is always there. There's no time-based garbage. So it's essentially just a quality of life increase. That's the main reason. I think I've heard like murmurings of people say that it doesn't crash in certain spots, but I don't know if I'm just making things up. I think I'm just being a chatter right now and just like making up information and then lying about it online.
So when you say it's only there every hour, is that every like system clock hour or every game time hour?
Oh, every system clock hour.
Brutal.
Yeah, so it's really annoying. In theory, you would just set your clock to whatever you wanted before you started runs, but then of course, if you reset an hour into your session, like
you have to restart your console.
Yeah, you got to restart the whole thing. You got to do everything like that. And then all of a sudden you're like, you know, you're singing the song and dance. You got the oh, you know, you're just like running around like a Gen Alpha meme, like with your head cut off, just trying to reset your PS3. And
are we
so
in
like
Gen Alpha already? Oh my god.
We are in Gen Alpha. That's where we're at, Church. Not only are we old, we're really old.
I feel like my back just broke. Oh my god.
But yeah. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's the thing is, I just really appreciate being able to still keep up with the ways in which these games keep advancing, because I feel like speedrunning, it's not quite the same thing as like competitive sports where it's like, you know, you have a prime, you have certain pockets of your life that you're just like, you know, you'll be at your best and that's it, you know. I think with speedrunning it's a little bit different than that, but I do also think that like the big litmus test for most speedrunners is whether or not speedrunning continues to matter to them as they start gaining more perspective on life. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like most of the speedrunners that I've seen leave are people who are like, wait a minute, this doesn't really like bring me joy anymore. And so they pursue other hobbies, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, I still think it's like, this is one of those things where I'm so happy that even though now I'm at the point in my life where other things do matter to me a lot, and I do have other hobbies to help like balance and stabilize myself more as a human being. I'm just very happy that I'm still able to keep up with the new school Ratchet runners. You know what I mean? Like I'm happy that I'm giving it my all to try to like do what I can to reach that level again that they've really pushed it to. You know, I think it's super dope. But yeah, so oh, by the way, if again, I told you all before that horrible Barlow trick that I triple frame perfect that I spent like 2 minutes on. We get to do it again here. So really fun to have to do it 2 times in a run, especially right now when it actually quite matters a lot if I do this quickly. Because again, I need my in-game timer to reflect certain numbers so I can rewrite the data values of this game. So I'm gonna focus up a little bit here. That's not going to work either. That's not going to work. That is so stupid. Okay. I'm restarting the race. New school Ratchet runners are what? 40? Old school Ratchet runners. I'm the oldest by a pretty substantial margin. I'm 31. It's really not agreeing with me right now. Most people in the community right now are somewhere between like 16 and 21. So I'm kind of the old man. And I would say most of the runners, even in my generation when I was like 22, a lot of the other runners, again, were like somewhere between like 16 and 21. So I would say the average age of the Ratchet runner hasn't increased. I've just stuck around. I'm like a remnant of the past. I refuse to let go. No, but it actually is pretty cool. I would say that like it actually feels really sick being an underdog again in a lot of ways, you know? Like I think for a long time a lot of the relationship that I had with these games became really strained because I kept feeling like I had to live up to certain standards as somebody who had been in the community for a long time. But now that I've taken a lot of space from the games and come back recently, I feel like I don't really have much to prove to anybody other than myself, you know? It feels nice. Okay, this is a little rough. I really wish I didn't lose all that time, but I can still make this work if I play perfectly for the rest of this. So it's one of those things, you'll hear me say that a lot. Like, I'm the kind of speedrunner who I really firmly believe that if you want to be the best, you have to have the mentality of the best. And so I think that like for the last couple of weeks, my stream has kind of been seeing me regain a lot of mental composure, where like at first I was getting really tilted because like, I don't know, I was just frustrated by the mistakes that I had been making, you know, and it felt bad to know what to do but not be able to fix it. But now I'm slowly starting to regain a good mindset with these games, and I'm starting to take things more in stride. And a big thing that I really believe in is the desire to win. I think a lot of speedrunners play sometimes, especially when they're really far ahead of their personal bests, they'll play to not lose. You know, they'll play to like make sure they don't lose tons of time on the really hard trick. Maybe they'll take a safer backup. Maybe they'll take this, that, or the other thing. I am firmly at the point in my speedrunning career where I love to believe that I have that innate ability in me to clutch any bad situation. You know, I feel like it's just something you have to feed. You know what I mean? Like you have to feed that part of your brain because, like, I don't know, like how else are you supposed to believe in yourself? You know, like you kind of have to just like mentally trick yourself a little bit into believing that you're capable of doing it until it finally clicks. You know, you got to keep putting yourself in positions where like you get the, like clutching is not luck. You have to put yourself in the position to clutch. You know what I mean? Like it's a skill. And so I try to like think of it that way nowadays. So even though I lost like a full minute and that's kind of bad, it really will be okay as long as I don't mess up anything super hard from this point forward. And I think like, oh, somebody was saying that I'm the 92nd version of Zem. I do have to give some background lore. A lot of people ask me why my username is Zem92. It's because I'm the 92nd model of Zems. The first 91, I assimilated all of them. And someday a Zem93 will pop out from the shadows to try to assimilate me. And it will then be my divine duty to make sure that I fight him to the death. So that is just simply how it works. It's the rules of nature, you know? You don't have to love it, but you can't change it. So Yeah, I don't know. I really do believe in that speedrunning is at least 50% mental. So, and if you're wondering why I'm talking so much about cycles and things like that, again, I'm about to do a trick where I rewrite the game's. Let's just keep it simple. This is a little inaccurate, but I'm gonna completely simplify it for the sake of people who can't really fully who are not going to be able to fully understand it because they just don't have the context. We're essentially rewriting the code of the game as we're playing it. It's not quite that, but it's pretty much that. And the way that I'm going to do that is I need to be at a certain point in the game at a certain time in the amount of frames that I have played the game. So these frame cycles run on 18-minute cycles. So if I... wait. Nice. Nice. Okay, that's a really scary part right there. If I mess up too hard and I don't make this cycle, I can lose a lot of time. Oh, I knew I hit the checkpoint, but how? I've been doing this mistake lately, and I don't understand how to fix myself from doing it, because I thought I didn't do it, but I accidentally hit the checkpoint in the room. I was supposed to die and spawn back here, but for some reason that didn't happen. I don't know why. I'm gonna have to review that later. This and the next planet that I'm about to go to are two of the hardest movement-based planets in the entire run. And it's really scary because if you mess up their very precise movement stuff, you can really lose a lot of time. So this one is by far the Widowmaker. So I'm going to have to focus up a little bit here. All you need to understand for this trick is these out-of-bounds slopes that I'm about to traverse over, none of them make any sense, and you have to memorize the patterns for all of them. So it is not very visually obvious. You're going to see it in a second here. So the way that we do it is I'm going to restock on all ammo. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to cut across this gap and do a side flip over to here. I'm going to get these guys out of my way. And then I'm going to first-person wall climb up this and just go 1, 2, 3, make it over to the out-of-bounds area. And now here we are. We are fully out of bounds. And we're doing this to skip a train sequence. That wasn't perfect. It was good enough, but it wasn't perfect. So, you know, I'm basically, if any of you have seen that episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog, where Courage has to learn to be perfect, there's that one weird, I don't even remember what it was, but it was like a really creepy thing in Courage's dream that went, "You're not perfect." Like, that's what I think of every time I make some sort of slight inaccuracy. But we got through the whole of it, and thank God I was talking because it helped me keep my mind off of how stressful that is. It's funny, a lot of people say, like, oh, as a speedrunner, don't you think you would be able to play better if you focused a bit more on what's actually happening in the run? And for me, the answer is absolutely not. I operate best in flow state, and so I have to, distract myself with stuff. So I'm so yappy. I'm for those of you who came here and this is just a childhood favorite game of yours, and you're watching because you think it's cool, but you wish I would stop talking. I'm so sorry. You're just gonna have to deal with my yappiness for a little bit. But I also appreciate all of you who are down for the yapping. So again, there's just a lot of really interesting movement here. And something else I should mention is that any single one of these enemies will kill me in one hit. So I have to be very careful. Okay. So we got through that planet just fine as well. You can see, though, that the level of depth of the movement is really taking off right now. You know, you can really see that it's getting much more complex, even if you don't fully understand how it all works. None of it's really that easy. It's stuff that runners, we really do train. The average, to give you all an example, the average amount of time it takes for somebody to go from brand new to very good at a Ratchet & Clank game, especially if it's a really competitive category, I want to say the gestation period is usually somewhere between 9 and 12 months. You know, it is not the kind of thing that people just get into and get good at quickly. You know, you have to really develop a relationship with these games if you want to be at the absolute top level. But that's what's so cool, is that everyone's relationship with the games is different. You know, my relationship is different than for example, the world record holder of this category. His username is Emeralv, and he's just like a random 16-year-old kid from Australia. He started out speedrunning Ratchet and Clank Size Matters, which is like, it has competition and it has its own history, but it's not known for being like a super competitive game. But then he was just like, nah, you know what? I want to prove that I can also be the best at one of the mainstream Ratchet games. And he did it, you know, and that was something that he put his mind towards, and he did it. And now he's pretty much the undisputed #1 Ratchet 2 runner right now. I'm trying to do what I can to put a dent in that. But again, I'm quite rusty overall, so it takes me a little bit. It's going to take me a little bit of time to get back up to that level. But it's an exciting journey, you know. That's what's so exciting about it, is that, like, I don't know, if you love this kind of hobby and you view it as something meditative, yeah, you're going to enjoy doing that kind of stuff for 9 to 12 months. I don't know. I get why people have mixed opinions on speedrunning as a hobby. I know some people think it is super cool and some people don't really get it. But I think I'm trying to do what I can to shift the conversation, at least, like, for example, in my YouTube videos. I want to shift the conversation to more of it being like kind of an art form. You know, you don't really have to get art, but like you can, like, it's at least respectable that people want to make it. You know, I think people just don't see speedrunning that way just yet. They don't see that it's like a craft that people use as like an extension of themselves, you know? It really truly is like a hobby that is exactly whatever you specifically want out of it, you know? How many times does that happen in the world? I don't know. I did get another frame perfect trick there. I got a frame perfect nuke storage, so I was able to fire off a nuke and then trick the game into giving me another nuke that I then completely blew in the wrong direction and very nearly wasted. So, you know, you get the good, you set yourself up with the good so that when you get the bad, you're ready for it, you know? Thankfully, it's not super complicated. I was actually labbing setups for that, and I kind of forgored my setup. So I got to go back in the lab on that one. I'll do that sometime this weekend. So this is actually probably one of the more nerve-wracking spots in the game. We have to do these little races where you fly through these rings, and the rings are kind of, I don't know, it's just a tricky, it's literally just Superman 64, you know, you just go through all the rings and get to the end. The thing is, if you want the platinum bolt, which we need to 100% the file, you can't miss any of the rings. And so runners actually do practice doing this at very high speeds. I'm doing it at kind of a medium speed because I don't want to completely risk losing the run to just missing a ring and dumping 40 seconds. I kind of have to be a little bit more careful with that now that I've lost the full minute on that triple frame perfect strat. But yeah, I'd say overall this NG Plus section has gone quite well so far. I would say that we are definitely on pace at this point to get the fastest possible cycle when we do what's called quit exploit. Again, I'll explain a little bit more about that as we're doing it. But yes, we are going to be completely rewriting the code of this game to do what we want it to do. It's all being set up right now over the course of this run, but it's very specific with how it all works. Okay, so this planet is quite scary. And the reason it's scary is because I need to make sure that I kill these squirrels and make sure that none of the squirrels kill any of the tourists, and make sure that I kill the secret squirrels that are hiding around the map. So basically these squirrels will ruin your run. You have to get a skill point for keeping all the tourists safe as they do this tour. And I'm kind of on a bit of a timer here to kill all these guys. I think I got them all over there. Yes. Okay, now I need to go back very quickly here because another one is about to spawn out of this tree. And we take care of him. Stupid squirrel. Oh, gee, I hope nothing happens to these tourists. Yeah, dude, it would really, really suck if all of them exploded in some sort of freak accident at the end of their tour. But there's no way that would happen, right, everybody?
Yeah, absolutely no way.
Yeah, certainly not due to the carelessness of the person who is trying to protect them. So we also have to blow up all of these rockets because there's a skill point for blowing up the rockets too. So the tourists are finishing up their tour. I'm getting the last of the rockets, and we should be meeting basically the exact same cycle here. So now all these tourists are safe. I'm going to come over here. And surely surely with all of these tourists bunched up like this, nothing bad will happen to them. Well, anyway, you know, accidents happen. Yeah, I don't know. It's actually funny. I want to point out that the strat that I did there was actually like, there was a faster strat I could have done to save a little bit more time that would have avoided killing the tourists. But I intentionally went out of my way to kill them just for spite because they've ruined enough of my runs in the past. So,
They
you know
what they did.
They know what they did. They know what they did. Yeah. Listen, if anybody saw me here, no, you didn't. Okay? No, you didn't. So now we're going to go through the rest of this mission, and there's a third skill point we've been trying to juggle the entire time as well, which is sheeping 16 squirrels. Now, interestingly enough, because of PS3 memory storage, I was able to kill 7 squirrels in the first playthrough of this run, and now on the second playthrough in New Game Plus, I can just kill 9 more squirrels instead of all 16. It's kind of cool. And that works for a lot of these skill points, but you won't normally do them across playthroughs unless you're doing a very, very specific thing. We're going to throw a decoy there to keep this guy from killing us. And then we're going to grab the trophy here. Grab this. So was there a reason to off the tourists, or is that just a meme? Listen, man, it's not just a meme, okay? It's not. There's emotional turmoil that they have caused me, okay? This is revenge. What, you think this is a joke? You think this is some sick prank? Okay, so we get the skill point there. I'm gonna prevent myself from going down this rabbit hole. Because frankly, you just asked him. Yeah, Mr. Brist, you asked a very normal question. I'm not gonna put you on blast like this.
Zem was about to go down a Joker monologue.
Yeah, I was about to go on my Jonkler arc. So these are the last 2 planets coming up here before I do the memory manipulation. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to go through this like we did the first time around, and I'm just going to try to do the movement perfectly and feel really good about myself if I get it. I got all the movement perfectly. That felt really good. Okay, so now we're going on. Now we're going into Aranos 2, which is we have to go to space jail. Listen, it happens to everybody at some point. If you haven't gone to space jail yet, well, I've got some bad news for you. So we have to bust out of space jail, and so we're just going to do that by clipping through walls. You saw this if you paid attention in the first playthrough. We're just going to do the same exact stuff again. Yeah, I'm actually starring in Jonkler 2. I don't know if I told any of you about that. They had to market it as Joaquin Phoenix, or else nobody would watch it. But you know, we all know who the real Jonkler here is. So yeah, I think in particular, I actually feel quite nervous about this specific planet because just today, there was a mistake that I made on this planet that killed my ability to get the cycle and thus my run that I have not made in about 9 years. So, you know, sometimes, unfortunately, with a category this long, you don't just make new mistakes, you make every mistake at some point. So, we're going to go through here. Oh my goodness, don't kill me, please. I did just hit myself with my own bomb, but that's okay. And I did just die, and that's not okay. Okay, let's clutch up here. I gotta focus up. This is literally the last place I can lose the cycle. So I want to make sure I do it right, especially because I messed it up earlier today. So the idea here is we're in first-person mode. We're just going to climb through the level. And this is what I mean by saying that even though a lot of things have been routed out from the first-person mode era, some stuff still actually remains. And this is a good example of that. Now this right here is where I messed up. You have to ride along the wall here, get on top of the wing, and then ride the other wing to get to the end point. And I messed up that specific charge right there. And that is a charge that when you mess it up in a run, way back when you first start running this category, it essentially traumatizes you so much that you never want to make that mistake ever again, because it's such a stupid mistake to make. And it's right at the end of a really hard section. So I guess I basically had to reopen the old scars just to remember what it felt like. But it happens, you know? I hate to say it, like, you know, I really don't think speedrunning is a masochistic hobby, but I do think that there's like certainly tendencies where it's just like you kind of have to love the idea of learning through something really bad happening to you. You know what I mean? Like you kind of have to just accept that there's going to be things in these runs that you're going to mess up that you had absolutely no preparation for whatsoever. Something is just going to go horribly wrong, and you have to be okay with that. So here is where we're going to do the memory manipulation. So my bolt range is actually quite high. So I'm going to do mission 2 3 times. I'm mostly vocalizing this to the people who know how this trick works already, but to those of you who are a little out of the loop, so I'm currently on planet Gorn. That's the right planet ID. I have been playing the right amount of frames. I am in the right number of challenge modes, right? These are all things that the game writes to its memory when it's saving your file. And what I'm going to do is, with my exact bolt count being between 986,000 and 1.048 million bolts, I'm going to create another save file and put it away for later. And then I'm going to put my bolt count between 1.048 million and 1.114 million. I think it's either 1.114 or 1.116. And then I'm going to quit the game. So we're going to do mission 2 1 time. We're going to do mission 2 2 times. We're going to do mission 3 3 times, and then we're going to check our bolt count just because I'm not used to this exact bolt range. Let's take a look-see here. Again, 986,000 is the magic number. Where are we? 988,000. So we can save over top this file now. And we're going to put this away for later. And now we're going to do mission 2 2 more times. So we're going to do it once. And we're going to do it twice. And yes, I did calc that exactly. And as I'm quitting the game, I am going to remind you all that calc is short for calculator. I was just using slang, you know, in case if any of you are new to the stream. So calc is short for calculator. Just making sure that you're all in the loop, okay? I want to be a responsible streamer, okay? Got to make sure you're all knowledgeable about these things. So now we're going to re-enter the game after quitting, and that is the trick. I've done everything. The trick has already happened. All I need to do now is do mission 2 one more time to trigger an autosave. And then I'm going to go to Tabora, the desert planet. And the desert planet is where this whole operation is going to come together. Because what's going to happen is it is going to overflow my crystal count to roughly 30,000 crystals. And you, when you trade in crystals in the desert in New Game Plus, you get 10,000 bolts per crystal. So I am about to make 300 million bolts just from quitting the game. And again, as a reminder to everybody, in quitting the game, I have also tied my XP bar to my bolt count. So anything over 80 million bolts, I can now upgrade every single item in the game off of one enemy. But that's not all. I have more strats that I'm going to be doing here. So now I'm just going to buy with my insane hoard of wealth. I'm going to buy every weapon in the game. And what I'm going to do now is something called experience leeching. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to set up my quick select so that all the weapons that I need for the rest of the game are in their correct spots. I'm going to pull out the Rhino, and I'm going to trigger one more autosave and then die. But I'm going to make the most of this because I can actually pick up 2 items while I'm doing this. So I'm going to first proxy over this mountain wall and charge down here to pick up a platinum bolt. This triggers the autosave. So this platinum bolt, obviously you're not supposed to get it the way that I got it. But thankfully, we don't really... I mean, we have to pick it up because it's the platinum bolt. But what's more important is that it gives us an autosave. And so now that we have an autosave, we're just going to take a death here. So we're going to long jump down here, and while dying, we're going to grab this nanotech that's hiding right here. And now comes the fun part. Again, this is called experience leeching. What I'm going to do is I'm going to kill enemies with one weapon, switch to a different weapon, and all the experience is going to get funneled into that weapon instead. So even though I did not throw the chopper one time, just by killing that enemy with the Rhino and swapping weapons, it leeches all the XP into the right weapon. And you can see all of that juicy experience levels every weapon up in one hit. So this is how we're going to upgrade every single item in the game in less than 10 minutes. Keep an eye on Zem's armor. It'll change every so often. Yeah, a couple funny things are going to happen here now that we're active in Quit Exploit. You're going to see my armor start to do some weird stuff. So right now, I did not buy, this is like the base armor, or no, this is like the level 1 armor. I didn't buy this. I did not buy this armor. This is armor that the game has given to me because I'm underflowing and overflowing lots of different values. Again, all of this is quit exploit related, you know? So I've very nearly leveled up every weapon in the game already, at least to their first upgrade. There's a few more that I'm going to be doing throughout the desert, but this strat is just so insanely powerful. Something else to notice, and this is something that like is a little bit more low-key, you kind of just like realize it at some point. Every time I get an autosave, so for example, when I pick this platinum bolt back up, my health is going to shrink all the way down to like 3 bars. You're going to see it right here. And I'm going to use this to take a death right here. This happens every single autosave. I wonder, can I leech again off of these guys? Yes, I can. Oh my god, I've never thought about this before. I can just leech off of all these guys again and level all my weapons without having to take away from my actual crystal collection. Okay, let me see here. Does this work for the Clank Sapper? It should. No, it does not. Okay, I need the Clank Sapper to kill something then. What I'm going to do is, first I'm going to buy all the things I need to upgrade. So we can level everything again. And again, this is just very complex stuff. Like this is the part that makes the category really, really hard. You know? It's knowing the exact right spots to handle these sorts of things. So now at this point, see, now the Clank Sapper has killed an enemy. Meaning that now that's also upgraded. I'm going to put a shield on. I kind of need the Clank Sapper to stop working as well as it is. The Clank Sapper is kind of a killing machine when it's upgraded. And I need it to not be a killing machine for a while, so I'm just going to let it kill enemies until it runs out, and then I'm going to worry about leveling everything up. It's all just like doing everything optimally in this category is this beautiful juggling act where it's like if you get everything wrong the large majority of the time, but sometimes you don't. Sometimes you get a little bit better and it all starts flowing so much more, you know, and it's like that's just progress. While I'm doing all this, I know this is like kind of like a mentally intense section of the run, but I really do want to like talk to you all as well and like get like any more like questions, comments, or concerns any of you may have about like anything that you're currently witnessing. Some of this really is just completely insane. Like I just don't know how to tell you all other than that it's just complete insanity. Here, let me see. I gotta upgrade this. Rhino again. Clank Zapper is still going, so I would like it to stop doing that. Maybe the Synthenoids here. Maybe this is a good idea. I'm kind of playing around with this, you know what I mean? I have to play around a little bit because I'm still in the testing period of this category. All right, so these guys have upgraded. Now I need the shield to upgrade. Ideally, before my Killanoids, just murder everything. Thank goodness. Okay, now we can move again. We have now upgraded every weapon in the game once, and we're going to upgrade a lot of them a second time. So let me see here. Who found quit exploit and how did they do it? That is a fantastic question. See, something you have to understand about Ratchet and Clank speedrunning is that most insane things in this community are found by complete accident. I actually know the entire history of how we originally found quit exploit, and I don't want to give away too much because I am explaining that history in my next YouTube video. I'm making a YouTube video as we speak about the history of Ratchet 3's worst planet. And I have had to do so much research to understand everything that's happened in this game. But to give you guys a very brief synopsis and to let the video speak for itself later, because I don't want to, you know, ruin my own equity as a YouTuber, it was found by complete accident. One day, somebody was just goofing around and they quit the game and then everything broke. And then from there, it was like, okay, well, we broke everything, but how the hell did we break everything? You know, and then it just becomes this like arms race of like, you know, figuring out, okay, so now we know we can do this here, but what about more applications? What's more things we can do with it? Can we continue testing? You know? So it really, like, we have found so many applications for quit exploit. We can actually use quit exploit, and I'm not even kidding. You can use quit exploit to put the levitator from Ratchet 2 into Ratchet 3. If you try to use it, it crashes the game immediately, but you can actually do that. So it's just like, it's truly insane. I would go so far as to say that quit exploit has done more for Ratchet speedrunning than any trick in a very long time. I don't know, I'm trying to think of anything that's even remotely close. I mean, quit exploit is the reason why everything was even able to progress in the first place. We needed quit exploit to kind of show us what categories could be. So yeah, I don't know, it's like, it's weird to say, you know, it's really weird to say. I need these things to stop being such killing machines. Let's see. Is there similar exploits in other Ratchet games? It works similarly, and it works in nearly the exact same way in Ratchet 3. But as far as I'm aware, Ratchets 2 and 3 are the only games that have quit exploit at the moment. At the moment. That's a big disclaimer. Please bear in mind, at the moment. We don't know for sure. Anything can change in this hobby. We've learned that for a fact.
If you're watching this in 2 years and they have it, well, we didn't, so play off.
Yeah, exactly. The Church, I'm actually curious, like, what are there games that you've seen that sort of, like, I don't know, I'm curious because I don't know people's speedrunning history. I want to know, like, are there games that you have seen things similar to this in?
Alright, my default answer is yes. I know I've definitely seen them. Let me try and think of what they are. I don't think I've ever seen them quite this extensive.
Yeah.
I know... so some of the indie stuff I run... So, nothing that was usable, but in one of the Zaboid games I ran in the arcade on the Ranks of Crucibles of Darkness 3, you could technically... So you could manipulate your... So it was an RPG, like an 8-bit RPG.
Yeah.
And you could do some save manipulation to manipulate your position on the overworld map, but it... As far as I could ever tell, you could only get it to, like, the starting area, which did not help because as soon as you leave the starting area, that map is useless. You can't leave ever.
Yeah.
I know I've definitely... Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's such a strange, like, I feel like it's such strange territory for a game to ever get to that point. I'm being also reminded by one of the members of the Ratchet community, Pentali, that Hollow Knight has something very similar. Which I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know a whole lot of Hollow Knight other than like the Sha and Bapanada. Those are the only two things in my brain when I think of Hollow Knight right now. Like the things that the random cool bug characters say. I don't know a whole lot about the speedrun. I'm gonna take Pentali's word for this. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's just cool. I think it's cool that we can find this stuff. And in this game specifically, I want to point out that the reason why any of this works is because someone messed up, and I'm not even kidding, one line of code. It was literally one line of code that got messed up. When Idle Minds was porting this, they forgot to put they forgot to put in the line of code that checks whether or not a certain, like, 8 bytes of data, I think it is reading 0000 to 000D, or like 000A to 000D. It forgot to check to make sure that the lines of code were reading that. And because of that, we were able to just mess up everything. This is... Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. No, after you.
I was like, I know there's a game that does something like this. Pokemon, with the, no save corruption, glitches, where you can, basically bleed the memory into the RAM and then just do whatever you want. That's sort of similar.
Yeah, it's kind of similar. It's interesting because I don't think there's anything about Quit Exploit specifically that you can really be like, yeah, this is like exactly like this. It's just kind of similar to a lot of stuff, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's a great, like, it is very similar to a lot of other strategies, but yeah, I don't know that I could match it one-to-one to anything else.
Yeah. Moral of the story, don't trust idle minds to do anything. That's messed up, man. Ragey, that's so messed up, dude. You can't, they did better than any of us could have.
Yes.
Like, come on.
Kind of on the same line of the, like, they just missed one thing. Did you ever play Command & Conquer Renegade?
No. But, well, maybe, like, as a kid, yeah. But, like, once, maybe.
Yeah, so, for those who don't know, Command & Conquer Renegade is the only first-person shooter in the Command & Conquer series. And,
oh, I did play that game. It's terrible.
Hey, it's a great game.
Don't worry, we'll hash this one out later.
And, hey, can we cut the stream real quick? We're done here. Regardless it's fine, it's fine. Look, I like it. I understand why other people want it. It is a very... I mean, it's an FPS that was made in an RTS engine, so, like, I get it. But, so, in Renegade, they forgot to disable one of the dev tools, which
okay.
I don't know if a lot of people know it, because it's not... I mean, it's sort of helpful. So, when you open the map, if you hold control, it will change your cursor, and then you can just click anywhere on the map, and it'll teleport you there.
Are you serious? Wait, that's insane.
Absolutely serious.
That's completely insane.
That is. So
how could they possibly, like, anybody QA test that? Like, what's going on here?
I have to assume that just, like, when they ported it, they just forgot to turn it off because, you know, like, the reason I guess I found it by accident. Like, I do sometimes use it in marathon runs where it's so you can, like, get stuck in geometry and it's like, okay, well, I either reset or I could just teleport to a close spot. So I assumed they were, like, using it to, like, do something like that, and then just they didn't turn it off when they pushed that last bit of code. And this is, like, I mean, this is still the internet era, but, like, this is 2001, 2002, so it's not like you could patch things easily. So even if they did find it, it's like, well, sucks to suck.
Yeah, it kind of does suck to suck, doesn't it? Am I going to the right spot here? No, I need to go to Indako. My sixth sense was telling me I was doing something wrong, but I couldn't remember what. Normally, when I do this game, I have my splits up, so I can always refer to that to know where I have to go next. But this is, I guess, technically speaking, the first time I'm doing all of it from memory. So I'm going to be a little slow on it, but see me in like a week and I won't mess that up ever again.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, this is actually a bit of a tricky planet, I want to just point out. The whole idea behind it is that you have to destroy all the breakables, which is why we do it after beating the Uzla swamp monster boss, because you get the box breaker, which is a gadget that lets you hyperstrike on the ground and break everything in front of you. So it makes this particular section of the run a lot easier. The problem is that I don't know, it's just a little bit tricky. You kind of have to know where you're going and not clip through some bad walls or anything like that, which is easy enough to do most of the time. But I actually had a really funny mistake on this when I was doing runs earlier this week, where through some, like, cataclysmically horrible menuing, I managed to quit the game again. and like I literally was just trying to go out of first person mode, and I quit the game and lost a minute and a half, and it was really funny. So yeah, I'm gonna basically do everything in my power. It was literally right here as well. It was literally this exact spot where I did it. And so I'm never gonna forget that one because I felt like an absolute moron for doing that. But yeah, the rest of this is actually, for the most part, pretty simple. I feel like I haven't gone on a tangent in a while, and I feel like it's not that I feel like I need to go on a tangent, but like it's almost like the tangent like is starting to speak through me a little bit, you know? Like I'm starting to feel the need to be yappy about something. Is there, Church? I know we talked a little bit before the show. Is there any like conversation point that you feel we desperately need to hit during this?
I mean, I want to point out that everybody should follow Zem, because Zem is one of the best streamers out there.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I don't know. I just think it's really, really cool to be able to share this, and I'm very, very grateful to be here with you all today. This is I was saying at the beginning of the run that this is the first time that I have done, you know, any sort of like this is the first time in a while that I've done something in speedrunning that's taken me out of my comfort zone. You know, it's very easy to be comfortable on your own stream. It's not as easy to be comfortable around this many people, you know, even for somebody with as much experience. I guess, like, for those of you who don't know, I used to be a professional opera singer before I was ever a streamer, which maybe explains why I'm so yappy all the time. But I don't know, like, I just think it's important to use my skill strength, or my skills that I've developed as a performer over the years. I try to use that to just make the streams more accessible and more entertaining to everybody, you know? Like, I just think it's important. So whether or not you, like, I know some people in this stream, maybe if this is the first time you're seeing like me do anything, maybe you like me, maybe you don't. You know, I can't really convince you either way. I thought I saw some dude who wrote like a hate comment towards me earlier, but then they got absolutely owned by the mods, so I appreciate whoever did that. But I get that I'm not everybody's cup of tea, you know what I mean? Like, that's just life. But like, at the very least, I am a firm believer that like, when it comes to creating content, when it comes to streaming, you really just have to put forth whoever you are and be like absolutely sure that that's just going to be enough for people. You know, I feel like a lot of people don't. I feel like a lot of people are afraid to do that, you know, and I guess my goal as a streamer is just kind of show people that you don't have to be anything other than yourself. So I don't know. I just that was the perfect amount of yappy. I feel like I yap so much about nothing. So that feels good. Thank you for that, Church. I appreciate it. If I'm not mistaken, we're gonna have to take a break again in the near future.
Yep.
Okay, so let's do it then after this planet is over.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, and thankfully there's no like pressure to make any certain time barrier anymore, so we're all good. Let's see here. Oh, I'm so glad I got that one. That one is that particular bit of movement is my biggest weakness as a runner of this game right now. Mid-air long jumps to the left. It's such a simple. You learn mid-air long jumps like your first week of learning the game these days, you know. But like, it's just so funny. But like, because like I'm still so bad at them sometimes. I don't know why. I'm here to hate watch. Fantastic. I actually think hate watching is a pastime people should indulge in more frequently. I hate watch people from time to time, and I love it. But it's funny because let me warn you all about something. If you're a hate watcher for long enough, you risk actually liking the streamer. I'll give you all an example. I absolutely despised Hungrybox for a long time. If any of you are Melee fans, you all know who Hungrybox is. And he is a very divisive figure in the Melee community. I hated him for so long, and I would hate watch him all the time. And then something changed, and now I think he's just the most based person in the community. I love HBox. I don't know how it happened. It's so weird. It's so weird. But yeah, so I have the hardest split in the entire game coming up, so I am just going to take this. And then we can take the break so I can mentally prepare for it. So pause the timer, I guess, in 3, 2, 1, pause.
Awesome. Yeah, so like we kind of talked about earlier, during these longer runs, we like to take these breaks every hour or so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything they need to do to stay healthy. So we're going to be back in just a few minutes here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are showcasing some Ratchet and Clank games. Whenever you're ready, Zem, if you just want to give a quick 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, so here we go. My nightmare planet. And 3, 2, 1, go. So the reason why this is a nightmare is because of the way that I'm going to be doing this planet. So there's a skill point called Old School, where the idea is you're supposed to kill every single enemy using Ratchet 1 weapons. However, it is faster to use the Gravity Bomb, which is not a Ratchet 1 weapon. And so the way that we're going to use this is by XP leeching. Once again, we're going to make sure that anytime a bomb is in the air, we always swap to the wrench. Because we need the experience to be funneled into the wrench, which is considered a Ratchet 1 weapon, as opposed to the mini nuke, which is not considered a Ratchet 1 weapon. Now, the Zodiac does kill every enemy there, and it does count as a Ratchet 1 weapon. For some reason, the Zodiac was not in Ratchet 1, but I think because it's in like the same line of weapons as the Ratchet 1 weapon, that it just, I don't know, it would probably be a coding oversight or something. I don't know. There's a coin flips chance this is gonna work properly. I'm just gonna let you all know ahead of time. We could be here for 2 minutes. We could be here for several hours. It's not gonna be that bad, but I like being dramatic about it. That should have leached properly. Now we're going to switch to the Bomb Glove just for safety here. We're going to kill every enemy that we can here with the Bomb Glove. The Bomb Glove is a Ratchet 1 weapon, so this is totally fine. And then I'm going to kill you. And now I need to kill the tank. And I'm going to just kill the tank with this thing. I probably could have just used the Zodiac to clear all the enemies out of there now that I'm thinking about it. But that's okay. Now we're going to switch back to the mini nuke. That was a little too close for comfort. I think I'm leeching correctly. The thing is, again, there's no active lag checker, so I'll never know whether or not I actually am eligible to get the skill point to the very, very end of the planet. So if you see some orange text pop up on screen at any point, I probably got it. Let's see, is that all of them down here? There's one little guy left. Okay, that should be everything. Oh yeah, and I did accidentally turn on big mode, but I'm gonna leave it on for the swag because I love big head mode. We're gonna kill these guys. Now we're going to camera clip through there to grab the platinum bolt. Oh, this is stressful. I hate this. I've had so many runs that have just completely died to this, and I just want this to go decently. Like, I don't care if it takes me 2 or 3 tries, but I just want this to go at least somewhat correctly. The scary part is if this doesn't go well, I have to reset my PS3. So let's just hope that it goes well, please. Yes. Oh my god, we got it. We actually got the skill point. We're totally fine. Scary. Very scary planet. And I took it a little safer than maybe I should have, but I would rather do that right now than risk losing the entire run. So basically now at this point, we don't have to beat this robot. We don't have to beat Tim with just our bare hands. We can beat Tim with missiles. So we're just going to throw a missile here and then just land on it. We're just going to land on the thug leader over and over. This guy's the leader of the group Thugs for Less. So that was like a whole thing about this game. Which they actually... This is something that I think is actually really funny. They changed the name of Thugs for Less because they wanted to use different terminology. Totally fine. They're within their right to do that. They changed it in Ratchet Clank Ripped Apart to Goons for Less, which unfortunately has, well, we're not going to get into it. Basically, it's just kind of funny that they went from like one bad internet term to another bad internet term. Regardless, very, very unfortunate timing on their part.
At least they tried.
They tried. That's something that I give Insomniac credit for. They try. You know what I mean? Like, they hear the demands of the people who play their games, and they hear how their audience is changing over time, and they actually listen to them and try. Which, you know, not every studio does that sort of thing. I am going to backtrack here. So this is actually a really cool, swaggy looking backtrack. I should not have done that. I knew I shouldn't have side flipped to the right. That's a very bad mistake. Never ever side flip to the right there. That's just Just so you all know, just don't slide to the right there. I have nothing else to say about it. It'll launch you to the water. The reason why that particular one was so bad is because that is where I landed is the only patch of water where if you land in it, you get eaten by a giant fish instantly. So the slide flip to the right sent me into their loving arms. I think from here I go to Joba. Yes? Hold on, let me think about this. And Daco to Joba and then to Smolg after with the levitator. Okay, yeah. Again, this is the first time I'm doing this fully from memory, so I have to kind of take a couple seconds to make sure the wires are in the right places. And again, if you're just joining, I have two things to inform you all of. The first is that you'll hear me say the word calc a lot. Calc is short for calculator. I'm using slang. Secondly, I just want to let you all know that, yeah, I really am pushing this category super hard right now. I'm feeling a fire for speedrunning that I haven't felt in a very, very long time. And so I've been grinding this category pretty relentlessly. I am currently 7 minutes off of world record, but my skill level has increased dramatically in the last week. And I'm not saying I'm going to get world record any day now, but I am going to say that I'm going to get a run that is close to world record at the bare minimum very soon from now. So what I'm saying is, I don't know, I feel like I'm at that part of the process where a couple more weeks and I will be at world record level. And so if that's something that, if you've been enjoying this category so far and you're looking for something to get attached to while exploring more of these games, just know that, you know, you can always come see my stream if you want to see world record attempts in this category. But yeah, what were we talking about? World record guaranteed? Not today, I can tell you that much. But soon. But soon. I've really been putting in a lot of work, and it's hard, you know, like, because technically speaking, from a content perspective, I'm also running my own YouTube. I'm doing all that, like having to run my stream on top of all that. So it's not always easy to find the time to, oh, a trophy. It's not always easy to find the time to put in lots of practice, but I'm really starting to get back into making a habit of it. You know, it feels good to practice. You just have to kind of be, like, I think the thing is, when it comes to practicing anything or doing some sort of task that you don't really want to do, you gotta just make it fun, you know? You gotta just, like, make it a cozy, fun experience. So I love just, like, I don't know, like, putting on my favorite music, getting into a call with some friends, and then just grinding for hours, you know? It's one of those things where it's, like, it's best done when you allow yourself to lose track of the time, you know? That's what I think is so cool about it. So yeah, that's a thing that I love, and a thing that I like yapping about. So again, I'm still just as yappy as I was before. But yeah, I hope you all understand why. Quick show of hands. I love doing this, and again, this is just straight pandering, but I do it all the time, and it's become a part of my stream culture. Ones in chat if you've just been enjoying the vibes of this run. Twos if you're like, I mean, it's been okay, I guess. Like, maybe not my personal cup of tea, but the game is cool, you know? There's no wrong answers. I'm not going to be offended if you type 2. I just want to know where people are at. I like knowing things. I like knowing how you feel about things.
I feel like there's a few, like, if I type 7, is that an incorrect number? I feel like that's an incorrect number.
No, I guess what I'm trying to say, like, I'm not trying to pander directly and just say, like, oh, do you all like me? I just kind of want to know, like, are there people out there who want a bit more information? I guess is what I'm really trying to say. Like, now is the time to appeal to the dictator and say, like, oh, I want to learn a little bit more. Maybe yap a little less. Maybe explain a little more. You know, I like to have runs that suit the people. I'm a man of the people. But yeah, that being said, I know you all typed 1, and I'm really, well, a lot of you typed 1, not all of you, but a lot of you typed 1. I really appreciate that. The people who didn't, I recognize a lot of their usernames, so I know why they didn't type 1. My stream and I have a really weird relationship where we basically just, like, non-stop, like, just, like, make each other's lives as hard as possible. It's such a messed up relationship. I'll be like, oh yeah, guys, and so, like, I'm really thinking of like, I've been like thinking a lot about this one project I really want to do. I think you guys will really like it. Do you want to hear about it? And they'll just be like, no, shut the hell up, dude. We don't care.
Why would we care about your project?
We don't care, man. Just play the game. Just, like, Just like talk to us. We're people. We're not like stop selling us something.
I'm not at the store. Stop talking to me about your stuff.
We don't care, man. We don't care. So I just it's funny in a way. I feel like it's given me like a complex. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I'm always on eggshells. But overall, I really do hope that you all are having a good time this Saturday. You know, like I don't know. I just think it's so cool that we all get to just bond over this thing. You know?
Yeah.
There I go yapping again. Stop yapping and actually be fast. I'm trying. I can't help it. I'm bad at the game. But yeah, is there a difference for the NG Plus and regular segments of the planets? Oh, they could not be more different. There's just so much more to juggle in the NG Plus section, but a lot of it becomes so much more about like proper movement and getting everything in the right spots and knowing which enemies you have to kill at certain times, knowing which things you have to do on what planets, knowing where you have to go, knowing what you have to collect. Whereas in any percent, I feel like a lot of it is very much just fighting the game to even be able to complete it in the first place. There's a lot of things, a lot of very hard workarounds for things that you do in the any percent section, and that is the tricky part. Whereas NG Plus is just like, you know, it is very strictly just going as fast as possible, you know, like just like, I don't know. It's really just more about going at lightning speeds than anything else. There's another one over here. Basically, this bit is just a side scroller. Is there actually time to be lost or gained? Of course there's time to be gained. Are you kidding me? It's about knowing how to manipulate all the different enemies. If I were absolutely perfect in this category, I would have every single round of every single mission completely memorized. You know, where the spawns are, when they come out, what they are, what I should do to, like, what the optimal strategy is. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not at that level yet, but that is theoretically what the level should look like, right? Like, if you were somebody who would optimize the hell out of a game like that. We're gonna just trick these dogs into going into the lava. And the faster you can do that, again, that's like one of those small time saves. Let's see here. I gotta also just say, like, something I've grown to really appreciate in my age. I act like I'm an old man, but I guess in speedrunning, 31 is on the older side. I do want to say that in my age, I've grown to appreciate these kinds of moments strictly because I feel like this is a moment where I really truly feel alive. You know, like, come hell or high water, whatever's happening in this run, whatever is lathering out of my mouth at any one given time, I really do feel alive right now, and I feel like it's not always very often in our lives that we get opportunities to feel alive and feel completely in the moment. So I guess I just want to say thank you all for sharing this with me. You know, we're not even at the end of the game yet, so don't act like this is like me being like, oh, goodbye, everybody. You know, like like Mary Poppins flying out on my umbrella. No, we got plenty of game to go, but I just wanted to express my appreciation. And Church, thank you so much for even inviting me out to do this in the first place. It really has meant a lot to me.
Hey, absolutely. I love these cozy Ratchet runs. I love being able to just vibe and talk with you, and like I said, you're a fantastic streamer, so it's absolutely a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It really is so cool to just see, like, we're kind of entering an age, I feel, where I was talking about this a bit with the people on comms with me before all of this started, but I think it's just so cool that we're in an era where people are getting braver about the kinds of content they make for speedrunning. You know, it really does seem like a lot of people are trying to really take speedrunning and keep its core essence, but do something totally new with it. So I think it's always great to see these shows as well. You know, like it's the fact that all of it can coexist in the speedrunning community. You know, people can try their own stuff and look at that. You know, like, GDQ is still here, still promoting gamers to do their thing with their platform they've established over, you know, like a decade and change. You know, it's just cool. The hobby is amazing. It's in an amazing spot, and I really do believe that the future of speedrunning is very bright. So I don't know. I just feel blessed to be a part of it. I really do. Do you all think this category will ever reach sub 2 hours? Now that's an interesting question. Right now, the theoretical best is just under 2 hours 30. So the idea behind whether or not we're going to be able to have any sort of big hour, I mean, the hour is always the dopamine number, right? Like everyone loves seeing it go down another hour. I'm going to be completely honest. At this exact moment, I don't see how that would be possible. Like, that being said, things have changed a lot over the years already, and it's very possible they can change again. But, you know, right now, with current strats and current knowledge, it is impossible. I will say that. But nothing is truly impossible in speedrunning. It's just where there's a will, there's a way. How do you have 308 million bolts, asks the last Tonberry. Well, let me tell you, the last Tonberry. You missed out. I had to do some heavy calcing. And of course, for those of you just joining me from the stream, just like the last Tonberry, calc is short for calculator. I'm using slang. I'm trying to keep it hip with the kids, you know. I have to use some slang from time to time to keep you all engaged. But I had to do some heavy calcing to make it work that way. There's a trick called quit exploit, which lets me rewrite all the values of the game based on certain factors when you quit a run. Ray, I'm so sorry you had to deal with this the whole time, Ray. I mean, Church, you knew what you were in for, Ray. This was. I feel like you didn't necessarily volunteer to be subjected to this. But yeah, so it's just so you all are aware. Again, I want to take a time because obviously while I'm here, I do want to, you know, this is. I might as well promote some of my own stuff, right? Like I am very, 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 very proud of my YouTube videos. I have basically over the last couple of years become a student of YouTube. I really, really have. I've tried everything in my power to study everything that YouTube has in front of me and learn how to make great content. And I feel like over the years, I've actually gotten a lot better. You know, I've gotten a lot better at this. And so I want to say that number one, I want to shout out my video that's currently going kind of viral, like not like super viral, but at least as far as speedrunning videos go, it's going pretty viral. It's a video that has that I made called 8 speedruns that have been completely ruined. If you watch a lot of speedrun content on YouTube, you probably saw it at least pop up in your recommended this last week. We uploaded it 8 days ago, and it's sitting at 1/3 views. And so I'm just very, very thrilled with that. But the reason I bring that up is to give myself a little bit of credibility to say that I'm going to be making a video in the very near future. It's going to be releasing on my channel that will explain a lot more about quit exploit and a lot more of these really goofy glitches that you've been seeing that have overlap with Ratchet 3. So that'll be a video that's coming out very soon. If you want to learn more about how I got 308 million bolts and what kind of other things you can do with this, that'll be the video for you. It'll be a history video on Ratchet 3's worst planet. So, yeah. So, you know, I wanted to try making a video essay, and I think it's going to be pretty good. I'm very, very happy with it so far. So I hope you all will be too. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about saying this kind of stuff. I feel like I'm such a nerd for being this excited about this kind of stuff to the point where I can't stop yapping. But I don't know. I really, 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 really love content creation. I think it's just like, I think content creation nowadays is what it was like when the TV was invented, you know, where it's like, it's just completely captivating. Everybody has some kind of content they enjoy, and there's content for everybody. And we will never, ever, ever truly understand all of YouTube. You know, like my housemate, we come from very different walks of life, and I look at his YouTube recommended page, and I would never click on a single one of those videos in my entire life. It's like synthwave, it's like memes from the year 2014 that kind of died but renewed in different ways, like Simpsons clips, like things about like I don't know, current events in the world, like current European events, and like you know, it's just very different stuff, but like everybody is like that, you know, like everybody has different interests. And you can seriously, I believe this now more than ever, you can build content off of anything you love, anything. Even if it's like, I once watched a video where a guy explained weird interactions in Pokemon Generation 1 competitive, where it was like, it was just a 30-minute info dump about like all the things that were coded incorrectly in Gen 1 for Pokemon and how they influence like all of this stuff. And I loved every second of it. It was so stupidly nerdy. I was like, I can't even believe this video exists, but it is so cool. You know, as long as the person making it actually is passionate about what they're doing, I think you can make content on anything. Man discovers individuality. that's actually so true. Okay, you actually roasted the crap out of me there, and that's really good. That's really good. It was Ray. It was not Freezeye. It was Reverend, who is, I think, a little bit more low key, but almost very exclusively does like a lot of more obscure Pokemon stuff. So a lot of Gen 1, a lot of like things you didn't know about older Pokemon generations, things like that, as far as I'm aware. Very, very cool video. Highly recommend it. Also, I think in a similar token, I think he also made a video one time on Gen 1 Ubers, which is, if you have never seen a Gen 1 Ubers match in your entire life, do yourself a favor if you're interested in Pokemon and watch a Gen 1 Ubers match. It is so ridiculously degenerate. It is exclusively just like doing everything you can to paralyze the enemy's Mew and pray to the Lord that like you don't crit their Mewtwo with your Mewtwo, because then you'll just lose the Mewtwo Ditto. And I know that sounds incorrect. I know you thought I said pray they don't crit your Mewtwo. No, you have to pray you don't crit their Mewtwo, because crits are bugged in Gen 1. And so it's like it's so ridiculously messed up. It's so cool. I really recommend it. So very, very interesting. Gen 1 is certainly
a hell of a thing.
It is one of the generations.
It is. Yeah.
So yeah, I don't tell people this a lot of the time, but I'm super nerdy about Pokemon. I watch a lot of Nuzlocke content. I watch a lot of competitive stuff, both singles and doubles. I play a lot of random battles, but I haven't played it very recently, but I got decently high on the ladder. My goal is to break into top 500 at some point. I really want to do that, but right now I'm too obsessed with League of Legends, and I swear to God I'm not going to go down a League of Legends tangent here. I will spare you all the pain. I don't need to talk to you all about League. Just know that I'm also a filthy League player. God, I didn't mean to fall off there. Plus L plus ratio. Why did I say that? That was so like
it's
brain
the
rot of
league
me.
talk.
That was so
it's
brain
the
rot.
league talk.
Oh my goodness.
Look, I will not accept any league talk until it is finals. That's when we talk about league.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And then I'll ask questions like, what the hell am I watching? Who is this character?
You fell off because you mentioned League. Thanks, Realm. Love you too, buddy. 31-year-old man, but see, this is what I mean. Like, this relationship is all. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I love how I can tell who's like a regular in your chat and who's a GDQ member, because the regulars are just putting you on blast.
Dude, and it's so funny. Like, I have had people come into my stream and tell me, like, they have literally told me like really horrible things like that I should do to myself, you know, and my chat they just start like spamming applauding emotes. They're just like this guy's cooking, and they're like, this guy is absolutely cooking. It's so brutal.
That's brutal.
I don't know what I did to you all. Like, what did I do? I've been messing that up lately. I don't want to keep making that mistake. So I'm gonna be doing something kind of cool here, which I know I haven't talked about the game in a hot second.
There's a game?
Yeah, there's a game that we're also playing. I'm gonna do some cool movement here to grab the platinum bolt. Obviously, I'm riding this rail in a very funny way because if I were to land on it properly, then I would grind all the way back down to the beginning. Have my downvote. Oh my god, Livatry. I can't even remember the last time I was on Reddit. I feel like Reddit for me was like a college thing. You know what I mean? Like I did it in college and then like I just kind of got bored of it. I was just like, eh. I did it like a little bit after that, but I still see the appeal. I think Reddit is cool. And just like it sends me into a whiplash to see like Reddit terminology. You know what I mean? That's more what I was trying to say. You play League, isn't that enough? Come on, come on. Leave me alone for 2 seconds. I'm literally the victim here.
It's true, you play League.
It's honestly though, like it's so funny the way that oh, I forgot to do this earlier. I'm glad I remembered to do it now at the very least. But I still need to go to Maktar after this, I believe. Here, let me do this. I nearly what's basically happening is I actually did miss a planet, but thankfully I screwed up in a way that puts me right back at the planet. This actually might be faster in routing. Hold on a second. I'm kind of cooking a little bit because then you go from here to Maktar Arena and then you don't have to actually take the time to die and go back to the ship on Barlow. You kind of push it into a little bit of an awkward spot, but I don't see why you wouldn't do it there, right? Like, what's... Oh, I have to cook this a little bit later. Somebody please, can somebody who's watching, who's in my community, send me a DM and remind me to cook this strat a little bit harder later? I know it's hard to explain right now. I'm sorry for those of you who are just joining. But yeah, this is something I actually need to do a little bit of research into. Because it might end up saving a couple of seconds. And this is something I get very excited about, not because I'm good at this sort of thing, but because this literally never happens to me. I never actually realize these sorts of time saves. So I'll be really proud of myself if it actually ends up saving time. Yeah, dude, yeah. You know, who was that? Mike's is exactly right. We are calcing in action. And for those of you who are just joining the stream, calc is short for calculator. I'm using... I tried to warn you all it was going to keep happening. This is basically just, I know it's not funny at all. I swear to God, I'm fully aware of it, but this is just literally the meme of the week for my community. You know, I was tempted to make a calc command earlier. Oh my goodness, Ray. If you did that, I would have popped off.
I actually, like, halfway through the stream, I looked over and I was like, do we have a calc number on stream? Like, I would not be surprised.
But yeah, so I don't know why it's the meme du jour. It literally what happens is my viewers know that I love brain rot TikToks, and so they'll just send me these like ultra brain rot memes, knowing full well that they'll hear me say it over and over, like on my stream later on. It's just a part of our extremely strange parasocial relationship. Let's see here. I gotta break all of these, and thankfully we can break the slot machines now. We say no to gambling around these parts.
So I know we're a little past it now.
Yeah.
But whoever asked how Quit Exploit was found earlier, is still around. You kind of just witnessed how most speedrunning things happen, where something went wrong and Zem was like, "Oh wait, is this faster?" Like that's speedrunning. It's something weird happens, and like something weird happens, and then you're like, "But wait a minute. Is this wrong, or is this actually right?"
Yeah, it's definitely a process, and the scary and beautiful part is that it never ends. You will always find more optimizations as long as your game is not called Super Mario Brothers 1, you know, or Dragster or something like that, you know, like. But it's fun that there's also exceptions to the rules, you know. It's what makes the rule. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's cool. Maybe I'm spitting, maybe I'm overcooking. This is the worst boss fight in the entire game. So this is the mothership. What she will do is she will drop a lot of these like robot dudes. But the idea is we want to get the mothership to stay in place so that we can throw bombs at it. The problem is they will also hit me with their electrical attacks and knock me back quite a distance, so it can get really annoying sometimes. Like that, for example. It's not fun. This is not fun sometimes. I think this should hit. Okay. And you'll notice as well, these guys do insane amounts of damage to me. I'm already almost dead. I gotta be very careful here for a second. Okay. This is scary. This is scary. This is scary. I gotta clutch this, though. The best Ratchet 2 runner in the world would know how to clutch this sort of thing, so I gotta try to push myself to clutch it as well. Gotta be a little smart, be a little careful. Take the time loss where I have to guarantee that I don't die. And as you can see, I'm already gaining a lot of health back, but I gotta be a little careful here, for example. If I had thrown that punch, I would have gotten knocked back by that guy and potentially taken half my life bar in damage. I'm a little stuck right now. And I don't have any bombs to throw here, even though I knew it landed. This might send me to second phase. It's so insane because the fastest I've ever done this is like insanely fast. And so every time I don't match that exact pace in my PB, it feels awful. But unfortunately, the reality of this particular boss is you kind of have to go with what the boss gives you sometimes. And it's not always favorable. I read a thing on I forget if it was TikTok or Twitter earlier, but I want to like start channeling it. Like, people were looking for like a term to refer to groups of gamers. You know, like we come up with those sorts of terms. Oh no! You gotta be kidding me! I stopped paying attention for like 2 seconds. I get what I deserve. That's totally my fault. I should have not taken my eyes off my health bar at all. All right, that's fine. That's a new mistake. I've never made that one before, and we learn from new mistakes. So can't be too upset about it, you know? And that's another thing, is that like the best speedrunner in the world would have clutched that, yes, but the second best speedrunner in the world would learn from that and never make that mistake again, you know? So if you can't do the absolute most optimal thing, you might as well do the second most optimal thing. But yeah, like basically to go back to what I was saying before, like I was looking at like this tweet that talked about terms for groups of gamers, and one that I thought was actually perfect that I'm gonna start using. It just showed a picture of Seto Kaiba, and Seto Kaiba said duelists. so how's it going today, duelists? Which I feel like it's the only people who could possibly be mad about that are people who didn't pull in their Yu-Gi-Oh hits today. You know what I mean? Like they didn't pull from their packs. They're like, I hate this game. Or they got like one turn killed by the new insane stupid thing that's happening in Yu-Gi-Oh that one hit kills people.
You mean every deck in the Yu-Gi-Oh meta right now?
Yeah, actually yeah. But see, this particular version of the boss fight went much smoother, and this is what I mean, like, with the boss, you kind of have to just understand that things are going to get temperamental, and I think the best Ratchet 2 runner in the world would just grind this for hours to see every possible different kind of thing so they can expand their like depth of knowledge for what to do in specific situations. So I can only blame myself for not having done that already. I told myself I was going to do that earlier this week, and then I got distracted with things like eating food and and going outside. No, I'm kidding. That's a joke. That's very obviously a joke, but I do want to vocalize that that's a joke. I think a very important thing in speedrunning is keeping yourself mentally balanced as well, but I'm going to have to make sure that I take some time tomorrow to really practice this a lot. I don't want to lose to that anymore. I don't know. That's new, and I don't like that I lost that time. I feel like this run was actually pretty good for my standards up until that moment. So, something to think about. I tend to be and this is also something that you'll kind of see in Sorry, I just saw Realm say, Zem, bro, what are you talking about? and honestly, Realm, you're cooking for that one. Not everybody would be brave enough to say it. What was I talking about? I just forgot. Something about taking time, having balance.
Taking time for yourself, yeah.
I don't know, like, it's something about practicing that thing and doing it tomorrow. What was I talking about? It doesn't matter. Clearly, it's not that important. Listen, I mean, do you all expect anything else from me at this point? Like, you know what you're getting. Oh yeah, I also cheesed a skill point right there by hopping on the grind rail, bouncing off of the grind rail, and then charging to the end, doing some really cool movement tech. I didn't explain it because I haven't explained anything about this game in the last 3 hours. TikTok brain rot. It's honestly literally just ADHD. I swear. It's because I'm overstimulated right now from doing something that's really, really exciting me, and I'm just like, I'm so yappy right now that I can't even contain myself. So I swear I'm I'm not usually this like weird in all of my streams, just in most of them. Okay, I get the skill point for saving all the people in the town, and now I get to go over here. Even Zem doesn't know what he's talking about anymore. You know what? For the fans, the Jack and Daxter cutscene. For the fans. Streamer, when are we getting nanotech number 80? Flying Ragey, I would ask you to shut up for 2 seconds and let me cook. No, Flying Ragey is a regular in the Ratchet community, so that's why I'm being harsh with them. Yo, Oscar, my face when Oscar Isaac is a speedrunner, I get compared to random celebrities all the time. It's so annoying. Because like Oscar Isaac, I feel like is on the nicer side of the compliments, or like of people saying that, like it's actually a compliment. Because I feel like, oh, damn it, I accidentally did something wrong. I feel like Oscar Isaac is a very handsome fellow, so I don't mind being compared to him. But I will get sometimes just in like really strange people. Like it really comes down to how much people see that I'm just a guy with curly black hair and a beard, and what they choose to make out of that. You know, like sometimes like Oscar Isaac, sometimes I get Daniel Ricciardo a lot, the F1 driver. I get Jason Mantzoukas, the actor from like Brooklyn Nine-Nine, or like what am I doing? I don't even remember. There's like a couple of others that I get. Oh, the lead singer of the band AJR. I get that one a lot too. Joe Goldberg. I've gotten Joe Goldberg a couple of times, and I don't know how to feel about that one. That one's a little strange for me. Not because I think that I mean, in real life, the actor who plays Joe Goldberg seems to be a very nice dude, but Joe Goldberg specifically doesn't feel like the best compliment. All right, so let me get my hover bomb out here. I'm gonna grab this platinum bolt. So this is, I have to warn you all in advance. Warning for ear users. Oh, I did not mean to be here. I'm gonna try something here. Sorry, I giggled because when I said I'm going, I said it with the same inflection as Patrick Starr did that one time his feet got really big, and then he went, I'm going to the snack bar. So that's just what I was thinking of. That's why I giggled. Okay. And then we go into here. Yeah, warning for all the ear users in chat. This is not going to be the most pleasant thing sonically. What's going to happen is I'm about to collect all 101 moonstones that are laying around this Arctic tundra. And unfortunately, they don't snap to you very quickly, meaning that with the rate that I move forward, a lot of these are going to be like chasing after me, so to say, for a very long time. Let me just make sure I picked up in this crystal range. Okay. Where's the other one? It's over here. So I do have, I will say this, so you saw me collect 100 crystals in the desert and 101 moonstones here. I do have the location of, I would say, 95% of them memorized entirely. They are consistent, thank goodness. Yeah, Isak, I stole that from Emeralf. That's an Emeralf. I don't know if he found that, but I stole that from Emeralf because I've been obsessively studying his run and trying to copy everything he does. Which is honestly a good way to do speedrunning. There's lots of different kinds of speedrunners, I will say. Like I know some. There's actually a strat that I currently don't do. Isak and I lovingly refer to it. It's like a 2-second time save maximum. And it is we call it like what do we call it, Isak? We called it like you have to be. It's something about like the talent proxy. Like you have to have talent in order to hit the specific proxy, because it's just so awkward and only Emerald can hit it consistently right now, as far as I'm aware. And well, maybe I guess like the new game plus runners can probably hit it very consistently, but like you have to be really talented to hit it. And so like we just do it as an excuse to call ourselves talentless losers. But yeah, like, you know, there's some people who really do just pick up on things super fast in speedrunning and make everything look very easy. There's also people, for example, I feel like my strength is my hyper awareness of what I get right and wrong in a run. Like I'm very, very good at being able to adapt over many, many runs, because I don't lose my patience. I will quit some days, but I never quit, period. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I'm just very tenacious in that regard. And I feel like in a hobby like speedrunning, it's very good to just play to your strengths and be the kind of speedrunner that you feel represents the way you want to speedrun. You know? You don't necessarily have to be the world's best to have a really cool way of playing the game. All right, let's see here. So I think I've gotten all of them so far. Hold on, let me just double check. I do like to pick up this one as well, so I don't have to pick it up later. Okay. Crystal count should be jumping up a lot here. Yeah, it's jumped all the way up to 43. There's another one right over here. This is like the stressful part of the run at this point, when you're at the level that I'm at with this category, which again is like kind of close to world record, like maybe like 1 or 2 gigantic breakthroughs away from being at world record level. At this point, you've done this so many times that like you kind of get a feeling for what you have to do when certain things go right or wrong. Like for example, I have to stand there to spawn that Leviathan out of that cave, and I forgot that for a couple of seconds, so that was my bad. But like, oh, hi Guiges. I feel like there's just a lot of things. Sorry, I just saw Padges, and Padges is like the little sister I never asked for. So I always say hi to her in chat whenever she's here. What was I talking about? I was just yapping again, man. Yeah, so we are collecting all the crystals. It is a little tedious, I think, is probably the nicest way to describe that. It's just not the most exciting part of the game, but it's a part that you have to be incredibly good at if you want to be able to get world records. So, you know, you just have to take the time to memorize them. It makes your quality of life in your runs so much better. Like, I know for a fact, I don't know exactly where, but I know that I've got crystals over here that I've missed. You know what I mean? Like, at the very least, I have rough locations down of, like, I don't remember exactly how many there are here, but I know I have to be in this spot, this spot, this spot, you know? Kind of like if you ever hear, like, people who do memory competitions, the way they do it is really interesting. I don't know, for example, Church, have you ever heard of, like, how memory people visualize things when they're doing memory competitions?
I actually have not.
I have heard that the meta strat is to, like, essentially tie every piece of information that you're seeing into something that you already have a strong connection towards. So, for example, people will, like, think of, like, their house and put one item that they have to memorize in every room of the house. So that you don't have to think about each individual item. You just have to think, okay, if I'm walking through my house, which is familiar to me, then I have to go through here to pick up this, here to pick up this, here to pick up this, here to pick up this. You know, like it's kind of cool. But I feel like that also really works for these sorts of things where it's like you can just kind of associate. In a way, you almost learn how to associate where crystals are to where you have messed up in previous runs. You know, it's like, oh, I remember this little roadblock. I forgot this crystal then. So, yeah, it's really, really cool. I just think it's like, again, a cool form of self-expression with this to like be able to memorize something the way that you see fit.
Yeah,
and that's another thing as well, is that like we're still in that point of the game's lifespan where I feel like we haven't really optimized the path that much. So like. I'm actually going to swap to the rockets here. And then, sorry, I need to use the rockets now because my Rhino ran out of ammo and I need something that'll break crystals in one hit. So I have to use this until I get Rhino ammo, which I did not grab, of course. But Zem, I have aphantasia. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I don't understand what aphantasia is, but I feel like I have some degree of like not being able to visualize things when I think of things. You know what I mean? I just don't know where I'm at. Would you mind explaining that?
So, obviously Ray is going to be the better person for this because Ray has aphantasia. But I will, in the interim, so can you visualize anything in your head at all?
Kind of. I don't know. Like, I don't usually visualize things based on like like an idea of the thing, or rather, I don't do it based on the image of the thing. I do it on the idea of the thing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So like I can talk to myself a lot, but I can't, like, if I were to imagine an apple, I don't feel like I'm thinking of an apple. I feel like I'm thinking of a memory that I have where I was holding an apple. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah. So I guess...
let me turn my light on as well. I just realized. I'm sorry, continue.
Yeah. So I guess to fully explain to chat, I know Ray just said it, but aphantasia is the inability to see images in your head. So, like, 86% of people or something can see things in their head, and there's like an 8 to 11% that cannot, and that's what aphantasia is.
Okay.
So Ray mentioned in chat, aphantasia means you can't picture things in your mind, but Ray also has it where Ray can't hear things in their head either, or imagine smells. I also can't imagine smells. I don't know how common imagining smells is. But yeah, so I get, yeah, the common thing is like, if you were to think of an apple, can you picture an apple in your head? I have no idea where on the spectrum, like, an image of a picture, or sorry, a memory of an apple is. Surprisingly, like a lot of things that involve mental or the head, there's not a lot of research on it, or if there is, it's not easy to find.
Yeah. By the way, I want to point out a couple of things. Number one, I just did another quit exploit setup to give myself 300,000 raritanium and buy all the ship upgrades in one go. Number two, I wanted to point out, I see two members of the community right now having a conversation, Robo and Isak, talking about whether or not I got all 101 crystals. I did get them all. The 101st one did not snap to me, and it is actually, if you collect the last two close enough, it is actually common that you will only pick up one and then get the skill point, and you don't have to pick up the other one. So that's exactly what I did. I saw the skill point come up, and I made a beeline for the crystal to get to the platinum bolt to get the auto save. I know that's a little hard to follow if you're not super in depth with your Ratchet knowledge to everybody in chat, but I was just trying to speak very casually to two members of the community that I know will follow that exactly. Like they know all the logic of what I'm talking about. So yeah, basically it was they were questioning whether or not, like, I had gotten Like they were just kind of discussing something about the skill point that kind of happened because in theory you're only supposed to get the skill point when you pick up all 101 moonstones, but I only picked up 100 and still got it because the 101st one was in the air and close enough to me. So that's a thing that I think it's one of those small things that you're only really aware of once you've run the category a while. You know, you've just seen it happen enough times that you're like, oh, I guess that's a thing. You know. Love that you have so much raritanium, the number clips out of the HUD. It's so funny that happens. Also, the hilarious thing about this particular quit exploit setup is that, okay, I think a lot of you have noticed that I have 308 million, and I just want to be incredibly clear to all of you about something for the next several seconds. It is a very good thing that I have 308 million bolts right now on this account, or on this file, and because, you know, with wealth comes power, and with power comes status. And so I am, you know, seriously probably the most powerful person in this entire galaxy. And it would really be a damn shame if like somehow I landed on this planet and lost all of my bolts except for one, like all 308 million except for one bolt. Like that would be so weird, right? But what? How does that happen, man? What is going on? Yeah, with this particular quit exploit setup, unfortunately, despite the fact that you gain 300 million bolts, you lose all of them, and it's really funny. So we make a lot of jokes about how the tax man came or how Ratchet's like poor now. You know, like we talk about that stuff a lot. Like it's just a common joke. But yeah, so there you go, everybody. That's if you're new to this community, or if you're new to Ratchet & Clank speedrunning, you get to be a part of an inside joke now. You now understand the inside joke. But yeah, it's something. It's just silly, you know. Like I don't know. Basically like either I don't know. We talk about the tax man. We talk about like getting robbed by like the ship shack guy, Slim Cognito. We talk about getting robbed by him. I don't know. We talk about a lot of things. Yeah, they took my Bugatti. You know, unfortunately. Sorry, I didn't. I feel like I just fed into a meme that I didn't want to go down, so I'm gonna derail this subject here, and I'm gonna talk about how now I'm actually very close to the end of the skill point. I'm gonna actually take a death here and try again. You may have also noticed my skin has changed to the tuxedo Ratchet. Again, 18-minute cycles, my skin changes every single time. But yeah, so we're actually coming up to the last skill point of the entire game. I believe I've gotten all of them. I'm not 100% sure if I have. And so we're going to check at the end of here. I'm going to ideally get a platinum or a trophy that pops up on my HUD that says you've gotten all the skill points. So no shocking developments. Do I get the gold trophy to go with it? Let's find out. No. Or did I miss a skill point somewhere? Something is not right here. Hold. Oh, no, I did. I just somehow... Oh, my God. I can't believe this. So, this is one thing I have to complain about. We have a program that we attach to our PS3s in the Ratchet community called Rackman. It links our PS3 to our PC, and we can make it do things like give us practice codes and things like that. And one thing that I absolutely hate about the way that the program is right now is that sometimes it bugs your PS3 and you just randomly lose and regain trophies. And that's not normally a problem. Normally it's just kind of funny, but there are actually instances where you can lose 5 seconds per, like 2 different times where you can lose 2 seconds for collecting, or 5 seconds for collecting 2 different trophies. So just a very minor time save or time loss for no reason. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, it just glitched my console. Also, I think this should be the end of the run coming up here. Actually, I didn't mention that part, but we are entering the final boss and the run is ending. I'm about to enter the last room right here. I had to take a little safe there. So the timer is going to end when I kill this final boss right here. And time. Now let me just make sure that I've gotten everything. This is always what you have to do at the end of every run. It's optimal to do the run and then check later. So I want to just see real quick. We got all 40 platinum bolts and spent all of them. We got all 30 skill points. And as far as the items that carry between playthroughs, we got all of them. I don't remember exactly which ones they are in this menu, but I know for a fact that if you have these 5 here, you have gotten all of them. So that's all items that carry between playthroughs, all platinum bolts, all skill points, and all weapons upgraded to the absolute maximum. Ratchet and Clank 3 or Ratchet and Clank 2, either called Going Commando or Locked and Loaded, depending on what continent you're from, beaten in completely 100%ed in under 3 hours.
Which is absurd.
So yeah, I want to help move things forward as best I can. I don't want to take up too much more of your time, but I do want to just say, if you all enjoyed this run, you can please feel free to check out my channel. You can check out Ratchet and Clank Speedruns on speedrun.com if you want to pick out particular ones. If you're fascinated by this, don't overthink it. Just watch, check it out. See if it piques your interest even more. Learn a little bit about the history. Learn a little bit about our stories. You know, we've got a whole community here of people who really sincerely, truly love these games. And I also want to just say as like, you know, a mission statement, like a crying call or whatever. This year, I am going to make amazing content about these games. I want to really dig into the history of these games, and I want to really do the community justice. Similar to how, for example, my inspiration, the Rixer, has made such incredible videos on Ratchet in the past. I've learned so much from him and many others, and I hope that when I tell our stories that I do it accurately and in a way that inspires all of you. So yeah, I don't know. I'm more speaking to the Ratchet community than all of you, but I just wanted to say that while I had you all here. So thank you very much, and that's Ratchet and Clank 2.
Yeah, and thank you so much for being on, Zem. Everybody, definitely go check Zem out. Zem is a fantastic streamer. Makes a lot of great content. You should definitely check Zem out. And yeah, thank you so much for being on, for showcasing the game, for you know, chilling for the past 3 hours, Zem. It's been a blast. It's always a blast. Always a blast to have you on, Zem.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Last shout out to my housemate Lewis, who, like, you know, he basically has to put up with a lot living with the streamer. You know what I mean? He really does. And the fact that I started this at 7 p.m. my time, and he has been very patient and gracious. Like, you know, nighttime is something very sacred for him. So I really appreciate him letting me cut into his quiet and solitude a bit to be able to do this.
Yeah, shout out to you.
So shout out to Lewis. Shout out to Lewis. He's a great guy. But yeah, so again, Church, thank you so much for having me. It was such a pleasure to be here. It really, really was.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to have you on, Zem. I will. It won't be the last time, I'm sure. We'll see you here again sometime.
Hell yeah. That sounds good to me.
Hell yeah! All right. Well, I don't want to encroach on your roommate too much, so we'll go ahead and say
it's
goodbye
for the best.
now. Yeah.
You wouldn't like him when he's angry.
We are going to take a quick break, everybody. We do have more Ratchet coming up. We have Ratchet and Clank Future Tools of Destruction 100% coming up. We'll take a quick break, and then we will be right back with that. See you in a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are showcasing some Ratchet and Clank games. Before we get into our second game of the day, just a few quick reminders. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bitch cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the GDQ Hotfix. So if you like any of our regular content, these specials where we're showing off a bunch of games in a series, if you like any of our regular content, like Going Places and Passion Project, it really does help us put on this content. So if you could consider subscribing, it really does help. With that said, we have our second game of the day. We have Ratchet and Clank Future Tools of Destruction. I'll hand it over to everybody. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Yo, what's going on? My name's Kel Lombax. Maybe you've heard of me, maybe you haven't. I'm also brought to you with IC.
Hello, I'm Isaac Getty, a newish runner to this category, still learning.
We were supposed to have one more, but unsure what happened with them. So we will go ahead and continue without them for the time being. But yeah, Tools of Destruction is a really wacky game. As you can see from the main title screen, there's supposed to be a moving like backdrop here, and it's just a black screen. So I figured I should go ahead and explain this first before even getting into the run. So what's going on is I'm on a Japanese PS3 with a downloaded version of the NTSC-U, the American copy of the game. And what this does is it allows us to skip the opening cutscene because of, I think the Japanese console uses the Japanese model, but uses the NTSC-U's like properties. So it looks for the NTSC-U model and is like, I can't find this model. So it pretty much just skips it. But yeah, other than that, there's going to be a lot of shenanigans going on, and I think we should go ahead and get started. I'll go ahead and count down from 3. So 3, 2, 1, go. So yeah, first thing we're going to be doing is Kirwan. It is notorious in Tools of Destruction for being pretty much a hard open, because once we are to about the middle of the planet, we have to immediately clip out of bounds. And this out of bounds is notorious for killing runners and everything at the beginning. So we're going to hope that everything just kind of plays well at the start. Right now,
it's what 90% of runs end on Kirwan.
A lot of resets happen on Kirwan.
Yeah, a lot of things cause that. These guys could shoot the box, killer could miss the clip and hit the box, and he could just void out of nowhere.
Or I could just get it first try. Let's go.
Or he could just be that guy.
Yeah.
I guess running off of what Zem was saying beforehand, that was a calc. I don't know.
Yeah, oh yeah, we did. I think I've heard of that term before. We calced that strat or something like that. I don't know. I heard him say it a lot, so I figured that it was very important. But yeah, here we have the Zoni telling us that his pass is inside. That's obviously very important for no reason. But
so anyways, we crashed our ship.
Yeah, we crashed our ship. We're stranded now on Kobalia. And we're going to be without music for a little bit, just due to the nature of how Kobalia is. Moving around in the white screen, most of the time it's like a black screen. It will cancel out the audio until you are forced into more audio cues. So right there, we just saw the Leviathan. We won't be seeing him until much later.
Every time we enter Kabalia, it reminds me of the Pokemon Kabalion. I'm like, damn, we're entering a Pokemon.
It's a very similar name. But yeah, we're supposed to be going to a giant boss fight with the Leviathan we didn't see on the map. I think that fight's kind of boring. Like, we should just probably skip it, right, Icy?
You're a bit scared of him. He's very intimidating. He roars at you. That's very scary.
All right.
So anyways, we just go around.
So, kind of failed the proxy there. We should be able to back this up. Cool. So unfortunately, we didn't get the Hyperstrike proxy there. A Hyperstrike proxy in this game, essentially what we have to do to activate it is we Hyperstrike into a semi-solid floor surface. And the game just doesn't know how to calculate Ratchet's momentum. So it kind of just adds it all up and then shoots him off in the direction you're facing. Oh, that's sad. Okay.
It sort of yeets him away.
So unfortunately, I didn't get the ledge grab there. So we do have to go back and do the proxy again. And
The little guy's
a lot
getting
of
a nice
times,
taste of you.
a lot of times with this category, I like to say that the early game is the hardest, just due to the fact that there's so many things in the early game that can kill you. Like right there, I almost died to just not seeing where Ratchet was. I had so much speed. There is an optimal way to chain that speed onto the platform here. But, you know. Nope. Wrong ammo.
And yeah, he buys 1 ammo here to get the skill point because this is 100%.
Yeah, so one thing we should probably mention, there's a lot of things to kind of go through 100% with this category. So the easiest way to explain it is that we have to do all the skill points, we have to get all the gold bolts, we have to get all the weapons maxed out, and we have to get all the armor upgrades, and we have to get all the raritanium upgrades for some weapons as well. And then I think the last thing I didn't mention in there was getting the golden Groovitron, which costs 2 million raritanium. We won't be seeing that until the very end of the round.
Would you say that this is one of the harder games to 100% because of the Groovitron?
Yeah, so one of the most notorious skill points in this game is called Everybody Dance Now. Essentially, what we have to do is we have to make every type of enemy dance at least once. So there's going to be a lot of Groovitron manipping to where we have more Groovitrons than we're supposed to, or just making sure that we die in a certain spot to get more Groovitrons. But yeah, there's pretty much a calc for every enemy
Ratchet, we should see that smuggler about
in the run so far. I will say, like, one of my favorite things about this category is just the amount of routing that had to go into it to get it at least to this point. I did not get the crates there that I was looking for. I was trying to get these explosive crates. So one of the big things I have to do right now, I really wanted to split there. Luckily I didn't. But yeah, one of the big things I have to worry about right now is bolt routing. We need to get 35,000 bolts before Mukau so that we can buy a gun called the Shard Reaper, which for a lot of casual players, it was either their favorite weapon or they didn't use it at all.
Or it's a bit of both, and you kept trying to use it, and it just fell off, and you're like, damn, this is just dookie.
You should try using one of our devices against that cyber.
So right here is going to be one of the most broken weapons in the game. Glad we get it so early.
And some people's favorite weapons.
Definitely. So right here, we're just kind of using the double bolt multiplier that we got to essentially get as many bolts as we can. It should be around 12,000. I'm close, so that's worth.
Anyway, Killer roundabout now is going to be doing another trick after he dies.
Yeah, so right now I'm going to make a save file, actually. The save file is going to be important later. We don't need to worry about it right now.
The surprise tool that'll help us later.
And yeah, the whip, like I said, it's a little bit broken. Lets us fly a little bit in the air.
I think it's synonymous with a lot of rat games that just gravity is optional.
One thing I've noticed a lot with rat games as well, like whenever Insomniac tries to make a whip, it just breaks.
Attention, citizen.
Like you have the Leviathan flail and Deadlocked. You have oh god, I'm gonna misremember. You have the Plasma Whip and Ouya.
You've got the Lightning Ravager here.
Yeah.
Have they made another whip weapon?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, but there probably are some more.
But yeah, just every whip in every rat game so far has just been ungodly broken.
All right. So here we're gonna make the ship and the little dude dance. That way we can get that working. I definitely wanted to split there. So it's Killa and then it's Lombax to answer your question, Portal.
You know what I noticed at the start of this run, Killer?
What?
It's a freeloader until Barstoon.
Pretty much.
Ratchet stole the ship, hitched a ride, and then stole an escape shuttle.
All right, so 14,000 bolts is roughly good. That's kind of where we want to be. We're going to be killing a lot of enemies on Fast Tune to essentially get our XP up, but also to get some bolts. That's okay. That shouldn't have happened. So normally there's a cutscene that plays when you get down to the level there. That's only been documented to happen in NG+. I've never seen it happen in any percent.
Yeah, you did look weird while zipping down the line.
So, no, I'm talking about the cutscene skip.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, you looked weird going down the thing, which I think might have caused it.
Maybe I was...
Oh,
no
who's the
way
hollow
I was
from?
too fast.
Oh, Finnegan RNG. You got that Finnegan RNG.
See, Torp and everyone else that plays this game, they all say that there's like an RNG calculator based off the name that Quark gives you there. I think it's a placebo effect to some degree. Okay, our bolt count is not looking great. Let's see if safety barrier here helps us.
Ratchet, the entrance to this raritanium mine is too small. Perhaps
So I call that barrier safety barrier just because, like most Ratchet games, there's a value of bolts that you're supposed to be getting throughout each planet. And for some reason, when you don't get these bolts off the enemies, the collectibles will get them. And so when you break that barrier there, you kind of get extra bolts. By the way, we're using Clank to break the game. We're just kind of gliding up walls.
To explain that poorly, I guess, because Clank in this game gets a collection of powers from the Zoni, one of them allows him to slow down time, and apparently that just allows him to break gravity. We don't know why, we don't ask why, but it's Zoni power.
Ooh, okay. I'm probably gonna have to back this up. I'm gonna have to hug this wall really closely.
And what he's trying to do here is he's trying to collect a Lombax component part to repair the ship that we skipped the cutscene for.
Yeah, I wonder if that
we're supposed to
cutscene's
get as
gonna play
Ratchet.
now.
That part that Killer is collecting just now was supposed to be collected with Ratchet, but we found a way to get it as Clank.
Okay. I have all the pieces, right?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I have all the pieces. Let me see if I can activate the cutscene to activate the cutscene.
Um,
Yeah, that's awkward. I can firmly say that's never happened before. So right here we have probably the most infamous part of the Tools of Destruction game, the auto scrollers. And like I said before, we have to essentially get the all the skill points, all the gold bolts and everything. So the auto scrollers are being forced upon us at least once. Like, we have to complete them each once to get everything in the category. Now, for any of you astute Ratchet and Clank fans, you may know that to get weapons and everything to max level, there has to be an NG Plus playthrough. So therefore, you would have to normally get through each auto-scroller twice, once per each playthrough. That's not going to be the case with this one. There's only one auto-scroller we have to repeat, and that's due to the nature of a glitch that we found later in the run. And I will definitely try my best to explain it later, but for right now, just know that this current auto-scroller is unskippable due to the fact that we have to collect the skill points and everything for it.
And the gold bolt.
Yeah.
Which are the rainbow little floating things. You gotta shoot, 6 or 5 of them, and then you get a gold bolt.
I haven't even looked at my bolt count, but seeing as I was at like 25 and a half leaving Fastoon, we should be good.
You're at 30,130.
That should be fine. We have to collect a little bit more bolts on Mukal. That's going to be okay. Ideally, you don't want to have to go out of your way for them.
I think just throw a bomb at the charge boot bolt boxes.
Clank, hop on that turret.
I mean, you could. I normally whip into them.
Whip, shoot, bomb.
But yeah, like we saw in Kortog with that whip jump, we're going to be saying that pretty much throughout most of the run. There's not going to be a time where we're not taking advantage of vectors and bouncing around the level. So keep that in mind, because there's a lot of different places that you can actually go to and make it useful, but you have to know like what walls are good and what walls aren't.
And especially what floors outside the map are solid.
True. Very true. I think it's time to hydrate. So the whip is the main movement tech? For now. For now.
Yeah. There's like a 7-6 second like window where you're just transitioning to the boss phase, and yeah, it's just a good time to hydrate because you've got nothing to do. So what killer? Oh,
yeah, you're good.
So for this boss, we're waiting for a certain cycle for when he opens up his eye. His eye and all 3 auto-scrollers have a big crit spot that opens up after a certain phase. And we always want that. Him opening his mouth triggers one of his phase to open up the reactor to cool it, and his ratchet ship does double damage to the boss.
It's actually good RNG too. So each boss has like a roughly 30% chance to do the same attack twice in a row. But doing so with the weak point allows us to kill him quicker. But each of the auto scrollers has a boss that has 3 types of attacks total, one of which opens up his weak point.
I do assume that the thing that he's opening is a reactor that he's like cooling down.
I imagine that's true. Here I'm a little bit scuffed, so normally you play this game fully on lock strafe. I am the only runner that, for some reason, at the beginning of the run, I like playing in third person because I learned it that way, and I'm too stubborn to change.
And we just obtained the cliche Ratchet movement, the charge boots. They are helpful, but not as helpful.
Unlike Rack 2, we get our charge boots pretty much instantly. So that is another form of movement unlocked. It gives us a lot of horizontal movement speed. And here soon, like in about a couple seconds, we're going to be going into the Mukau Arena. Which, spoiler, there's enemies in there that we have to make dance.
Yep.
Speaking of dance, I did not make the guys on Fastoon dance. I will have to go back and do that.
Did make the rabbits dance. The red and orange guys?
I did not.
Yes, you did. You threw a Groovatron at just after Finnegan on the swing shot area.
Okay. My memory might just be misremembering right now. Self-sabotage.
Yeah.
See, this is why it's
here.
good to have a commentator, because they will see the things that you definitely think you did wrong and be like, no, you did it right.
No, my job here is only to remind you about Crayley. That's all I'm here for.
Freely is not so freely.
Crayley is a meanie.
Okay. Yeah, even Ragey is confirming. So, Opet, I did it without remembering, apparently.
Good muscle memory is better than bad.
True. So right there, I quit out of the arena to take me out of the arena. That allows me to actually refill on the Groovatrons I used in the first phase of this bout, which I can then use to make Crush Dough dance.
I always dislike killing Crush Dough. He looks so sad once you beat him. He's like, oh, my job.
But yeah, now we're gonna be heading out to... That was a long shot and a half. Ratchet has really good aim today. I thought it was way closer. God, I'm saying the same thing as them. Like, I felt an urge. I wanted to reach over and split. I was like, this is not the time. Not the time and place to be splitting.
Next is Nundak, or a lot of people, I know a lot of people, including me, didn't like doing this planet casually over and over again in like New Game Plus. Luckily, Hello just doesn't do anything casually.
Yeah, what's the point of like getting 3 souls and giving them a smuggler to use that escape pod? We've already been in an escape pod. I don't want to be in another.
Listen, I know a lot of people after their 3rd or 4th playthrough just saved the souls from Cabalia just to pay the smuggler.
So, like I said, Whip be broken. And from now on, I'm going to be playing on lock straight because this is the moment I turn it on. But yeah, we essentially bounce off that rock in such a way that we get what's called a height-oriented or I guess we're just calling it whip jumps. But allows us to get so high up in the air that we're able to get onto the space station, which, funny enough, is exactly where the coordinates for the next level are.
Yeah. Pardon me. Normally, if you try and cheese it and go straight to the facility, cannons will shoot you. But because Killer went over the barrier and avoided the place where you would normally go to in casual playthroughs, they're like, nah, he chill.
But yeah, we do a lot of out of bounds movement here to essentially get to the coordinates as fast as possible. We're going to abuse the whip to go under the floor and then go back up just enough to land on the floor we just went under.
Yeah, it's very fortunate that the whip with every strike gives you just a slight bit of upward momentum.
So right there, we did a little bit of a death warp because we had just gotten a checkpoint. So we die at the checkpoint so that we can words. We die in the checkpoint so that we can charge through the door, because the door doesn't stay closed. It actually closes as soon as you load it.
And yeah, technically we meet Tarwin here, and she's like, "Hey, my father has something back at a pirate stole some stuff from my father. Let's go get that." We're not gonna do that. We're just gonna meet her at the end of the planet again.
Yeah, for some reason, Kronk, Zephyr, and Talon, they're actually really competent in playing the game without us. So
Yeah,
we just go to them at the end of the level, and then they just give us the thing we need to progress.
yeah. They're like, yeah, we have a Lombax. We're now goaded. So technically, they got it themselves. We didn't really collect it. It still exists on the planet, but we just like saying that, you know, Talwyn just got competent.
So I'm wasting a lot of ammo here on purpose. I'm actually setting up for an auto-scroller skip. So this is the auto-scroller I was saying that we had to visit twice. So what we do is we skip the auto-scroller the first time and come back around in NG Plus to play it. So what we're going to do, we're going to load the Cortog file as saved. And shout outs to Robo. Robo found this like a couple days ago.
Yep. So a lot of people in a lot of communities love to shorten a lot of skips. We couldn't shorten auto-scroller skip for the hotfix, but we can because now we have good auto-scroller skip, which is called gas.
So essentially what we're doing is we're going to store some autosaves onto themselves. And essentially, as we're loading, the game is autosaving. So the game doesn't know where to save it. So what it does is it saves it to the very first thing you can think of, which is Kirwan. So, hey guys, we're going back to Kirwan.
Yeah, we're resetting.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have to play at the beginning of the game again. But hey, we picked up a whip, didn't we?
Oh, right, the whip. It allows us to ignore everything.
Yeah, we don't have to do that clip again. We don't have to do any of the stuff that would normally make you reset a bunch. You're just able to fly over your problems.
We're just so lucky that there's a conveniently shaped rock at the start.
Yeah, vectors are a mysterious and strange thing, but dang, are they useful.
But hey, this is actually one of the only times you get to see the planet of Metropolis, because I don't think we ever see it in Todd.
Yeah, so there's the end of the level. It's mysteriously really close to the beginning, just a little bit high up. So, and just like that, we are off of Kirwan. Now, what this does, and why we're doing this, is so that we can go to Riken immediately. Because the way the auto scrollers work is once you enter them, you're not supposed to be able to leave until you've completed it. But since we've gone to Riken and gotten the auto scroller, it's now like, oh, you've been to the auto scroller. You've obviously done it already. So here's the planet you wanted to load.
Ratchet, will you please take care of Cronk and Zephyr? It's been a long time since they've seen real combat. Just try to look out for them, okay?
And we ignore the missile skip because those are slow.
Missile skips
what
are
Killer
suggestions.
What Killer did was, while he was in the loading screen, you actually still have movement of Ratchet. And so he basically just moves out of the trigger. That says, hey, you're loading in, initiate the falling sequence. And we didn't explain it before because Killer was talking. The ship has some weird properties and allows you to do a lot of weird things with the whip. And so the ship, it bobs up and down on a cycle. And if you, I believe it's helipack on the downward, you actually get launched really, really far.
It's not even on the downward, it's just on the ship in general. But
right, okay.
It's because of the bobbing animation that you're able to take advantage of it.
Yep. It just sends you really far, really fast. It just builds so much momentum at such an insane speed. Comboing that with the whip, it's just zoom.
Yeah, so I actually don't like the gyrocycle that Smuggler's going to try to give me on this level. So we're just going to use that tech that Icy just described to go to the end of the level. And conveniently,
But your father made that.
Talon and friends are already here.
But Killer, your dad made that gyrocycle.
And
I'm gonna do a then I'll meet you on planet circuit.
it controls poorly, and it's attached to some pretty terrible skill points.
Just say that maybe a few bigger problems today.
But this is 100%. You'll have to do them eventually.
True, but not with the gyrocycle. We just want to skip that.
Some of you may be thinking, Killer, why did you need to route bolts for the start of the game, but not the rest of the game?
Oh, I mean, that's easy. So kind of similar to how Zem turned in a lot of moonstones and crystals at the beginning or at the end of Rec 2. We can just duplicate Dino Souls by making them dance and jump in mud.
So the dinos can come out of the mud, but don't like going back in it. And therefore, infinite money.
So as you can see, I now have 500-something thousand bolts. We're good on bolts for the rest of this playthrough. And then for those of you that are going to ask about NG+, well, Smuggler sells more. Sells
He buys
the
the souls
souls
for
for
more.
more, yeah.
And
NG+.
I like to say, I believe Zem, with his quit exploit, funded the entire inflation of Todd with quit exploit.
All right. So once again, if I can get this line up correct, we're gonna just go zoom. And there's a reason I'm using nanoswarmer ammo as I'm actually doing this bounce, because there's a fun property with the nanoswarmers, kind of like the mini turrets, where if you put it down at your feet, you can actually use it as a clipping tool. But you have to be on your last ammo. Otherwise, the turret likes to bounce around.
She may have run into trouble.
I've actually been having a lot of trouble with the nanoswarmer clips the past couple days, so I'm glad that that just decided to give it to me that time.
Yes. And one extra collectible we forgot to talk about is the Rhino parts. In certain planets, there are hidden areas which hide a specific plan for the Rhino. Unlike Rack 2, Rack 3, Rack 1, the future series has a set of 8 to 10 to 12 plans hidden throughout one of every planet. And you have to find all of them to make the Rhino. And so routing also has to take into account all the gold bolts, all the skill points that are needed for that run, and one Rhino plan.
So we're on our way to Mukau 2. We're really just kind of going in the planet order that the game suggests for us right now, because that's going to be the quickest way to get to the end of any percent. But as you guys have probably seen, we're kind of chaining a lot of collectibles here at the beginning. We're kind of front loading a lot of stuff because a good majority of the planets from here on out, you will not see an NG+. So everything has kind of been taken into account for, if not been calculated for, or calced for short.
I love that we only get to hear Church once he gets a giggle in.
Y'all have this covered, and I have honestly, I've never played a Ratchet game before in my life, so
That is completely fair.
All you need not a way to learn how to play Ratchet.
Hurry, game, go fast.
That's fair.
Yes.
It's very fair.
It's a very similar thing with all the Sony games back then, like all the Sly Kookavas, your Jack and Daxters. Those three games, they're just known for being oddly fast and oddly fun to break. But
So
yeah, never learn how to never learn to play a game casually watching a speedrunner.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you won't be able to replicate immediately.
As we said before on Mukau 1, we have to grab the Shard Reapers because they're good for this one fight. Don't use them further on, they fall off so hard. But yeah, it's similar to, just get sent back to certain planets, you have to do a certain mission back on those planets. We collect all we need and then we move on. Kind of boring.
So here we have my favorite boss, Zorthan. But he's only my favorite boss sometimes. That's when he decides to give me good RNG. So there we got
my favorite.
We got our dance for Zorthan off. So we're gonna quit out. We're gonna hope that he does his twister attack now, because that would be optimal.
I love Beyblade. Ah, Killer, you're replicating him.
Yeah, this boss is a suggestion when he does the right attack.
And so, while Killer gets 3 chances to land on the lava, Zorthan gets none.
Yeah, and one of my favorite things, and I know a couple other people love this as well, the fact that enemies are also in danger of the environment effects is a pretty neat thing when you can abuse it. And lo and behold, like, the easiest thing to do in a Ratchet run is to fail on easy movement. So, like, while you can get all the hard stuff down and everything, dying twice as you're leaving the arena is an easy way to show that, hey, we're all human.
It's always the easy stuff we mess up.
All right. So here we have Creely. We're going to come here. We're going to buy the Pyro Blaster. And then we're going to leave because we don't have the tools yet to deal with Creely.
Those pirates...
And by tools, I mean we don't have a leveled up pyro blaster. We just got it. So we obviously need to make it the strongest thing known to man.
Yes. For an ice planet, we need just the best fire weapon in the game. And so we're a bit scared. We need to run back to Sargasso.
Lombaxes don't like the cold, so therefore we need a leveled up pyro blaster or incinerator.
Yeah. One of the fun things about the pyro blaster is it's actually affected by difficulty tweaking. And so if you all recall back to the very first planet, Kabalia, we skipped the Leviathan because he was too scary. That actually majorly affects how much damage the pyro blaster will do. And it can range from bad, good, and god pyro. And I believe because we skipped the first Leviathan of the game, it's now set to good. Oh no.
That's fine. We got the pyro done.
Yep.
That's all that matters.
But I believe that's correct, right? Killer?
I was like half listening, but yes, you are right in the fact that there are instances of a good and bad pyro. Kind of based off of how the playthrough goes.
Yes, but because we skipped the first Leviathan in Kabalia, it's set so your pyro just does more damage.
Yeah. So now that we've gotten so many souls, we're just going to turn them in. And I mean, how does 2 million bolts sound, guys? Do you think that's enough?
It doesn't compare to Zen's. I think we need more.
I'll get more later.
Okay.
All right. So this is the worst planet in this run.
Remember to get all the crystals.
Yeah. So the worst thing about Creeley, because of the things I've been alluding to, we only visit Creeley once, which means that we have to get all the skill points here, all the collectibles here. And it's a little hard considering how some of the skill points are made. So this specific skill point is very similar to what you'll see in other Ratchet games, where you have to destroy all the icicles. So the easiest way for us to do that is to pull out the incinerator and fire all the crystals. If you miss one, however, in this game, you don't get the skill point. So
and if you die, you don't get the skill point.
You have to make sure that you hit every single skill point.
Crystal.
It's not to say I don't like Hundo Creeley Yugi. It can be a pain when it wants to be.
Killer also has to be very careful not to get the pirates to shoot their pods. A certain amount of pirates will be circling around a pod. We have to be the ones to wrench it. And if a pirate shoots them by accident, basically, we have to take a death, which means we have to shoot all the crystals again.
At that point, it'd be easier to go around and just wrench all the pots. There are some skill points that take precedent in the in the game more than others, and judging by the sound effects I just heard, it sounds like we have our last commentator.
Mr. Eepy Boy.
Last night was not a good closing. I'm sorry.
You're fine. You just came back to the worst planet.
I know. When I saw like the stream, just to like kind of get like tabs on where you were at, I saw Creeley and I was just like, oh no. I think Icy's already went into full detail as to why this level sucks at 100%.
Yes.
The thing I don't know if he'd mentioned yet is that there is no wiggle room on the Ice and skill point. Usually a lot of Ratchet & Clank skill points when it comes to breakables, you have to break about 98 to 99% of the breakables. No, this one you have to hit all of them, the ice doesn't always look broken when you break it, and some of these are hidden in really bad spots.
Ah.
Like, I wish there was some way. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
I wish there was some ways that we could actually, like, show the, like, more strats off in this level, but, like, quite literally, the best way to do this level is to just play it fast, casually, because the skill points in here have, like, so little room for mistakes. Like, if you accidentally, like, say, charge into one of the pots, for example, you void that skill point entirely. We jokingly call this the worst level in the run, but it's sometimes not an exaggeration.
Yep. Yeah, as implied by Torp, yes. Getting a pirate to shoot the pot,
I don't know why
charging
that's
into
been
the
happening
pot,
recently, but
shooting the pot with a turret. All of those things will void that skill point.
for some reason, because I've been making that rogue dance at the beginning, like after I got the gold bolt, the rogue here hasn't spawned. So that bridge just doesn't break, so you're able to go across and do it.
Could it
Ideally,
possibly...
Lombaxes don't like cold. So that means we've destroyed all the crystals successfully.
Oh, that's a
It's
blessing.
a very scary thing in a hundo run to not see that pop up there, because it means you miss something anywhere in the level, and the Clank section coming up is very easy to die in. And if you die, you die in the Clank section, you die in real life. Therefore, you do not have the ice all broken. You respawn and everything's back.
So,
Yep.
because this game is very well made, there are times where particle effects can be too much for the game, and the game will crash. So, for those of you keen-eyed, I went into the menu and activated my Magna Boots so that the game would auto-save, so that the skill points would save.
Oh, this is the Iris supercomputer. How do you
Yeah,
turn this
and
thing
when Torp
on?
says die in real life, he means like mentally, because it's dreadful to see you not pop that skill point.
Like, you go into panic mode when you don't see the skill point show up there, and then you just sit there and pray that you don't die in the Clank section, because you saw GGS, the Glitch Glide State earlier on Fast Tune, right? That one wasn't so bad because you had a floor to work with. This one, you're kind of hovering over a big old pit and trying to just not die. If you die, you will be so sad if you hadn't gotten Lombaxes Don't Like Cold. This has absolutely ruined many a run. I think whenever I did my first hundo run, correct me if I'm wrong, Philip, didn't this make me have like a 15-minute Creely?
More than likely.
And
It would not surprise
so
me.
while GGS works on a lot of things, specifically for this part here, we actually need to jump onto Zoni's head. And they just let us because they love Clank. They will do anything for Clank. And this is a joke for Torp. Zoni will be the only little guys I will enjoy.
Hey, yo. Alright.
Not like
So-
that.
Coming up, we're going to Planet Visceron. Oh yeah, as much as we said about Creely, it's because of the new route that everything has to be on Creely now. Normally, you could do it in NG Plus and you would have the box breaker, right? But we have a surprise tool that'll help us out later that we can show off. In the meantime,
That was a really bad bow.
here on Visceron, we have a few things that we need to grab. One thing I'm going to remind Killer in particular about is Seer Dahi.
Yep, I have been getting it recently, so you don't have to worry about that.
Okay. It's gonna be more of the usual when it comes to like, just like some of the skill points. Like, it's just make certain enemies dance. Which, hey, we need to do that anyway for everybody to dance now. We also have a Rhino part that's gonna be a little bit out of the way, so we do deviate from any percent AGB a little bit with this. There's Seer Dahi. I love that the skill point works out for our route because the Pyro Blaster is already the best weapon in the run anyway.
Don't hit me, please.
And yeah, floors have always been a suggestion, and Ratchet's head is really big, so we just collect the gold ball through the roof.
I got
Yeah, I was
both
gonna say,
of them in
that's-
advance. That's rare.
I would say that's more of hitbox overlap than anything, yeah. It's one of those things,
Yeah,
like,
I
if your
just-
hitbox is, like, generally around it, then they're just like, yeah, you can have it. It gets really funny because you get some really creative animation cancels later off of just getting the hitboxes to overlap. The funniest one being dying to get a gold bolt.
Yep.
My favorite one is when the on Kortog.
No, I think my
We
favorite.
will see that later.
Oh, you're talking about. I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
We'll see that later.
There's the rhino part. Do a little salute off the ledge for him.
Yes, and the reason we use the pirate mostly is because it doesn't have an animation for collecting anything.
60G, Vorsalon, Flint.
So yeah, we have anime cancels on demand.
Anime cancels.
And you can
the pirate's
also
gonna be
use it to
interesting
store
here.
stuff.
So, the pirate has an interesting property where you can actually store specific prompts to use for later. One of them being the decryptor. So what we can do is we can basically move the pirate off the decryptor pad in such a way where we have the decryptor prompt stored. As we sit here and do the decryptor, we're gonna basically be right there next to the edge. Another thing to note about the pirate is that there's also no death animation if you fall into a bottomless pit.
Yeah, you just kind of void out. I will say,
What's going to happen here is the game ideally should check for Ratchet's positioning once you progress to say the level after the decryptor. However, Ratchet is nowhere to be found.
There's a pirate instead.
So, because Ratchet's checkpoint never updates, the way that we get back to the ship, the way we break out of prison is by frickin' dying.
Attention, inmate number 9.
Well, it's the perfect jailbreak. Don't know what to tell you. There's no evidence of a break-in or a break-out.
Just in time.
They were always at the ship.
He came and went like a thief in the night.
Nice.
Oh yeah, we have a gold
He
book
took that from
still.
Select.
Ooh, did you get the animation cancel? Nice. That's a satisfying one to get. All right. Coming up next is the worst level in the game. I know I said that about Creedley, but Verdigree's also up there. There's 3 skill points you need to get. You need to kill 90%, what was it? No, 75% of the enemies. That one's not so bad. You can't use your missiles. That one isn't so bad either. You have to do a 7-minute auto-scroller without getting hit once up until the boss. And
Paired in conjunction with the fact that you can't use your missiles.
if you have live split open,
I
then
don't.
the thing I like to describe is if you get hit in this level, whatever your current segment time is, you're losing.
Yeah.
It is not necessarily a hard level, but it is a very easy level to mess up and then just lose heaps of time in. And we've been alluding to a strat in NG Plus that's gonna like help us skip half the game. Verdigree's one of the levels skipped as well.
Yeah. Yep. Because we did gas earlier, there's one more auto scroller we do, which is Raycar. Which, funny enough, it's weird that we do the second auto scroller last.
Now it messes with me in a hundo run because you see like the gold bolt or like the bonus target text prop show up there, and like that is your bonus target tutorial.
Hold on. I want to leave these guys with a little parting gift.
I find this auto scroller the most amusing because Ratchet's just extremely petty here.
Yeah, it's so funny. Like this entire this is like a 4-minute detour just because like, hey, yeah, we could go to Jacindu, but let's just ruin the pirate's day.
I do want to go back to the thought of like what we did in Zordium real quick, because Yugi brought up a good point that that decryptor puzzle is the only one you're going to see this whole run. So I hope you guys enjoyed it, because we won't be using the decryptor again. However, we will be getting the decryptor again. So, I mean, that's looked weird. Why would we get it again if we don't use it again? Because we have to.
Well,
You have to.
You
have
saw
to
in
grab it
Sargasso.
so you can then trade in. You have to buy the decryptor to access the smuggler's trade-in values for New Game Plus. And as we alluded to before, the smuggler raises his trade-in offers because they're New Game Plus souls.
isn't it like it goes from like 8,000 to like 80,000, or is it 800,000?
I think it's like 80,000.
Like, I know the
Doesn't matter,
bolt
though,
value of
because
that
we
gets
turn in,
inflated
like-
like crazy.
We turn in like
Oh, yeah, we traded, like,
1,000
2,000
souls and something like that. Yeah.
Hold on, Clank. This might be a close one.
Again, the inflation of Grummelnet is ridiculous. Blames them.
Clank, hop on that turret.
Listen, he did quit exploiting GC. It all funneled back into Todd.
Yeah, we're just
We even have it down to the
Bolt
whole,
funneling.
oh, gee, I have like 3 million bolts. I hope nothing happens to it, leaving me with 1.
yeah. You can overflow
Yeah.
your bolts and Todd. It is possible.
We have lost
Say
runs
It's a
to it.
genuine overflow.
See, where the bolt went to Zem, they're going to come to us eventually. It's like sending something into the future.
So you're saying Zem put his bolt in a time capsule?
Yes.
Yo, time capsule? Isn't that like a hotfix or something?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it's.
It's a.
I used to have all the dates memorized, but with the new schedule, it's
The
every
reason
other.
why I know this is my good. Oh, sorry.
No, you got it.
The reason why I know this though is my good friend Metal Glenn Solid's doing a run for time capsule, I believe next week.
On the
No.
12th at 10 p.m. because it's every other Wednesday now.
Now, Church, I do want to ask, because I think my internal clock is going off. We should be getting close to the hour mark here soon. Ain't?
Yeah, we're at about 55 minutes.
Okay. So after this auto scroller, I think would be a great time to take a break.
Absolutely, sounds good.
Yeah. The best time to do it is going to or leaving planets, since a lot of stuff happens in between planets, as you noticed, Church.
Well, not to mention,
This
it's
planet
like
coming up is one of the bigger planets that we start breaking because we get a second movement option.
Yeah, weapons are broken in Todd. We're about to get the last weapon that's broken. And that's not the Alpha Disruptor.
that's just the last
love
weapon.
that weapon.
Engaging proto shield.
It used to be used in runs as like your way of dealing damage before Dino Grind got found. Did we ever tell the story of how that trick got found?
I did not. We can definitely do that during the grind, though.
Okay,
We've looked in coordinates for Kurchu City.
But
We'll need full
like all
control
good
of
strats,
the city.
it was found accidentally.
yeah, that sounds about right. No, it's funny.
It's actually found
I
in
can explain it
spite.
later. Yeah, it was found in spite.
Treasure awaits lots.
Sounds like Mactar skip. Or was Mactar skip found out of desperation?
All right, this is gonna be since we didn't see it on Rakkar, this is gonna be an instance of how much RNG can actually like fluctuate a boss fight. We saw it on Goron slightly, but this is gonna be more of a pronounced example. Grease Palms McGee is the name of the boss. That part's not relevant. What matters is that he's got like a weak spot once he hits phase 3 when the circle starts spinning faster,
Which is right there.
where like a ball comes out of his mouth, and it actually has a lingering hitbox after it retracts, where ideally you want to get basically the double ball attack and take advantage of that, because of which it's actually very possible for this boss to have like upwards of like 30 seconds in variance, just because the boss doesn't decide to show its weak point until he gets to like a quarter or even less.
Speaking of, what is this RNG?
I willed it into existence, didn't I?
There we go.
We all know the curse of if you talk about it, it won't happen.
Commentator's curse. You've done this to me,
You
Tor.
have to say something, Tor.
I was just explaining the mechanics of this boss. I was trying to do my due diligence as a commentator. But hey, we got all 3 of them. If you didn't see one of those pop up, then you start crying and do the level again.
But yeah,
No gas for you.
An interesting thing of note, at least for casual players, is that there used to be a backup you could do there. Where...
Yeah. Anyway, we gotta take our break.
Oh, true.
so yeah, I'm down to pause it once I get to the vendor.
Are attacking Kurt's
So
city.
3, 2,
Must
1,
get to the
pause.
Dimensionator before Captain
Awesome.
Slag does.
Yeah, so during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour or so, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to the break. SGDQ is coming up. It's at the end of the month. If you are a crafty person, if you've got any prizes you'd like to submit, that's open until June 16th. You can go to gamesonquick.com for more information on that. With all of that said, yeah, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in just a little bit with more of the run, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing Ratchet and Clank games. We're in the middle of a run. I'll hand it right back over to y'all whenever you're ready. If you just want to give a quick 3, 2, 1 countdown.
I'm sorry, that was just
Give
really
us a
funny.
4-second countdown, please.
All right, well, 2, 1, let's go.
Alright, Chief. What can we
All
All
right,
right, so we're zooming on Planet Jacindu. We're on the vendor here. We're going to buy the Razor Claws, and what Icy said before, that this is another form of movement that's being unlocked to us, there's going to be a lot. Before we explain Razor Claws, though, we are going to have Physiclip, which itself demands a whole explanation. We're also buying a lot of upgrades here.
No, not
But
best
the clips are like turrets,
Avengers.
but you can move them.
Pretty much. We're in the Ratchet series, we're no stranger to various different clips, just of course using different items to force yourself through the walls. The methods change. The Visit Clips, you throw this helicopter with spinning blades, and you can remote control to push Ratchet through the wall. How this doesn't hurt him? Good question. Actually, in this state right now, Ratchet's actually invulnerable. More on that later. Yeah, basically, we're trying to push Ratchet between like the corner of 2 invisible walls, and as you can tell, this clip is not that cash money.
It does not like people.
Don't worry, the feeling is mutual.
But yeah, I like to think of the helicopter as portable turrets, because you get to retry them at least.
You know what they remind me of? A remote-controlled bus.
Oh no!
I don't think Ratchet would appreciate getting hit in the back of the head by a robotic bus.
I'm gonna have to back this up. Of course, he gets it like as soon as. Okay. Well, I will have to back something up because we don't actually have another Visicopter to clip with.
All right. So the Razor. Here's the Razor Claws. Using the Razor Claws, if you've noticed, the dive puts you in a grounded state for a moment after you do that. You could use this in various different ways. If you're in like the open air, you can use that to actually just get a high jump, which preserves your momentum typically, and you can use that to just kind of like power through, like just going through a bunch of out of bounds. Or as you saw like on that rock, if you use the Razor Claws next to a wall, it preserves basically your grounded state where you're at. So you can use it to effectively climb any solid surface in the game. So long as it doesn't actually push you into that sliding state down.
And so
we're gonna have to back this up, but that's fine. We're going slow.
While I would like to say that the heli raises are mainly for horizontal, vertical movement, and the whip is for vertical, horizontal. Either or. One goes up, one goes down, but the heli raises do both. So basically, you're like, so why do you still use the whip? There are some cases where the whip is still the more beneficial weapon.
Yeah, usually if something needs us to have like a lot of height immediately and there's no solid wall to climb, typically the whip's going to be better. Otherwise, yeah, the Razor Claws, as you can tell, the ability to wall climb just really helps. There's actually some situations where you actually want to use the whip and the claws together. Usually whip first and claws, obviously, but like,
Ratchet?
uh-oh.
You want to behave?
We're going to see actually in the next level in the Ooblik passage where it's actually going to be the reverse, where we want to use the claws first, then whip. It's actually one of my favorite strats in the game.
I have,
but we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Oh wait, yeah, that's only an AGB strat, isn't it?
I could. I don't have it memorized.
Oh no.
You don't got it memorized?
Okay, Axel. I know I said it first, but
I can tell you've been playing lately then.
Yes, between all the runs we've been doing to Caitlin and I have been indulging in our randomizers.
So now that we're on Sindu, there's actually a very interesting thing to note that I imagine has probably already been mentioned before as well, but there's bosses you need to make dance. This is the first instance of a boss that you only fight one of, and that if you fight and kill, is gone forever. So if you, for example, forget to make, say, the boss in this level dance, then it's just run over in a normal run. You avoid everybody dance now until the next playthrough, which in our case, we're skipping a lot of things the next playthrough. So this is where like a lot of the routing starts coming together. I like the use of the buzz blades there to try to use the ricochet to break off of to break the towers in the back. There's a couple specific skill points to get here, which are just like, hey, destroy certain breakables, or hey, kill the fire guys with fire. Typical non-standard stuff that's usually used to get Ratchet skill points.
All right, so right now we're actually going to be heading to the boss. We're just going to climb over the factory. You're supposed to go in the factory, but why go in the factory when you can climb on top of it?
Part of it's that there's a lot of pirates and stuff in there, so you would still have to basically casually fight your way through. I only
say it would be a frantic factory.
I only actually realized just like how to go through that factory recently whenever I was learning rail skip in AGB. There's a strat that we were alluding to here where you can actually store a high jump in the cutscene so that it spawns you above the rail. And what you can do with that is you can actually get off of the rail, use the pirate to reset the camera angle back to Ratchet, and go and actually... So we have to wait for this boss to arrive at the arena anyway. During that downtime, you can actually go back and get collectibles with that. In our current case right now, though, since there's so much we have to collect for like the Rhino part, that gold bolt, the skill points at the factory, it's not the fastest thing to do in 100% just yet. It's definitely would save time, but it's not exactly worth it yet, given that we don't have full armor.
So, Tor, would you say that this is one auto scroller you can't skip?
I mean, in the strictest sense of the word, yes. In the loosest sense of the word, you're just putting things in the downtime normally if you do rail skip. Well, you still have to wait for the boss to arrive.
Reggae caught my joke. Ragey, sorry.
Yeah, I knew the joke. I just am not someone that has played much or any of DK64, so it was a little lost on me.
So I see you're talking about the infamous DK64randomizer.com where you can play DK64 randomized.
I just received a transmission.
That is indeed one of the randomizers we have been playing recently. One of my favorite segments was DK64randomizer.com on random number generation.
Ratchet.
So the Ooblik passage, we're gonna catch a bus and we're gonna climb a wall. But first,
requesting assistance.
We're gonna do a skill point. It's called 6 Gun Salute. There's not 6 guns, but rather 6 salutes.
Thank you, Church.
It's not Wednesday 7.
All right, can we get a salute from everyone?
It is Wednesday 7. Okay, I'm good. I'm losing it.
So your term of a bus is very loose. That's the pirate ship.
The barge, actually.
What is
Yeah, I
a
guess
barge but a
barges-
flying bus?
It's a pirate bus.
See, we don't need to imagine a bus in this game whenever there's just buses all around us. Oh yeah, this is what I was talking about before, where you can use the razor claws into the whip to preserve your momentum in a direction.
Hi, Pete.
These are good old grab shots.
Hello, Pete. Hi, Pete.
Hey.
Why did you hit Pete?
Hey,
Shout out to Pete
finish
percent.
Pete percent.
I knew what he was doing.
Oh, rack community in their meme categories.
Pete percent is a category in the next game, Quest for Booty, where from a fresh file, I forget exactly where
You
Pete
find
is.
and wrench Pete.
In the first possible instance you can. It's like a 2-minute category.
Lads, get in here and cut this rotten creature.
It also has one of the weirdest hyper strikes to perform.
All right.
Anyway, this is Captain Slug. I'm not going to call him his proper name.
Yeah, he's just a boss that spawns enemies. There's nothing particular about him. He's electrified, I guess, which means like, yeah, if you get hit,
The-
then
the
rip.
Ratchet.
The whip
This
also will
enemy is
do no
electrified.
damage to him.
Please try another weapon.
We can guide you, sire. I don't know if they said that or not, but
They did
sometimes the
not.
Zoni can say that here, and it makes no sense for them to say it here.
Download the coordinates
There's Slag. He's freaking dead.
by accessing comm unit.
Okay, tell me
Good
this
anime
outside the
canceled.
planet's stratosphere. Come on, we need to get back to a
We're
feeling.
gonna grab the bolt here.
That's a floating ammo crate.
Oh,
No,
nice.
that's a. I thought that was an ammo box. No, it's a
A bolt?
a rail. No, the hook thing.
The zipline, yeah.
All right.
Zipline. That's the word.
Since I don't feel like wasting everyone's time and crashing, I'm going to load.
Oh yeah,
Ah, yes.
This-
we didn't explain.
the
This
slag,
game is.
the slag death room teleporter of death.
Yeah, this game totally marathon safe.
It used to be a lot worse. The reason why I alluded to that room is the teleport in that room to warp back to your ship has a tendency to not put you in the proper destination. And Todd's failsafe for when something doesn't work as planned is to typically crash the game. Whether or not that's a failsafe is debatable, but that teleporter is very prone to just crashing the game. That load there only loses 6 seconds, but like it's obviously so much more consistent than taking the teleporter. We cannot tell you how many AGB runs have been lost to that crash. I know I've lost a few record paces in AGB to it.
You know,
I guess that's something I'll have to watch out for.
I guess I'm a derp. I haven't been going for the Reaper missile skip because I always figured it'd just be slower. We can just hyper strike down, can't we?
Yes, that's what I did whenever I did hit it in Hundo. Same sort of premise as Raiken as I guess Fast-Tune 2 in NG Plus.
Yeah, Reaper, basically this is the Cragmite planet. We're supposed to fight our way through a bunch of Cragmites, go to a cutscene, yell at Quark. Tachyon, the big guy, the big bad of the game, he uses a big thing called a Dimensionator, which was stolen from us by the pirates in Jacindu. The story's weird. We get knocked out, and then we're supposed to do a long Clank section. We ignore that. And we're just going backwards.
Yeah, we're in a section where we're actually supposed to be playing its only Ratchet. But conveniently, the level geometry, this plays back into the whole thing about Ratchet and Clank levels that you might have heard Zen talk about in Rack 2, is a lot of Ratchet levels are very circular in their designs, where whether or not the level is actually circular, it ends up resulting typically in such a way where usually they either give you a direct line back to it, or they put you right at your ship when you finish the level.
Corp, are you saying the beginning of the level is at the end?
Well, I'm not the one
that's at the beginning.
I'm not the one that said the legendary quote. That can only be attributed to J-Hobbs.
Yep. But there is nothing for us to do in the Clank section, so we're just like, yeah, we're not gonna do that.
It's like,
let's just go back.
It's like a lot of combat too. So like, this level, like casually, is like 15 minutes. Well,
oh, longer if you're bad.
For me, it was 20 in wrench only.
Well, that's because the Kragmites just hurt.
Not only that, but also like, kill using the Groovatrons there on the Kragmites, funny enough, is actually like the thing you're intended to usually do to the Kragmites. They
have turned them into penguins.
They have a property where after they take what I would like to call poise damage, like anything that makes them stagger, they will warp. And they usually separate after that. So fighting them can get very annoying very quickly.
By the way, pirates love to buy armor. But they don't show it off.
Oh, wow, Ratchet, Ratchet, where'd you get that new drip from? A pirate bought it.
Well, would you say he committed piracy?
Well,
maybe.
Okay. Are you going for the swag version of this?
No.
Okay. So we're gonna see safe. My favorite animation cancel.
Yeah, we have to flex on the dude real quick. We have to just like strafe jump 11 times, 10 times on that guy. I about said duck.
He looks enough like a duck. All right, so we're gonna grab this gold bolt here. We actually kind of want to collect it like this, though, just because like, we're actually invulnerable during this.
Ow.
But this also gives us a direct lineup to hit the gold bolt here. That pit basically firing up a missile at Ratchet to kill him, though, is an interesting thing to note because it's the reason why this animation cancel coming up works.
Basically,
this is my favorite. This is my favorite animation cancel in the game. You just collect the bolt and die, and the death cancels it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a failsafe so you don't skip half the level, that they just immediately nuke you. But because we're only going over there to collect the bolt, it's really funny to just collect it and then get nuked, and so we look like we just that happens.
As you can tell, this level's kind of like very compact and yet again circular. So they have that there, like I said, just to make sure you don't do something like we just did. There's a trick we could use later to actually like avoid taking damage. So you can actually use that to skip the level. It's really funny. But we're not using it here.
Moo cow. No, Reapor.
All right.
Then Moo cow.
Yeah, we're going back to Reapor real quick to... There's like one more skill point we needed to knock out. You might be asking, why didn't we do it before? On a revisit on Reapor, the enemy that we need to use for the skill point, there's literally only one of. So we needed to come back on a revisit to save so much time for us. Because like I said before, the Kragmites are not a fun enemy to fight. So if we can cut it down to, in our case, one to fight, then it's not so bad.
Yeah.
I'm just going to take the death.
And also, because you technically completed the level, the state of which it was, where you would have to do another missile skip, is checked off. And so they think that the level is complete.
Do you have your net balls at the ready? What type do you think a Kragmite is?
I think it's a bug poison.
I would say water poison. Regardless, the net ball is very effective.
Just don't lose your netball in the water.
What are you waiting for? You're ready in
He taunted me. How dare him? Take that.
Killer, you lost your Pokemon.
I can't believe that this game only had a Pokedex of one Pokemon.
Now we get him again.
Killer, when are you going to shiny hunt it?
Well, you see, it's actually shiny locked in this game.
Smoge.
Goddamn legendaries.
No, I actually think that
Oh, look,
the Fragmites would be more along the lines of like a Paradox Pokemon.
Yo, Killer, is that a Ferris wheel?
It is. Are you gonna be
We're
sick?
actually maybe.
I get very motion sick.
We're actually in the cleanup part of it. I almost said any percent. We're in the cleanup part of like the first playthrough.
Yeah, technically it's 90%.
Any percent with pizzazz.
Heck,
Whoops.
What's actually really
kill it.
funny is I don't think it's actually an optimal order to do these levels in, because we still need to revisit Mukau to get the skill point here. We still need to do Ardolus like properly, and we still need to go to Nundak to
Am I
get some
not
skill
hitting
points
the trigger?
and Groovatron's there.
I'm not hitting
Obviously,
the
you're
trigger.
supposed
Okay, pause the
to.
trigger.
Obviously, you're supposed to ride the Ferris wheel in a circle around this place 5 times without getting hit. What are you doing there,
But
my
the
friend?
trigger is just
I
the
just
trigger is just at like one of the
yeah,
ends.
It's literally right here. I just wasn't hitting it because I was too far down. I thought I could back
So
it
the
up from
Ferris
the
wheel
tree.
acts like a track in Mario Kart where there's just one checkpoint and it's the finish line, but you have to do 3 laps. So instead, we just go around in a circle
It's actually 5
at
laps.
the finish line. 5 laps. Okay.
So we're playing Super Mario Kart.
Yeah.
Death Springs! That's like the best weapon in the game.
It's so good.
They're just little
we just
guys.
won't use it because it's kind of just I don't know. They're
Alright.
too powerful.
We don't like the color orange.
We don't like that they're called death.
Why not play springs?
But yeah, pretty much like all these levels can be done in just about any order, just as long as you end up going into the final level fast tune too with God Ratchet active. That said, we're gonna take the teleport cannons, but like they're kind of malfunctioning, so we just need to use our razor claws and do it ourselves.
Killer doesn't want to pay the fare. There's like a 20 bolt tax to get carried over.
Dancing with the Stars. Do they still air that show? I'm actually curious about that now, because like these like, of course, a lot of these names are pop culture references or like things
From
relevant at the
2007.
time. But yeah, from 2007.
It
That
just
was
got
close.
renewed for 2024.
Did it actually?
Huh.
What the internet said?
Nice.
Wonder if Ratchet will audition.
Probably not.
No, I think he's the one that
No.
he's the one that supplies the music. Given that, like, oh no,
Yeah, and that alludes
that's
to
a funny way to
back
feel
at-
that.
And that alludes back to Nundak 1, where I'm like, yeah, so if you go down there, they'll shoot you.
the worst part of this though is
Teleporter cannons.
the teleport cannon is supposed to go A, B, C, D, E, and unfortunately that put us on C, so we have to go back.
Aka, we're going A, B, C, A.
Also, going back to as well what we said before about Creeley, where there's like no wiggle room on these skill points. Progress on that reset 2 because we died. It actually means an interesting challenge for 100% is it's less of a run of like how fast can you play, and
I don't think I
It
can
starts-
back this up.
it's more of a challenge of
You want to try?
it's
How
like
to maintain your life
how
while
to
doing
maintain. Yeah, that's the phrasing.
Because there's a lot of these walls that are slopes that you just can't climb. No.
it. Can you go down to...
No.
Oh, so close. Oh,
Go away, please.
oh, you got it.
Oh my.
There's
The little
no
guy's
reason
nearly-
that should have let me live.
The little guy's nearly said no.
Okay, well, I'm gonna be careful on this planet now, on this asteroid. All right. So, again, in part of cleanup, we still have to make things dance. So, we're gonna make the Leviathan that we didn't see earlier dance now. But yeah.
Oh yeah, I was sitting there wondering like what happened with the route on that, but then I realized I'm like, oh, I consciously make an effort to make that one dance just because like there's everything else around it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a skill point. We were just supposed to hyperstrike with guys. You would think that they would tell you to like kill them with like a hyperstrike or something, but no, just
Sorry.
they just want you to.
Help it.
They just want you to
whack 'em once.
hyperstrike them.
They just want you to give him a good bonk on the head.
All right. Also, we've learned how to count to E, so we're good.
Can we do
Count to E, yes. E is my favorite number in the alphabet.
Back
All
to
right.
Ardolus.
So this is the level where we have a lot of stuff to do, and this is going to be where we find out if we got the dance skill point.
Ella, can I ask a request? Can you pull a top?
No. I don't know how to do it. That's the problem.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
You just draw the little guy.
Unlike some sus runners, I don't have time to draw that.
Did you make a save here?
I did. I just made the save.
Yep, he did just make it.
Oh, whoa. That double clipped me?
I have never seen that.
And I
Killer's done
saved
some
it?
stuff that we've never seen before. Killer also skipped the cutscene on Fast
Yeah,
Dune.
that you know how we skipped the cutscene in like NG Plus once?
Yeah.
It happened
So
in any percent.
typical GDQ stuff, though. That's never happened before.
Yeah, that's never happened before.
You get one.
Like we always have one. I think mine was in what was it, the 2022 relay? I got glitch missiled twice in one go. Here you got the Fast Dune cutscene skip. I feel like it's like a rite of passage, like for anyone on the GDQ stage, be it hotfix or at the event.
All right, have we made everything dance? We have. Yippee! We don't
one
have
thing
to
we don't have
panic
to
at
worry
the disco
about.
now.
Yes. The way that I like to describe rat games is they're segmented. 1 is the start, like 6 is the end. Killer went from 1 to 6 to 2 to 4 to 7. Where did 7 come from? No one asked.
Don't ask questions you aren't prepared to hear the answers to.
At least it didn't go 7, 8, 9.
I'm terrified of that.
That looked very scary for a moment. What we have to do now is there's a few skill points you have to juggle now all at once. One of them involves turning all the pirates into penguins, which isn't so bad. The other is that the Corsairs, not to be confused with like the company that makes PC parts, but rather they're the pirates that have the pistols on them. There's a skill point that involves basically getting into a pistol fight with them.
You have to kill them with a combustor.
You have to duel them.
Specifically, you have to kill them with a combustor.
You're challenging them to a Wild West duel, but they're pirates.
I have a one shot. This is really good, but it's also really risky.
That's why I thought earlier that you accidentally killed one of them with the Shard Reaper.
Be careful, Ratchet. That enemy is electrified.
Oh, because you thought that I had.
Hey, be careful! That enemy's electrified.
You thought that I hit them with the remnants?
Yeah.
I guess real quick. Church, do you have any questions so far?
You all have been doing a pretty good job about answering everything.
Ooh, can you do me a favor and do the zipline thing?
Denied.
There's a clip on my channel from me running this game. Specifically that elevator that we just ignored works only when that barge has come through. Specifically so that you don't get on the zip line while the barge is coming through. If you get on the zip line while the barge is coming through, it displaces Ratchet off of the zip line in such a way he doesn't actually progress on the zip line. He just like slides off to the right until the barge actually gets out of his way, and then he slides back into frame and then goes back on the zip line. It's a really funny clip.
And so, another funny thing is, this planet, we came here to grab Talwyn's father's like treasure. We ignored it on the first visit, and we got really close the second visit. That area that Tort was talking about with the barge, you zipline into the air, and you get the Lombax thing artifact, and we're just like, nah, we're good.
Yeah,
it's funny because like on Rakkar, Aphelion ends up being like, "I'm detesting hostile entities. You didn't steal from them, did you?" And in our case, we literally didn't.
No, they're just really mean.
They're just hangry.
Yeah.
You're not you when you're hungry.
You're
Snickers.
To be fair,
you wouldn't eat when you're a pirate, would you? That was meant to be.
To be fair, if you hadn't had your cup of grog in the morning, then are you really living life?
Listen, I call my coffee grog, but no one calls me a pirate.
Yarhar fiddly dee. And ideally, we should be getting the skill point right about now.
You know, Killer, it's kind of unfair that you have 3 shots from your combustor and they have 1.
Well, that's why we upgraded it.
That's what we call a skill difference.
Yeah, they haven't upgraded their pistol. They have to go to Sargasso to do that.
Yeah,
they have no excuse because they were there earlier. They were at Sargasso Sam's meditation station.
You know,
oh wait, we don't know that yet.
Yeah, they haven't gone yet.
Actually, yeah, never mind. No, we just are more diligent than they are.
All right.
Hey, yo, that's the Among Us tower. The little light on the side looked like the visor for like the crewmate.
Adults is just your sussy planet, isn't it?
A little bit. Preemptive strike. I didn't even know there were thwogs there.
What? What are they called?
They're called
thwogs.
That is their actual name.
Thwog.
Yes.
T-W-A-G?
No.
T-H-W-O-G. All right, so we're gonna get up here. We're gonna get Ratchet stuck, like very stuck.
Step bro stuck?
Pretty much.
This is a family program, young man.
I'm sorry.
There we go.
It's what I was alluding to before about the Bizcopter is that Ratchet is invulnerable while the Bizcopter is out. If you die in a non-standard way, such as you can tell there, an infinite fall spot making you void out, the Visicopter never gets properly destroyed. Therefore, a Visicopter is technically active.
Guys, I just tried to split.
A Visicopter is still technically considered as active, so right now Ratchet cannot be aggroed, nor can he take damage.
Oh, that's a really good angle.
That is oh my lord, that is a good angle.
And we're at the end of the level.
This one's not so straightforward in terms, or this one's not so circular in its design, but it's the final level of the game, so it doesn't have to be.
Well, I need to circle when you're going to beat the game.
Actually, no. If we want to argue this, we could be very abstract about it and say this level's a circle turned, like, on the y-axis. Or I guess technically it's up on the Z-axis now. I don't exactly know what it is.
Wouldn't a circle
because-
turned on the Z or X axis just be a circle already?
It still is, but like
A standing circle.
rather than it being like a circle laid out flat on the ground, we're going below the level after this.
So anyway, this is Tachyon. We never met him, but he's the bad guy.
He's also a very bad shot.
Yeah. That thing on his head is the Dimensionator. Apparently it can make things happen.
See, we're in a different dimension. Don't tell anyone, but this is actually just below the level.
By the way, did we tell people that we were invincible right now?
Yes, I did.
You know, now that I look at it, I've never realized that the level 5 Pyrosa just spins.
Yeah, the flames spinny spin.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I don't think this is a very good pyro.
Why no God Pyro? Get it in NG+.
Well, we already got it.
Yeah, you can't trade in the pyro for a better pyro.
I want my tax refund.
And we're back to Kerwan.
Rest
For
in
the
peace,
third time.
Dan Johnson.
What?
Rest in peace, Dan Johnson.
Oh.
This game was made in memory of him.
I thought you said, can you please be Dan Johnson? I was about to be like,
I mean, you could. I'm not going to stop you.
So anyways, this is our third time visiting Kerwan. The start of the game.
And the last time we'll be seeing Kerwan. Hopefully.
No. Oh, and one funny thing about Kerwan is you can get hit by a bus.
Or you can hit a bus.
Or you can hit a bus. Yes.
Why would you hit a bus?
Well, you see, weird things happen when a Lombax takes to the skies without a ship.
Yeah, especially with that gravimetric warp drive.
You know, we never did figure out why his past is inside.
I mean, you stole a ship. Is that what was inside?
All right, so Kabalia time. This time we actually can't skip the Leviathan.
Yeah, there's a skill point tied to the Leviathan. That's why I said we'd see him later. Also, rip music.
So,
Yeah.
it's not really a Leviathan skip, but more a Leviathan delay.
Yeah, I can't believe you meet the first boss of the game in New Game Plus.
And here's the boss.
Oh, very.
Oh.
What boss?
Where
He's
is
still
he?
sleeping.
Is he a bit shy? Oh, okay.
Hey, that's
He's a bit
me!
of an eating
That's
book.
me!
Yeah, we gotta take him
Look,
on the hand for
nice-
being too sleepy.
Nice of him to show up like halfway through the run.
Nice call out.
You're still getting a slap on the wrist when we visit.
You put his past there, Yugi? Oh my god.
Is that where Going Commando went? Is that the past?
Yeah, we didn't even see any heavily armed robotic commandos on Kerwan.
Imperial Defense Force reports that a Lombax is
Who are you talking about? There was no cutscene implying that at all.
True.
Why were those why were the Kragmites invading in the first place? We don't know. There was no intro cutscene.
Well, that's the problem. There was no Kragmites.
Yeah, there were
Tachyon.
no
Whatever they're
Kragmites.
called. Whatever the... Well, technically, Tachyon's a Kragmite.
Yeah, but
No, that's
the
Kragmite
beings that
then.
he recruits are the Drophids.
Drophids. Why were the Drophids invading? We won't know, because we've never watched the intro cutscene.
They're talking about a Lombax. Well, good thing that we're Mustachio Furioso.
Yes. See, I talked to Killer about this, and he disagrees, but there's definitely Kwiatkowski luck.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a. I said the word earlier, and now I can't think of it. Starts with a P. Now I can't think of it. The word's gone. It doesn't exist anymore.
gelatonium plant
Obviously, it's the-
100% efficiency.
Yeah, they took the.
For Tachyon will be most displeased.
I can't believe they took that from KH.
Ratchet, we should see that smuggler about the ride he promised.
Let's see.
Yeah, there we go. I knew chat would come up with the words.
The Gelinator is still such a cool gadget that we only use once in the run.
Listen, using it casually is the funniest thing because you know that you want like the inner speedrun to be like, oh my god, I found a way to use the gelatin gun. Because it has so many opportunities to be good, and then speedrunners are just like, yeah, it's used one.
They took the word.
But that one use is really good.
They took the word that started with P. So we all know that Zem gave us all that money, but I think the smuggler took it first.
Cool.
So
Nice, high deposit.
Is the smuggler just Zem from the future?
Can't say that out loud.
Oh, my bad.
They're on to us.
I'm ruining the surprise.
All right. So we obviously
It's my favorite part of the game.
we obviously use the razor claws there.
Absolutely not. And I do not care much
So-
about your tone.
I'm gonna make sure that I hit the
obviously-
trigger. Oh no, I
we
died.
use the razor. Yeah, how could you do that? Now you have to do the missile drop.
Oh well. Well, I guess I'll just do the skill point when I spawn and on the ground.
Yeah, that means you have to go through the whole level casually with the wrench.
Who would want to do that? I mean, after all, the skill point only checks for the wrench to be out at the end of the level and the beginning of the level with no fly. Oh wait, this is the beginning of the level. Cool.
You just got to swing it in victory.
All right. Now that we have the Robo Wings, not to be confused with Robo the Runner.
We have to go commit insurance fraud, flying a bunch of all these cars.
Killer, you can't do that. We're not in that stage of life yet.
Yeah, there's a skill point for just hitting all these.
But yeah, whoever came up with these skill points, they obviously planned them out to where you would have to play through the levels multiple times. We don't like playing levels multiple times. We like just playing the level. Going Commando. Oh no. You could say that.
Killer, I think you need to hit those buttons.
I think
they extend a bridge.
No.
Obviously, they extend a bridge, Killer.
Also, Hydro Pack, best pack. Can't tell me otherwise.
Yeah, I agree.
I believe you. You did it without a bridge.
We can guide you, sire. Aw.
It would be funny if they went, yay! When you stop.
Alright, so we still haven't gotten the bolts on this level. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. Oh look, a bolt.
And who said we didn't have anime cancel on demand?
We do. We have pirate.
We don't anymore. And we won't for the rest of the run.
Yeah, pirate's only given to new game players. It's illegal for new game plus players to own.
Yeah, you have to go
It's like
through an arena for some reason. And arenas are slow.
Oh no, you're gonna crash! Ah!
Oh, hey, look, a bolt.
And the cool thing is actually the Robo Wing music still plays here.
Yep. I wish it played all the way through, but when you hit a checkpoint, it updates the music. You know, I didn't think you could charge across that gap.
So anyway, what's inside here? Is past? Where is it?
Obviously, it's inside. We haven't looked hard enough.
Might be in another
Is
part
it
of the
inside
museum.
all these Drophids? Oh, that health upgrade would have been really nice to have for the Drophid. The airship.
The drop ship?
The drop ship, yes.
See, you're getting the hang of commentary, I see.
The strain of keeping it PG in my Australian nature is very, very painful.
You got it.
Obviously, his past seemed to have been inside, but they really didn't want us there, so they kicked us out.
Dang. Didn't even get to learn.
Now his past is outside. So Fast 2 is gonna honestly progress pretty much as normal, but we have the Razor Claws for the most part.
Are we
Actually,
gonna get the thing again?
do you want to do
not.
slingshot storage here?
No.
Why not?
So anyways, Torp, who are you feeling for the RNG manipulation? I'm
I
feeling
believe,
Korkowski.
I believe as long as he goes into the trigger, I think it always comes up Walter Korkowski.
I'm feeling Korkowski anyways.
From my experience running NG+, if you come into the trigger this way, it just forces, I believe, the default name.
Yeah.
I didn't even hear it.
You probably didn't hit the Quark trigger then.
Didn't even show up.
Well,
He went too heckin' fast for his own good.
unfortunately, I guess that means we have no luck this run.
Let me out.
The little guys are blocking you in.
Oh, rip the swing plane.
Ratchet, the entrance to this raritanium mine is too small.
Anyway, by the way, that tunnel, Ratchet would easily fit in that tunnel.
Maybe not easily, but he's
You
went
crawl
through
in
worse. He's went through worse tunnels before.
Yeah, it's like solid walls.
Yeah.
He's gone through solid walls. Let's run. I'm gonna do the other strat. I could have done the glide again, but I think it's faster.
That
to
glide
do
is
the-
pretty cool. It's actually faster to Visiclip and then swing shot storage animation cancel the
Path Clank.
part.
Looks like we're going for a dip.
which I still haven't learned.
You just abort swing shot by hitting triangle.
Okay, Ratchet, what are you doing?
Obviously, you got to turn on big head mode.
Let's see,
Yeah, it
Bob.
increases his hitbox.
Again.
Don't you mean?
Also, why cancel when you could just load?
Oh yeah, that's right. We ooh. So remember the surprise tool that I said would help us later? Well, it's here now. You might be wondering why I made these saves earlier in the run. They were in fact not safety saves, but
Why are we on our Dolus killer?
You know, I really like Ardolus. I figured I want to bring out the coordinates that Ardolus gives to the file that we need it on.
yeah, Ardolus
Okay.
is a cool level.
Yeah, I like the greenery.
I like the pirates.
You know what? I
Pirates are
I
main.
think I forgot something on Reapor too.
Ah, killer. Did you forget to buy the rhino?
You don't.
You can't buy the rhino in this game.
Not yet, anyway.
I like the green on Reaper anyways.
I'm gonna
He obviously
just for safety.
obviously
I'm
Killer
gonna
forgot
make
to buy the
another
armor.
save here.
Oh, you like it that much, huh?
Yeah.
Got to commemorate this in the run. But yeah, obviously Killer forgot to buy the armor, so we're coming back to fix that.
Are you going to steal Talwyn's ship?
Well, you hold still.
Yeah, that's why we made a
Oh, wow,
save.
cutscene.
That, like, load screen scrolling was actually really trippy. To be fair, we're not supposed to be seeing that in a cutscene.
I'm gonna save over that save just to be careful.
Alright, making these saves. This is, in fact, as Yugi said, the surprise tool of destruction.
So, we did say that we were going to be skipping planets. Certain planets will be skipped.
So, it's time for us to stop acting so coy about this. We're actually transferring unlocked coordinates using an unpaused load to another file. And what this is going to let us do, obviously, is this is going to let us just take the ship on Pastoon out to those levels.
It looks like something.
This skips half of the game. Because you can bring Raiken over, which by extension brings you Rakkar. And you bring Reapor, or actually no, you bring Agliak over.
Cool. I wanted to split again.
It's muscle
So-
memory. You can't get rid of it.
We have skipped half the game by doing this.
Yeah, so
Killer, you just need to get a foot pedal so you don't think
no,
about
because then I would
it. Oh, hey, this is
just try to split with my foot.
Yeah, but at least you wouldn't notice.
No, I would notice. Just wouldn't be visible on stream.
But anyways, hey, look, it's the second auto scroller of the game.
They are scanning our content. You didn't steal from them, did you?
So yeah,
So what's good points are there to get here?
a lot of. I'm gonna come back to that question in a second. I see. Yeah, a lot of the planets that you saw us go through and do a ton of skill points for, those are now skipped. We don't
Especially
have to go
Creeley.
So funny enough, file manip wasn't accidental, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
That was
when it was originally found, we were messing with like unpaused loads because like there was something that existed like that in Quest for Booty. We tried it out in Todd. I remember this because I actually was very close to finding auto scroller skip. I found that you could carry coordinates over to another file by saving it. I didn't quit in that screen. I instead tried loading the file, which put the game into a soft lock. Yugi is actually the one that found out that if you just quit the game before actually loading that file, you don't actually soft lock, and you can actually, in the case of the auto scrollers, skip them. It's actually being able to like carry over the coordinates to another file actually has introduced a file manip category in this game that lets you beat the game in a minute and a half.
Because you preload Bastoon 2
specifically
a file.
one that's been played casually, so that you have a file at Tachyon, and one that's specifically died in a second phase so you don't see the cutscene. But it's actually a really cool trick that like absolutely was not found on accident.
Now, God Ratchet with the Visicopter, yeah, no, that was found by accident. That was all me. But the story of God Ratchet is a lot simpler than it sounds. So, on our Dolus, there's a bunch of bolts that you're supposed to get for AGB and everything, and you come back very similarly to like what we did when we revisited our Dolus in Hundo. You go and get the bolts on a second visit. I got stuck in a spot, and I was like, I wonder if I can Visiclip out of here. So, unknowns to me, I fell into an infinite fall spot, which triggered the game's loading mechanism. And with the Visicopter out, I was like, why aren't the pirates aggroing towards me? And pretty much from there, we learned that it was a way to make Ratchet pretty much invulnerable, and the fact that enemies don't see Ratchet until he aggroes them in some way. So if he attacks the enemy will aggro towards him, but he still won't take damage in that state. Which, funny enough, transfers through files.
Yeah, the only two ways you actually disrupt that state are to actually properly fire and destroy a Visicopter, or just quit your game. Hey, yeah, so this is going to be like the first instance of the boss having variable RNG to the point where it's more than like, wait, I've already given this spiel. Yeah, this one usually has about like 20 seconds of variance, I would say.
I've had, I think, upwards of 25.
I've seen it be as low as like a 5:15 split, and I've seen it be as high as a 5:40, so I agree with you, but usually it's like 5:30, 5:35. It's like a bad rat car in terms of RNG. Oh yeah, also there's a skill point for killing this boss in like, what is it, under 2.5 minutes?
Yeah, that's pretty easy.
I mean, this is a speedrun after all.
Why go through the rings when you can just take the damage and deal more damage to him?
Sly runners could never.
Wow, throwing shade to Sly runners.
Nah, it's with love. It's just that reminds me of Clockwork. All right, we're coming up to Raiken. This is gonna be another one of those where you're gonna be able to move around the black screen and you get yourself stuck in such a way where you actually can't do the missile drop. That's being used to our advantage.
Oops.
I tried to be silent.
Oh no!
I tried to be silent for that though, because since God Ratchet's enabled,
for me.
Since God Ratchet's enabled, usually one of our audio cues that we have control is an enemy aggroing us. You'd hear like a little boing.
This is fun anyway. I want to go safety here.
Yeah, it'll probably be helpful. This is probably was mentioned last time, but if you do the objectives in this level out of order, you can and do. I did not know that actually.
What, the hyperstrike?
Right.
Oh yeah, you can hyperstrike the gate and NG plus.
Oh hey, look, that gyrocycle you forgot to grab.
Nah, we don't need the gyrocycle. But he has the rhino.
But what? One seems definitely more useful than the other.
Obviously, it's the gyrocycle.
Obviously. Hell, why are you killing all the civilians?
Oh, I mean,
okay.
Fun.
I have a feeling about, or I have thoughts about this one. Being someone that's worked in customer service, the customer is not always right. I think someone that works in service should have once per year the ability to just basically like tell off a customer. This is a little bit of an extreme example, obviously. There's no one that's going to pull out a rhino and start doing that. Well, obviously the rhino doesn't exist.
Are you sure about that?
Imagine if someone actually came
It's
to
a
work with
galactic
a
super
rhino.
weapon.
Ratchet has just
physical
had
rhino
it with
of the
customer
animal.
service, obviously.
All right. That boss is very, very annoying.
Imagine a bus in your way. What do you do?
Obviously, avoid it.
You just go around it.
Now, here's a lore implicated question. Where are all the other rhinos?
Oh no, you got hit.
It's okay. We got Godrak. Which is why we do it before this planet. See, I lived strong. And I'm untouchable.
Just like Kirby, Ratchet hates consumers.
To be fair, the first game did just like lampshade a whole lot of like. Oh, it did take a lot of pot shots at consumerism.
Dude did not want to die.
Oh my god. He was just immune to the rhino for a solid 3 seconds.
To be fair, I don't think anyone in this universe, like in the Ratchet universe, wants to die.
See, I'm very used to the beginning of this run where you can just mash into the next planet. This is not one of those times.
So anyways, about that story about Dino Grind.
Alright, so there is a runner by the name of Psychosis. What category was this? AGB or any percent? It was one of the two. He actually lost. So the use of Dino Grind was known that you could get it stuck in mud and just dupe souls. Psych had actually lost a run to Dino Grind, and I think from what he was telling of the story, he just was not having a good session. So he was a bit tilted from it. So what he ended up doing was just, you know how like in like a game, what you'll do is like, if you're frustrated, you'll sit there and just like hit like inputs just out of frustration. So he just whips the dino out of frustration as he's like putting it into position, and all of a sudden his shock ravager levels up to 3.
I do want to ask real quick. Hey, Church, are we getting close to second break time?
Yeah, we're right around there, so whenever's a good time.
Okay.
So
I think
after this grind, I will.
Yeah, Dino Grind, like that. The full experience grind part of it was figured out from Psych having Rage Quat a run.
Quat.
That said, being able to find different like spots to like actually get the dino stuck rather than falling into the mud was a big challenge to try to figure out for this route, because your experience in NG Plus, as you can tell, is exponentially increased. It's to the point where you can quite literally level up a weapon from 1 to 5 in 2 seconds with Dino Grind. So a big challenge of like the progression of 100% actually was basically getting as much experience off of one dino as you can per dino. Is it an exaggeration to say that this like Dino Grind in like the experience grind part of it has saved 6 hours in this category?
It saved a lot of time in this category. What the dog doing? Nice.
What?
Yeah, that Mikey Kelly voice clip got used for so long.
Why change what sounds amazing?
Gonna buy ammo.
What is that? 2 more?
1 more.
2 more? 1 more? Okay.
Please tell me that's how the past tense would really be. Unfortunately, it is not. It's just Rage Quat is funnier to say.
Alright, I'm ready to pause in 3, 2, 1.
Awesome. Yeah, so during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour, so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything they need to do. So we're going to take a quick break and then be back with the last run, or the last part of the run. In just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we've been showing off some Ratchet and Clank games. We're in the middle of a run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever y'all are ready.
Cool. Ready to resume in 3, 2, 1. All right. So now that we've gotten the Predator missiles, I think, now to the Raptor missiles, we're actually able to complete this run, complete this level, and get the remaining skill points that we left behind before. So
the second half of this planet is basically the same as Sargasso, not Sargasso, Riken, where it is meant to be a gyrocycle area.
We also have a Robo-Wing
Killer
area.
really doesn't like the gyrocycle. So now he's gotten the skill point for being in the area with the gyrocycle.
Yeah, I was going to say, obviously, Killa is gyrocycling through this. The game even says so.
I mean,
You were the
I can't lie with the game.
gyrocycle
What game
all
says? The gyrocycle were the friends we made along the
I'm
way.
glad you said it.
We are going to Robo-Wing real quick, though. Shoutouts to Robo. This strat has nothing to do with her, but Robo has been, like, a really big help for this game in the last week.
Killer, you failed.
No, I got the skill point.
I know, but you died.
No.
But Killa got the skill point.
Oh, no, infinite false spot.
Yeah.
How could you? Alright. So we're going to do what we did last time on Igliak. We're going to wall bounce to the end of the level because the end of the level is pretty close to the end.
Yeah.
But now we're going to manipulate these two Dragmites and lower their health down a little bit. Because right now we don't have enough weaponry to really deal with them.
This is actually what I was talking about before, with, like, anytime the Cragmites take, like, poise damage, they will just warp away.
Alright, that should be good enough.
And yeah, what we've said about like everything being exponentially increased, it's true for also health and like just damage taken as given in New Game Plus. Even the best weapon in the game takes this long to kill at level 1.
And that wasn't even just a kill.
And it wasn't even killing.
There's just
The reason why we had to do
change very soon.
The reason why we had to do
lower
that, though, is
enough.
because the Transmorphers actually will fail to morph them if they're at full health. Because of just how high their health is. Alright, now that we're on Sargasso, we're in the best part of the run. Don't do Dino Grind at 3 a.m., my friends.
Oh, and headphone warning.
Yeah, you're gonna be seeing a little bit of a death.
A little bit of
You
one.
got spat on.
Whoops.
The killer got spat on by a bug.
Oh no.
Whoops.
He got stomped up by a dino.
So, if it hasn't become clear yet, we're at dangerously low health.
I would wager to
Dangerously
say
low existence.
Ratchet was a Goomba and that was a Yoshi. Alright. So, we're now harnessing the full potential of Dino Grind.
So anyway, that weapon's level 5. It was level 1.
Hey, that weapon's level 5, it was level 2.
Level 2, level 5. Got a Groovatron to keep him alive, because apparently he won't die if he's dancing. How you prevent someone from dying by making him dance is science.
No.
Oh, and this is where we talk about inflation. And this is where we can blame Zam. Because I think we now have about 30 million bolts.
We have enough. By the way, we have 827 health.
Yeah.
We were at like 67 a second ago, right?
Hey, the Decryptor.
Hey, smuggler. Hey, thanks
For a
for all the
second.
bolts, smuggler. I'm gonna buy all the weapons.
Oh, there's that's 286 million, and we're spending it all.
And we still have plenty to spare. Ratchet quite literally has the net worth of like a few small countries now.
All for making a dinosaur dance and splitting his soul into multiple pieces.
So what you're saying is he got his money from exploitation of the less fortunate. Ratchet really is a billionaire. Oh no.
So anyways, we're at full health.
Oh, we were like barely into second dino when you got max health. Yeah.
And yeah, the fun part is it just bolts that get multiplied by the bolt multiplier, or is it everything that
It's
gets
just the
multiplied?
bolts. And Ratchet.
Yeah,
Just the bolts.
It's usually just bolts unless it's a jackpot crate. If it's a jackpot crate, it is actually experience.
Yep.
And I don't think I explained it earlier, but the reason I'm pausing in between all these is to skip these weapon animation upgrades.
You can't pause the game while you're dying, though.
I think the dinosaur just died. No, he's still alive. That is good news for us. Because we can
So
still
yeah,
exploit
there's a few
them.
factors that need to be balanced out whenever you're doing dino grind. It's the Groovatron timer, the dino's actual health, and just making sure that you don't actually like properly run out the health. Because if the Groovatron runs out while he's stuck, the dino will permanently die. If the dino actually runs out of health, it'll properly die as well. There's a few dinos that you can do this off of, but this is the second fastest one, but it's the most consistent one.
Yeah. And the way it works is the dino is constantly dying, and experience is split upon when an enemy is killed. Because the enemy is technically always dying, you're always gaining experience. And because we're in New Game Plus, that is exponentially so much more. I think it's what, it feels like every few frames?
It's either every few frames or every frame.
Yeah. And so just like how the pyro is hitting an enemy on every frame, you're gaining experience on every frame. Except it's weird with the nanoswarmers, which we will get to. The nanoswarmers are weird, where you actually have to keep pressing the fire button to shoot. I'm air quoting here. Shoot
Was that
the nanoswarmers.
every weapon besides 2, Torp?
I think. I know the nanoswarmers were left out.
Yeah.
You left out the Alpha Disruptor, right?
No, that's after.
He still doesn't have it.
No one needs to know about that.
And this is where an issue can happen, where Killer can accidentally overflow his bolts and then just become broke again.
So that's why we're not
crash the
selling
game.
to a smuggler anymore.
We're actually at a point now where the bolts don't matter.
Yeah, why would we need to matter after 256 million bolts? All that's left to buy is everything.
All right.
Oh my god.
So the
the dino's eyes blinking red there
are weird, and the fact that you have to pretty much mash the fire button to get them to level up, which is why we save it for last.
There's a couple weapons that have some very weird specific things about them. The nanoswarmers, as you can tell, have that little quirk about them. The Predator launcher actually does not do damage to the dino, which is why you have to level it up the other way first until you get the Raptor launcher, because the napalm's actually what gives you the damage there. The fusion grenade, you actually have to have the little bomblets hit the dino.
All right.
For it to count as experience.
One more weapon and one more dino.
You can use the HB dino, can't you?
Yeah. I'm going to use this dino because it's on the path to...
I like what a good one just said. Welcome to Ratchet Clank speedrunning, where physics is made up and bolts don't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is a very good one.
And gravity is optional. Don't forget that one. That one's important.
So what is actually happening, though? It's basically what Icy said of experience is granted upon enemy death, and the dino's dying like every frame. So for every frame that the dino is dying and the Groovatron actually preserves the alive state, it's basically just looping almost infinite amounts of experience. It's really funny because this trick is very loud. You need audio cues earlier in the game for missile skips and stuff. So it's usually very encouraged to have like headphones or something as like your line in to your TV or monitor, whatever you're playing on. Otherwise, this can get very loud.
I do want to ask Church or Rail if they were timing that to see how fast that grind was.
Very.
Because that was a really successful grind.
I was not actively, but I can definitely go back and check.
But all this tells you is that music is the lifeblood of a dinosaur.
Yeah, pretty much. So now we have to clean up Sargasso.
Thank you, Ray.
Yeah, Ray's gonna check it out.
Cool.
Thanks, Ray.
Oh, this dinosaur hates me.
So there is a skill point where you have to jump onto every one of the big dinosaurs' heads, the ones that are just vibing. These guys are chill. They don't care about you.
Hey yo,
But you have to go on each of their heads.
we love Dino Jungle from Mario Kart Double Dash.
It's only the Grunthors that are really mean. That's the name of the ones that we can actually kill. They're Grunthors.
But
Hey, did
Grunthor
you
Grind
think
does not
that-
have a good ring to it.
Tornado sounded weird.
Sorry, I don't have audio on.
Neither do I.
Oh. I was trying to say that it sounded like a freight train.
Isn't that a reference to the movie Twister?
I think so.
Insomniac with their pop culture references, they are in fact hip with the kids. Do they even say that anymore? Probably not. I have showed my age.
Listen, Torb. It's over when the next Rat game has a Skibbity reference.
Oh, no.
God, no.
The fact that that is an actual
see.
possibility.
Why would you say this out loud?
Listen, I'll take the blame if Insomniac are listening to this set commentary.
You can send all of your angry emails to.
Yep, I'll accept all of them. As funny enough, I have actually chatted with an Insomniac dev as well.
Hey yo, speaking of which, I have two. I think we might be thinking about the same one. Funny enough.
Are we talking about
Mike
Jesse?
Stout?
Oh yeah, I was thinking about Jess. Yeah.
No, I've talked to Mike Stout, who no longer works there, but he works for Toys for Bob, I believe.
Dude, shout out to the Insomniac devs.
Oh boy, I get to rant about the skill point.
That means
All
the
right,
best skill point
so-
in the game.
This skill point, you have to basically, what is it? You have to have 15 enemies turn into penguins at once, right?
At one time.
Except for at once is not exactly turn 15 of them into penguins at once. It's no, you have to do it twice. You have to throw 2 transformers for the skill point even count. If you turn all of them into penguins, you void the skill point. You have to wait for it to run out and everything. I hate this skill point.
So it's make 15 penguins into transmorphers.
It's make 15 enemies turn into penguins at twice.
At one point in time.
Listen, Insomniac just has a thing for
they
turning
didn't-
enemies into animals.
They didn't expect you to be able to do it in one go.
Well, how dare they doubt our efficiency as speedrunners? Hey, this skill point is incorrect but correct at the same time. Funny enough.
The dinosaurs are extinct. There's no more dinosaurs. But Killer, you
Oh, hey,
still
look, a big dinosaur.
have a weapon you haven't grinded up. Oh, I mean, didn't say that.
It's a surprise tool that'll help us later.
Yeah, I also
So-
didn't land on this dinosaur.
You did not land on it there
hello.
either.
Yeah. Oof. There goes my perfect split time.
Oh no, your split time that doesn't exist.
Exactly.
That you keep splitting anyways.
This is the one planet I care about like the most in Hundo because it's the one that actually matters.
It's the longest split in the run, if I recall correctly.
Yes.
Damn, it went from 6-hour split to a 30-minute split.
Ideally, it's actually under 20.
It's ideally you want to be sub 16 or sub 17. I don't think I've gotten sub 17 yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So let's see. I have a couple bolts left. I have one weapon left. Oh, there's the weapon. Casually some of people's favorite weapon.
Hello, that is me. I am some people.
I love the Acid Disruptor. I love the blom 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 blom.
Get on the platform, Ratchet. Oh, there's the last bolt. We got golden children because of it.
Yeah, this game came out before trophies were a thing on PSN, so the skill points are actually your 100% criteria. So, for those who have been like wanting like an all skill points run of this game, here you go.
It's 100.
Oh, hey,
100%.
a dinosaur. Conveniently put away in the corner of the map.
Well, they are scientifically correct. Since there's only one dinosaur left, that means they're basically extinct because they can't reproduce. So,
Hey, look, it's level 5.
That skill point was, in fact, correct.
Hey, look, a dino. Conveniently put in the corner of the map.
It's sad. It went into a corner and cried because it's now alone. But you must make it dance.
Almost.
Dance. Oh,
Dance,
my God.
Dino, dance.
Poor Dino.
And
it's a very precise spot, but you can actually get it stuck.
No,
Oh, hey.
Up your arsenal. That's another reference.
yeah, we don't want Ouya in this run. So we go for no Ouya.
No Ouya allowed.
Yeah, we didn't get the patch for trophies, sadly.
Would have been cool though.
Hey, armor.
I mean, we would have literally gotten the whatever, like the 1,000,000 bolt trophy like a long time ago though.
Yeah.
All right. So now that we've killed all the things, leveled all
You
the
still have
things
to go kill
up,
all the things.
we got to go kill some more things.
And there's also one other like thing you have to go get too.
Yep.
This is the cleanup of the cleanup.
Oh, hey, look, the second planet of the game. What are we here for? Murder.
You know, just when we thought we had enough souls, we decided we needed 2 more.
It's like icing on a cake. It's just, you can never get enough. 1,200 souls, exactly. That's
actually pretty
quite
satisfying.
impressive, actually. That's quite impressive, actually.
Oh, now it's 1201.
1201.
You ruined it.
Killer, hand them all
You're
in.
welcome.
Restart.
Hope you guys like bada bing, bada boom.
Done and done. Upgraded.
Because now we get to upgrade with all the raritanium we got. And there was something I did say earlier about how a golden Grutron was about 2 million raritanium. We got a little bit more
I don't think
than
you have
that.
enough rotanium. No, not enough.
What's actually really funny is the Golden Groovatron would be the thing that would make Dino, like one of the things that makes Dino Grind very consistent. But the problem is, to get the raritanium to afford the Golden Groovatron, you need to Dino Grind. So therefore, as cool as the Golden Groovatron would be in a routing sense, it's actually rendered completely irrelevant because we need to Dino Grind to get the raritanium for it anyway.
Not to mention
Yeah,
the
'cause
dino
doesn't
health
it
also is a factor,
Yeah.
which is why it doesn't
Doesn't-
matter if we get golden Groovatron before or after.
Like, it's actually like a really cool idea in theory to basically just have like an infinite dino grind timer, but in practice, it just doesn't pan out.
I like that this is the only vendor you can buy the golden Groovatron from.
Dog.
Like, it's actually kind of a shame too, because like the golden Groovatron actually would make like routing the Everybody Dance Now skill point so much better in NG Plus too. But
because you wouldn't have
coordinates
to go
early.
back to the. Yeah.
All right, and now one of the last skill points in the game requires us to use a very, very underwhelming weapon to get some very specific kills. That said, we only just bought the Plasma Beasts now, so your Plasma Beast enjoyer, this is your 5 seconds of fame. There you go.
And you know what? For the fans, we're gonna backflip into the ship because we're heading to Fast Tune.
All right.
Wow, this is like our 4th time on Fast Tune.
The obvious solution, all skill points NG plus category extension. Well, you see, you get some skill points in new game anyway.
Yeah.
There are some that are unavoidable.
Like getting all the gadgets. Which you could.
It's not even that you don't even get all the gadgets.
You could theoretically make a file without it with file manip.
Just never buy the Death Spring.
No, specifically getting the pirate.
You guys thought we were done destroying all the things. Now we got to destroy all the things. It's like this game has destruction in its name or something.
And you gotta do it with a lot of tools. You know what's funny? We're actually rounding around to where Zem's money was at the end of his run. 300 million bolts. It's almost poetic.
It's also good to say that, hey, we're on the last planet of the run.
Again. But literally, this is the final planet.
All right, well, we clip through the door. Typically, you want to clip through the side of the door so that you can just go straight over here, but
Ah yes, you gotta break the barriers that helped you at the start of the run.
now there's nowhere to hide. Now,
And he has to climb over that wall because the barrier still technically exists.
now we're at the Tachyon fight. Essentially, in NG Plus, you get a skill point for beating Tachyon in NG Plus. For getting everything else and getting all the skill points, you get another skill point called the Hardest of Core, which is what we signaled the end of the run to be. So if we see it proc on Tachyon here, we should have gotten everything. Hardest of Core. Top.
Yo, GG.
GG, well played.
That was actually a pretty good run.
Okay, so if you did not, or if we didn't have the breaks in here, this would have been a PB.
What was the time?
Oh,
2:26:03.
So it would have been just barely a PB.
An 8-second PB.
Nice.
oh, that's hype. Well, GG.
Looks like something snapped off the primary reflex coil.
I believe it is missing a 3.
That's actually a really good run.
Yeah, that was a really good run. I'm glad that I was able to perform it. So thanks again for GDQ for inviting me out.
Indeed, it was a blast to commentate for this run.
Thank you for having us all.
Yeah, thanks so much for being on. Do you have any shout-outs, anything you want to talk about before we end here?
Again, shoutouts to Robo for the recent auto-scroller skip that was found. That was really helpful because it takes a frame-perfect trick and essentially gets rid of it. So everyone's happy about that. Shoutouts to at least Mobius and Yugi, some of the OG/newer runners that have really made Todd what it is now. Also Torp, because Torp has also been a good competition for me whenever things got rough. And then I guess lastly, the Ratchet Clank community. Like Zen was saying before, it really is like an embracing and easy community you're going to get into. And new people are finding stuff all the time. So definitely feel free to hop in the Discord. And if you have any questions about the run or any of the Ratchet games, feel free to ask questions because we're always there to help out and everything.
Icy, do you have anyone?
I just shared the GDQ stuff because this was a blast to play, chill with.
Gil pretty much said all of what I had wanted to say, so.
Nice.
Yeah, I want to, again, thank you all so much for being on. Everybody, you should check everybody out here out. They're all very fantastic runners. I know, Icy, you said you're learning, so everybody should check them out if you want more Ratchet content. Again,
I'll get my butt up eventually.
We gotta start with Icy that Icy had to do an AGB run before this, but we kind of let it go.
What's really funny is we jokingly said, like, hey, yeah, like, a good time for you to aim for. This is, like, before Yugi went for, like, the full PS3 sweep. It's like, hey, yeah, bop Yugi's time. Because Yugi had, like, a 112 in AGB at the time when the world record was, like, a... Had I just gotten 107?
Probably.
Something like that. And then all of a sudden, Yugi ends up getting the full PS3 sweep, and now, anymore, we just give Icy a little bit of a hard time. It's like, hey, yeah, when are you going for Yugi Bop? Because Yugi Bop is now a world record, and in some categories, not by a small amount.
Yeah.
So, I would say in the last, like, year or two, Todd's been picking up an activity, which has been nice.
yeah, it's really cool to see a lot of these older games, getting more people into it, or, people revitalizing it.
I love seeing not just the OG trilogy getting more of the spotlight now in the GDQ sense and all the other communities that host speedrunning events.
Yeah, Future getting love too is always really good. Like, just Ratchet getting love in general is, like, really nice because, like, PlayStation community is very tight-knit, and I think usually, like, when a PlayStation game gets spotlight, like, every PlayStation runner eats good.
Yeah.
Alright, I have nothing else left to say.
I'm good.
Awesome. Yeah. Again, really appreciate y'all being on and showcasing the runs. Nothing else for you all tonight. We do have more coming up tomorrow. We have a Sonic Advance anniversary. We're going to have all 3 Sonic Advance games. And just a quick reminder, SGDQ is at the end of the month, like literally the last day of the month, I think. And we have prize submissions open until the 16th, so if you're crafty, if you want to submit anything for that, go ahead and go to gamesdonequick.com for more information on that. You can submit your prizes there. We're gonna take a quick break, and we will be rerunning all of the day, so if you missed any of the Ratchet stuff this afternoon, you can watch it on the replay, and we'll be back tomorrow with Sonic Advance.